Welcome, dear friends. I hope you've all enjoyed the beauty of this spring day. As the world whispers with the gentle promise of renewal, let's take a moment to unwind and embrace the soothing sounds of tonight's stories. Remember, you can enjoy these tales ad-free on Patreon, where tranquility awaits. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. Spring is indeed the perfect season for renewing the soul through peaceful stories. Story 1. The evening mist clung to the valley like cobwebs made of moonlight as young Tilly fastened her patchwork cloak. Beyond her village stone walls lay the whispering woods a place elders spoke of in hushed tones, where trees supposedly rearranged their roots when no one was looking. Tonight, guided by a firefly that glowed faintly blue, she discovered a path no one had ever mentioned, a trail of luminous mushrooms spiraling into the forest's heart. The woods welcomed her with creaks and rustles that sounded oddly deliberate. Bark the color of storm clouds gave way to trunks swirled with amber and violet as she ventured deeper, the air thickening with the scent of crushed pine needles and something sweeter like caramelized sunlight. When her fingers brushed a tree, warmth pulsed beneath its surface, accompanied by a low hum that vibrated in her molars. "Well now," came a voice like wind through a honeycomb, "what's this sapling doing in the crackling glade?" Tilly whirled to find a creature perched on a toadstool, part hedgehog, part mossy boulder, with eyes like polished river stones. Its quills shivered, releasing pollen that glimmered midair. "I'm following the light," Tilly managed, curtsying as her grandmother had taught her when addressing strangers. The hedgehog thing sniffed. "Light's a fickle guide. Yesterday it led a badger into a spider's larder, but come you've polite bones in you." It rolled from its perch, revealing underbelly fur the exact silver green of lichen. "Mind the sighing stones, they're feeling dramatic tonight." True enough, the path soon wove between boulders that exhaled gusts of warm air in mournful whistles. Tilly paused beside one, noticing etchings that shifted under her gaze. Here a flock of birds melting into clouds, there a mountain putting down roots like a giant's hand. When she traced a carving, the stone purred contentedly. "They like you," chirped her companion, now nibbling a glowing mushroom cap. "Most folk rush past, never learn that stones dream in pictures." As moonlight pooled in a clearing ahead, the hedgehog vanished with a pop of ozone. Before Tilly could call out, new lights bobbed into view, will-o'-the-wisps shaped like teardrops, swirling around something massive and shadowy. Her breath caught until the shadow resolved into the gentlest of giants. The creature stood 3 times Tilly's height, its body resembling a walking thicket woven from maple saplings and twilight. Autumn leaves clustered around its face like a beard, acorns clicking softly as it moved. Where its feet touched ground, fresh clover sprouted instant meadows. "Little wanderer," it rumbled, voice rich as soil after rain, "do you know what you seek?" Tilly considered. "Not exactly, but I think I'm meant to listen." The forest guardian's laugh shook dewdrops from ferns. "Clever root most demand answers. You might fare better at the Clockwork Lake." A branch finger pointed northwest, where the trees parted to reveal water glowing faintly gold. But first it plucked a leaf from its beard, "Trade me a memory for passage." Tilly hesitated, then offered the first that surfaced. "When I was 6, I planted sunflower seeds in our chimney. Father wasn't cross when they sprouted, just said we'd have the cheeriest smoke in the valley." The leaf in her hand turned translucent, revealing tiny sunflowers blooming under a thatch of chimney bricks. The giant nodded approval. "Fine currency. Mind the ferryman, he's been moody since the otters hid his gears." Clockwork Lake sparkled with its own miniature cosmos, bioluminescent fish darting between submerged constellations. On the shore sat an ancient terrapin, his moss-dappled shell fitted with brass cogs that turned with liquid smoothness. "Tickets," he wheezed, steam puffing from nostrils. No memories, no metaphors, solid things only. Tilly patted her pockets, a walnut shell, a thimble, her last barley sugar wrapped in wax paper. The terrapin's eyes narrowed on the sweet. That'll do. If you don't mind soggy transport. His shell expanded like a rowboat as Tilly climbed aboard, cogs whirring to life. Midway across, the water began churning. Ah, the terrapin muttered, right on schedule. Up surged a water serpent made of liquid amber, its body rippling with trapped fireflies. Tilly's heart hammered until she noticed the creature wasn't attacking, it was sneezing. Pollen, it gurgled miserably, a sneeze dissolving its head momentarily. Dreadful, ah, ah. Thinking quickly, Tilly uncorked her tin water flask. Would a trade help, cool spring water for? She gestured at the thrashing creature. The serpent nodded eagerly. As Tilly poured her water into the lake, the creature's form stabilized into crystalline clarity. In return, it spat out a perfect pearl that stuck to her palm. For kindness, it burbled before diving deep. The terrapin deposited her on a shore of powdered moonstone. You'll want that pearl, he noted. Moon moths guard what lies yonder. Indeed, the cavern ahead swarmed with moths the size of dinner plates, wings patterned like stained glass. They swirled toward Tilly until the pearl glowed a gentle command to part. Through their fluttering curtain, she entered a grotto where roots cascaded from the ceiling like chandeliers, each tendril ending in a glowing pod. One pod lowered to her eye level, peeling open to reveal a mirror. But not of her face, it showed the village square at dawn, her mother singing while kneading dough, old Mr. Bramble teaching his parakeet to whistle polkas. As more pods opened, Tilly saw countless moments her sister's first steps, the winter the river froze into dragon shapes, the night the northern lights danced so low she could nearly touch them. But these are my memories, she whispered. Not quite. A woman emerged from the roots, or perhaps she was made of them, her hair flowering with night-blooming jasmine. These are moments the world remembers about you. See how you've woven into its tapestry. Tilly watched the scene of her leaving crumbs for field mice. But these are small things. The root woman smiled. There are no small things, only eyes that haven't learned to see. She pressed a seed into Tilly's hand. Plant this where your heart feels lightest. Dawn approached as Tilly retraced her steps, the pearl guiding her through quickening woods. She crossed paths once more with the forest giant, now singing lullabies to a sapling, and the hedgehog creature, who gifted her a tuft of pollen fur for sneezewort tea. Even the sighing stones bid farewell with a chorus of breezy notes. Back in her village garden, Tilly planted the seed near the well. By noon, a vine had spiraled up the stones, bearing flowers that changed color when sung to. Neighbors gathered, marveling old Mrs. Nettle even swore the blooms eased her arthritis. That night, Tilly found a blue firefly waiting by her windowsill. As she drifted to sleep, she could have sworn the shadows on her wall danced like walking trees and water serpents, and the wind carried a familiar honeycomb laugh. Years later, travelers would ask about the legendary crackling glade. Tilly simply smiled and served them tea in cups shaped like opening petals. The real magic, she'd say, stirring honey into her own cup, is learning the ordinary places are just enchanted worlds waiting to be seen. And if children sometimes followed peculiar fireflies into the woods, well, the village had come to understand that some paths choose you more than you choose them. Story 2. In a village hugged by hills that wore crowns of mist, there lived a quiet boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. A smooth pebble from Brook Hollow, a crow's cobalt feather, a walnut shell carved with mysterious markings. But the greatest treasure he ever found arrived on an autumn afternoon, when the world smelled of wood smoke and possibility. Milo had been scuffing through the amber-leafed lanes near the whispering woods when a glint caught his eye. There, nestled between gnarled roots, lay a thimble. Not just any thimble. This one was wrought of silvery metal that shimmered like starlight on water, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. As he slipped it onto his thumb, for it was too large for any finger, a strange warmth spread through his hand, and the air hummed faintly, as if the earth itself were singing a secret note. That night, as Milo lay in his garret room under a quilt stitched with constellations, the thimble began to glow. Shadows deepened in the corners, and from the wooden beams above crept a creature no taller than a teacup, a hedgehog with eyes like polished amber and quills that gleamed bronze. "Took you long enough," it huffed, balancing on its hind legs. "I've been waiting since the last blue moon." Milo sat up, clutching his blanket. "Who?" "Pippin," the hedgehog said, twitching his snout toward the thimble. "And you've just woken the guardian's key. Best put on some boots, we've roots to visit." The whispering woods had always been part of Milo's world, but never like this. With Pippin perched on his shoulder and the thimble's glow lighting their path, the trees seemed to lean in, murmuring greetings. Mossy stones glimmered with bioluminescent fungi, and the breeze carried snippets of laughter from unseen creatures. Yet beneath the wonder Milo sensed a tremor, a discordant note like a snapped lute string. "The heartroot is sick," Pippin explained as they picked their way through fiddlehead ferns. "It's why your village's crops have been withering, why the woods feel thinner. The thimble's meant for its keeper to mend things, but you'll need more than magic trinkets for this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, Elder Wynn, a willow tree spirit whose bark face creaked when she smiled. "Ah, the key-bearer," she rasped, her voice the sound of leaves skittering over stones. "To heal the heartroot you must brew light from 3 truths, courage that trembles, kindness that aches, and memory that bends without breaking." Milo frowned. "How do I brew light?" The willow's branches swayed in a soundless laugh. "You've already begun." The journey unfurled like a fern frond. In a valley veiled in perpetual twilight, they met a moth-winged girl named Lumen who'd forgotten her own name. "The shade-eaters stole it," she whispered, pointing to Inkai creatures that slithered through the trees, their forms flickering like corrupted flames. Pippin bristled. "They feed on fear, don't let them touch you." Milo's pulse raced as the shadows oozed closer. Then the thimble warmed on his thumb, and he remembered Elder Wynn's words. Stepping forward, he willed his voice steady. "We don't want to fight. What's made you so hungry?" The shade-eaters recoiled, hissing like steam on coals. But one, smaller than the rest, wavered. "The heartroot's song gone," it moaned. "Only echoes, we starve." Understanding dawned. These weren't mere predators, they were refugees. "We're going to heal it," Milo promised. "Come with us." The heartroot was a colossal tree at the wood's center, its trunk ribbed like 1,000 braided ropes. But its leaves were ashen, and through cracks in its bark pulsed a sickly violet light. Surrounding it stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces carved with the same symbols as Milo's thimble. "Place the key," urged Lumen, her wings fluttering nervously. As Milo pressed the thimble to the heartroot, the world dissolved into a whirl of visions, a young girl planting an acorn with laughter. A war that scarred the land. Generations of unseen guardians tending the tree. And then a fracture, a wound inflicted not by malice, but by neglect, as villagers grew too busy to remember the old ways. The thimble's glow intensified. It needs their stories, Milo realized. Not just magic, connection. Pippin nudged his ankle. "Well, get brewing, keeper." Milo closed his eyes. First, he summoned the trembling courage he'd felt facing the shade-eaters. Next, the ache of kindness, for Lumen's loneliness, for the shadow's hunger. Last memories, his mother's bread cooling on windowsills, the village children dancing round maypole ribbons, the weight of the thimble's trust. Golden light pooled in his palms, swirling with ember sparks. When he pressed the light into the heart root, the tree shuddered. Bark smoothed. Leaves flushed jade and gold. And from its branches rained luminous seeds that dissolved where they touched the shade-eaters, leaving translucent, owl-eyed beings blinking in wonder. Sprites. Lumen gasped. They'd been corrupted, you freed them. The walk home was sun-dappled and sweet with blackberry air. At the wood's edge, Pippin sniffed. Don't get cocky, keeper, roots need tending, and you've got a baker's boy to be. But as Milo crossed the meadow, he noticed changes. His mother's bread, once stale with worry, now overflowed her baskets. Children's laughter rang louder. And though the thimble no longer glowed, its warmth remained, a quiet hum like a heartbeat against his thumb. That night, as fireflies blinked outside his window, Milo placed the thimble on his nightstand. From the rafters came a familiar snuffling. Pip. Go to sleep, grumbled the hedgehog, curling into a cinnamon-scented loaf. He'd raided the kitchen. Guardians need their rest. And as Milo drifted into dreams of singing trees and sprites with moth-winged smiles, somewhere in the woods an ancient willow smiled, her branches cradling a boy's courage, kindness, and memories, a brew that would light the world for generations yet to come. Story 3. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-capped mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled in harmony with the breeze, and every garden grew with a touch of magic. Here, in a cottage with ivy-laced walls, lived a young herbalist named Tansy, whose hands could soothe feverish brows with her remedies, but trembled at the merest whisper of change. Tansy's days followed a rhythm as precise as the pendulum of the town clock. Dawn salves brewed from chamomile and honey, midday walks along the same mossy path, evenings spent cataloging herbs in journals bound with twine. Her greatest pride was her moon garden, where silver-leafed sage and jasmine that glowed like captured starlight thrived under her meticulous care. But one autumn morning, Tansy noticed a strangeness in the air, a crispness that lingered too long on her skin. Her moonflowers, which always unfurled at twilight, remained tightly shut. The sage's edges curled inward, brittle as old parchment. Panic fluttered in her chest like a trapped moth. She adjusted the soil's pH, whispered encouragement to the roots, even sang the lullabies her grandmother had taught her. Yet the garden grew paler each day, its magic dimming like a guttering candle. The turning point came when Tansy discovered a single crimson leaf nestled among the silver foliage, a maple leaf, vibrant and foreign. As she reached to pluck it, a voice like rustling paper murmured, "Not all that is unexpected is unwelcome." Startled, she turned to find Silas, the village's reclusive botanist, standing at her gate. His cloak was patched with lichen, and his eyes held the green-gold depth of sunlit forests. "Your garden mirrors your spirit, child," he said gently. "What withers in you withers here." Tansy's throat tightened. "But I've done everything the same as always." "Ah," Silas replied, kneeling to cradle a drooping moonflower, "perhaps that is the trouble." He pressed the seed into her palm, a peculiar thing, iridescent and warm. "Plant this where the earth feels most restless, but know this, it will grow only if you let it change." That night Tansy lay awake, the seed pulsing faintly beneath her pillow. At dawn she knelt where the crimson leaf had fallen and buried it deep. For 3 days nothing happened. On the 4th morning a shoot emerged, its stem twisting like braided moonlight. As Tansy watched, it grew not upward, but sideways, arcing toward the forgotten corner of her garden, where nettles and thorns choked the soil. "It's making a bridge," breathed a small voice. Tansy turned to see a hedgehog nestled in a pile of fallen leaves, its eyes bright as blackberries. I'm Bramble, it said, nose twitching. I've been watching you talk to your plants. They're very polite, but a bit bored, don't you think? Tansy blinked. Bored. They've been listening to the same stories for years. Bramble trundled forward, gesturing with a paw. That elderberry wants to climb a trellis. The lavender dreams of dancing in the wind, but you keep them trimmed and tidy like books on a shelf. A hot shame crept up Tansy's neck. I thought I was protecting them. Protecting isn't the same as nurturing, Bramble said softly. Come, your bridge is waiting. The magical vine had now stretched to the neglected corner, its leaves shimmering with dew. Heart pounding, Tansy stepped onto it. The world blurred. When her vision cleared, she stood in a glade where trees bore fruits like crystallized honey, and the air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked earth. Yet the ground quivered uneasily beneath her feet. This place is your garden's heart, Silas's voice echoed around her. It's been waiting for you to visit. Before Tansy could reply, the sky darkened. A storm swept in, not of rain, but of swirling maple keys and ash, stinging her cheeks. She stumbled, shielding her eyes, until Bramble's voice cut through the chaos. Breathe, Tansy, storms shape forests, let it teach you. Gritting her teeth, Tansy stopped fighting. She let the wind push her, let the keys slice past her, and slowly she noticed patterns in the storm, the way it carved space between the trees, how the oldest oaks bore scars that gleamed like amber. When the tempest passed, the glade had transformed. Saplings sprouted where debris had fallen, their leaves dappled gold. You see, Silas materialized beside a newborn stream. What bends does not break. Growth requires both storm and stillness. Over the following weeks, Tansy began to experiment. She let the elderberry climb, laughing as it tangled playfully with Bramble's vine bridge. She planted wild mint where rigid rosemary once stood, delighting in how its scent mingled with the jasmine. One evening, as she pruned a rose bush, she hesitated. What if I ruin its shape? Bramble nuzzled her hand. What if you give it room to find a new shape? The rose bush, freed from its constraints, bloomed in cascading waves of peach and cream. Word spread of Tansy's miraculous garden, and villagers came not just for remedies, but for solace. A widow found comfort in the storm-shaped glade. A homesick sailor took cuttings from the wandering elderberry. With each visitor, Tansy's heart stretched wider, discovering joy in the unexpected. On the first day of spring, the iridescent seed Silas had given her finally flowered. Its petals shifted colors like opals, and at its center hung a fruit resembling a tiny, glowing moon. When Tansy bit into it, warmth flooded her veins, and she saw visions. Her grandmother as a girl, planting the first moonflower, Silas tending saplings after a forest fire, her own future, a tapestry of seasons yet to come. That night, as fireflies blinked above the transformed garden, Tansy sat with Silas and Bramble, sipping tea from chamomile that had self-seeded in the cracks of her porch. I thought magic was about control, she mused. Magic is conversation, Silas replied, stroking Bramble's quills. We listen, we adapt, we trust that the world knows its own songs. Years later, travelers would speak of a healer whose remedies tasted of curiosity and courage, and a garden where silver moonflowers twined with crimson maples. They'd tell of a hedgehog who still naps in the elderberry's shade, and an old botanist whose laughter rustles the leaves. But the truest magic, they'd say, lies in the lesson woven through every petal and thorn, that the deepest roots are those that learn to stretch toward the unknown. And if you wander past that cottage at twilight, you might glimpse Tansy, her hair now streaked with gray, her hands stained with soil and possibility, teaching a child to plant a seed. Don't fear the storms, she'll whisper, as the first shoots rise toward the stars. They're just the earth learning to sing in a new key. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through centuries-old canopies, there existed a glade known only to its creatures as the Circle of Unfolding. Here the air hummed with the secret language of fireflies spelling out stories in midair, and streams carried not just water but fragments of half-remembered lullabies. It was autumn's peak, a time when maple leaves turned to stained glass and the earth smelled of cinnamon and damp parchment, and a young red fox named Tabby sat puzzling over a spiraled mushroom taller than his ears. "Something's wrong with the turning," murmured Orlin, the great horned owl whose feathers held the silvery gray of midnight fog. He perched on a birch branch, watching Tabby nudge the mushroom with his nose. The frost should have come to tuck the seeds to sleep, but the ground still whispers of summer. Tabby tilted his head, whiskers trembling. He'd noticed it too, mornings that should have nipped with cold instead lingered in a honeyed haze, as if autumn had forgotten to let go. The usually crisp edges of the world had softened, and the forest's rhythm swayed like a lopsided cradle. Even the guardian tree, an ancient oak whose roots cradled the heartspring of the woods, seemed uneasy, its golden leaves shivering despite the absence of wind. That evening, as Tabby followed the scent of roasted chestnuts to a burrow tucked between mossy stones, he found his friend Bramble, a hedgehog with quills like frosted pine needles, kneading clay into tiny pots. "The bees are drowsing too long in the clover," Bramble fretted, her paws leaving delicate ridges in the clay. "If winter doesn't whisper soon, the hives won't store enough sweetness to last the thaw." A chill unrelated to the weather crept down Tabby's spine. He thought of the stories the elder creatures told, of the time of stilled breath long ago, when the seasons had clashed like unruly winds and the guardian tree's heartspring nearly dried up. Only the unity of the forest's tribes had mended the rift. "We must consult the Keeper of Roots," Tabby decided, resolve firming his voice. Their journey led them through corridors of amberlit ferns and across a brook whose waters sang in overlapping rounds. By dawn they reached the Keeper's dwelling, a hollow beneath the guardian tree's roots, veiled by curtains of lichen. The Keeper, a venerable badger with a map of scars and constellations across her muzzle, greeted them with a nod. Her den smelled of loam and lavender, shelves lined with jars preserving everything from first snowflakes to the sigh of a dandelion's last seed. "The seasons are threads on a loom," she rasped, stirring a brew of moonflower and melted hoarfrost. "But the weaver's spindle is stuck. Look." She lifted a birch-bark scroll, its surface alive with glowing symbols only the Keeper could decipher. "Summer's thread hasn't released its hold. To free it, we must find where the imbalance begins." Tabby's ears pricked. "Where?" "Follow the ache," said the Keeper. "Listen to what the wind carries when it thinks no one is listening." Guided by the sorrowful croon of a northward breeze, Tabby and Bramble trekked to the forest's edge, where the trees thinned into a meadow. There, beneath a weeping willow whose branches draped like a mourner's shawl, they found the source of the stillness. A crystalline pool, its surface choked by a thicket of brambles blooming out of season. Roses the color of summer suns clambered over ice-encrusted reeds, their petals glowing unnaturally bright. "They're stealing the light," gasped Bramble. Indeed, the water beneath the brambles pulsed faintly, as if the pool itself were a heart struggling to beat. Tabby crept closer, nose twitching at the clash of scents, sickly sweet nectar overlying the clean sharpness of ice. A whimper sounded above them. High in the willow's branches huddled a creature none had seen in generations, a young seasoned spirit, her form flickering between autumn's russet and winter's pearl. Thorns coiled around her ankles, their roots sunk deep into the pool. "I only wanted to make the flowers happy," she wept. But the summer light grew greedy. Tabby understood then. The spirit, new to her role, had tried to prolong the warmth for the meadow's late-blooming flowers. But without winter's rest, the land couldn't breathe. The imbalance had rippled outward, ensnaring even her magic. Back in the circle of unfolding, the forest's creatures gathered. Otters with coats like liquid night, deer with antlers wrapped in ivy, moths whose wings painted stories in pollen. Orland soared overhead, directing fireflies to weave a net of soft light above the assembly. The keeper arrived, bearing a vial of heartspring water that glimmered with captured starlight. "To mend the weave," she declared, "we must give the seasons equal voice." One by one, the creatures stepped forward. Bramble placed her clay pots at the pool's edge, filling them with seeds that needed cold to awaken. Tabby offered a tuft of his fur, red as falling leaves, to honor autumn's journey. The otters sang a dirge of melting ice, while the moths dusted the brambles with sleet pollen. Finally, the keeper poured the heartspring water into the pool, its surface shivering into clarity. The seasoned spirit, her tears now glistening with shared strength, touched the water. "Forgive me," she whispered. "I'll listen better." Thorns dissolved into mist. The roses faded gently, their light seeping back into the earth, and the first snowflakes began to fall, not as a battle cry, but as a lullaby. In the days that followed, frost embroidered the meadows, and the guardian tree's roots drank deeply from the unblocked heartspring. Tabby watched as the young spirit, guided now by elder wind spirits, danced patterns of hoarfrost across ponds and coaxed dormant bulbs to dream of spring. On the longest night, when the forest gathered to share stories and candied hazelnuts, the keeper addressed Tabby with a twinkle in her milky eyes. "You sense the discord before most. Why?" Tabby glanced at Bramble, who was teaching field mice to weave hibernation blankets from thistledown. "The mushroom," he said. "It grew where it shouldn't have, like a word stuck in the middle of a song." The keeper nodded. "Remember this, harmony isn't the absence of change. It's the courage to let each note take its turn." As the fireflies dimmed their lanterns and the creatures nestled into their dens, the wind carried a new sound, the faint, contented rumble of the guardian tree's roots settling deeper into the earth. And high above, the seasoned spirit spun delicate snowflakes into the shape of a fox, a hedgehog, and an owl, their icy forms catching the moonlight before dissolving into the waiting soil. The forest once more breathed in perfect time. Story 5. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed like ancient scribes recording secrets in their bark, there lived a hedgehog named Thistle. Her spines held dewdrops that caught the first light of dawn like scattered prisms, and her paws knew every mossy stone along the brook of murmurs. For generations, her family had tended the moonpetal glade, a hidden meadow where flowers bloomed in shades of liquid moonlight, their petals releasing sighs of lavender and stardust when the evening wind stirred. One unseasonably warm winter morning, as Thistle arranged frost crystals into protective patterns around the moonpetal's roots, for even in their magic, the flowers needed shelter from extremes, she noticed the brook's song had changed. Where once its waters chuckled over pebbles in a melody older than the hills, now it gurgled thickly, carrying leaves browned before their time. The air tasted of burnt honey, and the pine needles overhead whispered anxious rumors in a language only hedgehogs and owls understood. "The balance knots are fraying," clucked Mother Wren at the council of beaks and paws that evening. Creatures crowded beneath the hollow oak's arched roots, squirrels with tails dipped in sunset orange, badgers wearing twilight stripes, fireflies sketching urgent glyphs in the air. Elder Moonshadow, an owl whose feathers held the patina of centuries, raised a wing. The assembly fell silent, save for the creak of his voice like wind through seasoned timber. 3 guardian spirits sleep in the forest's heart, ember of autumn's hearth, lumi of winter's breath, and verdantia of spring's awakening. When the great storm uprooted the sentinel pine last equinox, the doorway between their realms grew thin. Now their dreams bleed into one another, and the seasons know not their rhythm. A collective shiver passed through the gathering. Young Bramble the fox pup whimpered, pressing against his sister's russet fur. "Can't the stonekeepers mend it?" he asked, recalling tales of badger mystics who communed with mountain bones. "The stonekeepers' songs alone aren't enough," murmured Thistle, surprising herself. All eyes turned to her quivering spines. "The balance knots are woven from 3 threads: Earth's memory, sky's breath, and the between places where roots meet rivers. We need—" She hesitated, then stood taller. "We need gifts from each guardian's domain to reweave the pattern." Elder Moonshadow's amber eyes kindled. "Wisdom sprouts in unexpected soil. Who will journey to the season's threshold?" And so the quest began at first Frost's touch. A band of 6, Thistle with her knowledge of hidden paths, Bramble whose nose could scent sadness in the wind, Piper the water vole whose flute song softened even stubborn clay, Sorrel the hare reading cloud script as others read footprints, Tempo the crow mapping the world in stolen trinkets and rhymes, and Little Moss, a glowworm nymph cradled in a walnut shell, her light softer than a remembered dream. Their first trial came where the forest floor dropped into the cavern of echoing greens, a place where spring's first shoot and autumn's last leaf coexisted in uneasy truce. Vines heavy with unripe blackberries snaked across their path while maple seeds helicoptered upwards, defying gravity. "Ember's realm leaks here," said Sorrel, twitching her whiskers at a snowflake drifting through ferns. "We need an anchor of autumn to steady the way." Piper played a lament for fallen leaves until the cavern walls wept sap tears. Thistle caught one in a curled maple leaf, transforming it into an amber bead. As Tempo tied it to a cobweb bridge, the path solidified into cinnamon-scented light. They crossed just before the bridge dissolved into fireflies. Days melted into nights painted with the northern dancers, auroras that even crows could hear, their colors chiming like distant glass bells. In a valley where icicles grew upward from steaming pools, Lumi's influence waxed strong. Frost blossoms spiraled into the air, each petal a frozen whisper. Bramble sneezed a small snowstorm. "We're close," coughed Sorrel, her breath crystallizing into miniature clouds shaped like hedgehogs. It was Moss who found the way, her faint glow revealing pawprints in the ice, not etched on the surface, but suspended within, glowing faintly blue. "Their memories," realized Thistle. "The ice remembers every creature that ever crossed here." Following the oldest prints, massive, clawed, yet gentle in their depth, they reached a glacial archway. Within its curve hung a single icicle, its core swirling with trapped starlight. "A fragment of winter's patience," said Elder Moonshadow's voice, though the owl was leagues away. The companions realized then that the elder had woven his consciousness into Tempo's leftmost tail feather. But to claim it without shattering. Piper played a hopping tune that made the ice chuckle, while Bramble told jokes so terrible the glacier groaned in mock dismay. As the tension melted, Thistle caught the falling icicle in a blanket of moss. Winter's gift thrummed with the quiet strength of mountains. The final trial burned. Beyond the sulphurous mists of the dragon's sigh geysers lay Ember's domain, a grove where trees smoldered without consuming themselves, their canopies holding eternal sunset. Maple keys spiraled down as glowing embers, and the air tasted of burnt caramel. "Mind the flame foxes," warned Sorrel as translucent creatures darted between trunks, their tails scattering sparks. "They'll lead you astray for the pleasure of seeing you dance." True to her word, the foxes wove illusions, feasts of roasted chestnuts that dissolved into ash, paths that promised shortcuts but spiraled into cinder fields. Thistle's paws ached, her nose twitching at the ever-thickening smoke. It was Moss, cupped in Tempo's beak, who noticed the true path. "The sorrowful flame," she glimmered, indicating a lone wisp flickering indigo amid oranges. They followed it to a clearing where a sapling writhed, part flame, part wood, its roots sinking into molten stone. "Verdentious sapling," gasped Bramble. "It's caught between seasons." Without hesitation, Thistle placed the amber bead at its base, Piper played a spring rain melody, and sorrel-scattered hoarfrost collected from Lumi's realm. The sapling stilled. From its branches unfurled a single leaf, its veins pulsing with all four seasons' hues. As it detached, the grove sighed, flames dimming to embers, then to rich soil where fireflies took root as flowers. At the season's threshold, a stone circle where four archways stood, one overgrown, one icy, one ablaze, one vibrant, the companions worked. Thistle braided the amber bead, the starlit icicle, and the sapling leaf into the balanced knots adorning each arch. Tempo recited the crow's canticle, passed down from his storm-chasing ancestors. Moss glowed brighter, her light stitching shadows into harmony. When the last knot tightened, the archways flared, gold, silver, crimson, jade, then dimmed to soft luminescence. Snow began falling properly, gentle and purposeful, while beneath the blanket, roots dreamed of spring. They returned to find the moonpetal glade restored, the brook's song clear as a kitten's purr. Elder Moonshadow greeted them with a rare smile. "You've learned," he said simply, "that balance isn't stillness, but the art of graceful falling, trusting others to catch what slips from your grasp." Years later, when Thistle's own prickly pups asked how seasons found their rhythm, she'd lead them to the glade. There, Piper's descendants would play flutes carved from the sentinel pine's remains, and fireflies would trace the story in luminous arcs, a tale of small paws mending vastness, of friendship that warmed even winter's heart, and of a world forever healing through countless tiny, tender acts. And if wanderers in the whispering woods ever stumble upon a maple tree with amber sap that hums when the wind stirs, or an icicle that refracts memories instead of light, they'll know, as all wise creatures do, that the forest's magic lies not in its mysteries, but in its endless, patient teaching of how to belong. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the hearth of a snug cottage nestled between whispering pines, where moonlight filtered through lace curtains to paint silver patterns on a well-worn rug. In this quiet hour, a small girl named Clara knelt beside an oak chest that smelled of cedar and forgotten summers, her fingers brushing against a tarnished teapot buried beneath yellowed linens. Its surface, dulled by time, glimmered faintly, as if remembering starlight. Clara had always been a listener of silence, the kind of child who heard stories in creaking floorboards and glimpsed faces in the knots of ancient trees. Tonight the teapot hummed a vibration so faint it might have been mistaken for the house settling, but she felt it in her mitten-softened palms. When she polished its curved belly with the edge of her nightgown, the room filled with the scent of chamomile and something older, sweeter, like sunlight trapped in honeycomb. A spout-shaped door appeared where the wall had been, framed by ivy that rustled without wind. Through it stretched a path of glowing pebbles, each one pulsing like a heartbeat. Clara hesitated only a moment before stepping through, the teapot cradled close, her woolen socks whispering against stones that warmed her feet as she walked. The path led to a glen where mushrooms glowed amber in the twilight, their caps wide enough to shelter the plump hedgehog who waddled forward, spectacles balanced precariously on his snout. "Ah, the keeper's teapot has chosen well," he declared in a voice like gravel rolling downhill. "I'm Mr. Prickleton, chronicler of the Glimmering Vale. You'll be needing guides, I expect." Before Clara could reply, a breeze scattered maple keys in a spiral, resolving into a tall heron with feathers the color of storm clouds. "And I," the bird intoned, dipping her beak, "am Ophelia, keeper of crossings." Her voice flowed like water over river stones, calm but insistent. "The veil fades, child. The teapot's magic weakens each moon cycle, as does its guardian." Guardian. Clara's thumb traced the teapot's handle, now shimmering with veins of gold. "Mr." Prickleton adjusted his spectacles. "Thalia, spirit of the hearth, weaver of small comforts. She's grown lonely, you see. Magic needs remembering to thrive." His eyes softened. Few humans truly see anymore. So began their journey through valleys where brooks sang in harmonies only patient listeners could unravel, over hills where stones murmured memories of ancient tides. Clara learned to walk softly, to cup her hands around fireflies that lit their way like living lanterns, and to listen, not just with ears, but with the quiet spaces between breaths. In a hollow beneath a willow's roots, they found Thalia. The guardian's form flickered like a candle nearing its end, her hair a cascade of smoke, eyes holding the deep green of forests seen in dreams. Around her lay fragments of pottery, shattered cups, a cracked saucer, each whispering with faint, sad voices. They were my companions, Thalia sighed, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. Forgotten then broken, when their stories faded, so did my strength. Ophelia's wings rustled in distress. Without Thalia the Teapot's magic dies. The veil, all places where wonder hides, will vanish into shadow. Clara knelt, careful not to step on the ceramic shards. One piece, a handle painted with forget-me-nots, trembled at her touch. They're not gone, she realized. Their stories are still here, just lost. Mr. Prickleton's nose twitched. Can you mend them, lass, not the pottery, the tales? The answer came as Clara remembered winter evenings with Gran stitching quilts from fabric scraps as stories bloomed between them. Maybe, she breathed. Pressing the teapot to her chest, she began to speak, not inventing, but revealing. This cup, she murmured, lifting a fragment edged in gold, belonged to a sailor who sipped mint tea in every port. He pressed flowers from foreign lands between its pages. The shard glowed, and in its surface danced the image of a ship cresting emerald waves. Piece by piece, Clara unearthed histories, a saucer that held oatcakes for a woodcutter's children, a sugar bowl that sweetened a midwife's tea during long nights of waiting, a creamer jug that accompanied a poet's dawn musings. With each tale, Thalia's form grew more substantial, her smoke hair brightening to spun silver. Yet one piece resisted, a spout fragment blackened by fire. Its story scalded Clara's palms when she touched it. This was in a house that burned, she whispered. The owner saved it from the ashes, but couldn't save her books. She wept into it every night. Thalia trembled. Some stories are too heavy for one heart to hold. But not for many, Clara said firmly. Taking Ophelia's feather and Mr. Prickleton's spectacles, she laid them crossed over the shard. Share the weight, she urged the guardian. Let others help carry it. The veil itself seemed to lean closer as Thalia cradled the spout. Slowly, gently, the guardian began to sing, a wordless melody that held the ache of loss and the fragile hope that follows. The shard's edges softened, its scorch marks bloomed into a pattern of phoenix wings. When the last story settled into place, Thalia's tears fell as liquid starlight, mending the pottery into a perfect constellation at her feet. The teapot in Clara's hands blazed like captured dawn, its surface now etched with scenes from their journey. You've done what force never could, Ophelia said, wonder in her voice. You listen the world whole. As dawn tinged the horizon, Clara returned home, the teapot now warm against her chest. In the following years, she filled it with stories, her own and others, pouring cups of courage for nervous classmates, steam shaped like lions for sick neighbors, laughter-infused tea for grand stiff joints. The spout door appeared often, through which glimmering helpers delivered thimble-sized remedies and maple key letters. On the eve of her grandmother's passing, Clara placed the teapot in trembling hands. Keep it close, she whispered. Gran's sigh carried contentment as her fingers traced the etched phoenix. O child, I always did. Now, in a house where firelight still dances with shadow, the teapot rests on a mantel, whispering stories to those who pause to listen. Sometimes, when moonlight strikes its surface just so, a hedgehog's chuckle or heron's cry escapes, reminders that wonder persists in quiet corners, waiting for gentle hands to lift the lid. And in dreams the vale endures, a refuge where broken things find their songs, tended by a guardian whose laughter rings clear as a bell, and a girl who learned that healing begins when someone says, "Tell me." Story 7. In the heart of the silverwood, where tree trunks gleamed like frosted starlight and ferns unfurled into emerald trumpets each dawn, there thrived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the air hummed with the secret language of fireflies tracing constellations in the dusk, and streams carried not just water but fragments of moonlight dissolved to liquid silver. It was in this realm of whispering moss and dappled shadows that a young hedgehog named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. One crisp morning that should have smelled of ripe blackberries and sun-warmed pine, Thistle's quills prickled with unease as she nibbled elderberry clusters near Foxglove Hollow. The usual autumn symphony, the rustle of scarlet leaves practicing their final waltz, the distant percussion of acorns hitting soft earth, had gone quiet. Maple leaves clung stubbornly to branches, their edges still summer green despite the frost-kissed air. Even the luminous river, which normally swirled with amber and crimson currents in autumn, flowed dull as tarnished pewter. "Grandmother Mossback will know what's wrong," Thistle murmured, her tiny paws sinking into velvet moss as she journeyed toward the ancient stone ridge where the old tortoise dwelled. The forest breathed around her, a sigh through pine needles, a shudder in the willow's trailing hair, as if the land itself were trying to speak. Grandmother Mossback's shell, etched with patterns older than the oldest oak, glimmered with dew when Thistle found her basking beneath the council tree. "Ah, little one," rumbled the tortoise, her voice like wind through hollow reeds, "you've felt it too, the seasons holding their breath." She lifted her head, milky eyes seeing beyond the visible. "The season spinners haven't woven their threads. Without their dance, autumn cannot deepen, nor winter take root." Thistle's nose twitched. The spinners of the stories, the ones who spin moonlight into frost and sunlight into blossoms. Just so. Mossback nudged a dried persimmon pod with her claw. Long ago, when the world was young noise, they danced in the stone grove under every full moon. But generations passed, the grove was forgotten, and the spinners slipped into slumber. Her neck creaked as she turned toward the north. "Find the grove, child, wake them with the old gifts, the honeycomb of shared labor, the song of roots drinking deep, the map of stars remembered." Thus began Thistle's pilgrimage through landscapes that blurred the line between earth and enchantment. In a meadow where grass grew in crystalline spirals, she met a family of field mice weaving nests from thistledown and spider silk. They gifted her a lantern crafted from a walnut shell, filled with glowing aphids who sang in tiny, chiming voices. "For when the dark feels too heavy," squeaked the eldest mouse, its whiskers dusted with pollen. 3 nights later, as cold mists coiled around Thistle's paws, the lantern's light revealed a path of mushrooms glowing like scattered moons. They led her to a badger with fur like storm clouds, who tended a garden of ice orchids that bloomed only in the hush before dawn. "Take this," grunted the badger, offering a petal that shimmered with trapped starlight. The spinners crave reminders of time's fleeting beauty. When the first true snow began to fall, late and uncertain like a guest doubting its welcome, Thistle crested a hill and gasped. There stood the stone grove, 7 monoliths arranged in a circle, their surfaces carved with runes that flickered like dormant fireflies. At the center lay a pool so still, it seemed a piece of the night sky had fallen to earth. Remembering Mossback's words, Thistle placed the starlit orchid petal upon the water. It floated, casting prismatic light across the stones. Next, she crushed the honeycomb gifted by bees near the misty falls, its sweetness merging with the pool's water. Finally, lifting the walnut lantern high, she sang the oldest hedgehog lullaby, a melody of earthworms wriggling through soil, of raindrops kissing bracken, of roots whispering secrets in the dark. The grove awoke in a breath. Runes blazed gold along the monoliths as figures emerged from the stones, tall and willowy, their forms shifting between mist and flesh. The seasoned spinners glided forward, robes swirling with leaf patterns, hair streaming autumn red and winter white. Their leader, crowned with icicles and oak leaves, touched Thistle's forehead with fingers that smelled of wood smoke and dill. "Small gardener of hope," the spinner intoned, voice echoing with the crackle of hearths and the rush of thawing streams, "you've reminded us that stories need listeners as much as tellers." They raised their arms, and the very air rippled. Thistle watched in awe as the spinners wove threads of light between their fingers, gold for sunlight, silver for frost, emerald for sap's rise. The threads snaked upward, mending the frayed edges of the sky. Maple leaves blushed crimson mid-fall. The luminous river swirled again with topaz currents, carrying a flotilla of persimmon boats sailed by enthusiastic water beetles. By the time Thistle returned to Foxglove Hollow, winter had settled properly, a gentle, quilting snow tucking the forest into rest. Grandmother Mossback waited beneath the council tree, where fireflies now pulsed in time with distant stars. "You see," the tortoise said as Thistle snuggled into the dry ferns beside her. "Balance isn't a single thread but a tapestry, and every creature holds a needle." Years later, when a young rabbit would fret over the tardiness of spring blossoms, Thistle would stroke her aged quills and begin, "Have I told you about the time the seasons forgot to turn?" And the fireflies would gather close, their light blending with the stars, as the forest listened once more. Story 8. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. "Nonsense," her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leela's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leela followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the whispering lantern. We've been expecting you." Leela blinked. "Expecting me." "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leela's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leela's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the ember stone. The journey begins. Leela agreed to help, joined by Bramble, the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leela stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leela closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leela glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leela saw Sorrel staring at a tree, showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leela knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave, dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. "Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache." The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. "You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this." She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. "Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together." The shade recoiled, its form fraying. No one ever stayed, no one cared. "I care," Leela said gently. "Let me help you carry the loneliness." A tear slipped down the shade's inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the emberstone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the emberstone. "Plant it where your world needs warmth," she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue, the light that remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, "The truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away." And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. Story 9. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bakery windows glowed like honeycomb cells, something peculiar began unfolding as the autumn moon waxed full. Each night at precisely 8 bells, every lantern in the town square would blink out simultaneously, leaving townsfolk fumbling with tinderboxes while the warm scent of spiced cider hung unfinished in the crisp air. 12-year-old Tansy noticed it first while collecting chestnuts beneath the old sentinel oak. Her boots crunched rhythmically through fallen leaves until the familiar pop of extinguished flames made her turn. Through the twilight she watched as the lamplighter's pole slipped from old Mr. Burrow's grasp, his whiskery face upturned as dozens of lantern flames detached like glowing dandelion seeds, swirling westward toward the mist-shrouded bramblewood. "They're not going out," she whispered to her prickly companion, a hedgehog named Nettle who rode in her apron pocket. "They're being called." The next evening found Tansy perched on a frost-kissed bench, a woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother wrapped thrice around her neck. In her lap sat a jam jar filled with luminous moss and 3 raisins, Nettle's idea of emergency provisions. As the church bell tolled its 8th sonorous note, she held her breath. Lantern flames stretched into golden threads, slipping through iron filigree to dance above the cobblestones. "Quickly," she urged, jogging after the luminous procession. Nettle's tiny claws gripped her collar as they followed the trail past the murmuring mill wheel, through a thicket where silver birch bark gleamed like ancient parchment. The flames congregated above a crumbling stone well long claimed by ivy, spiraling downward into darkness. Tansy's courage faltered until a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass spoke behind her. "They seek to mend what was fractured." A badger stood on hind legs, spectacles balanced precariously on his black-striped nose. In his paws lay an astrolabe crusted with stardust, its brass rings humming faintly. "Professor Thistledown," he introduced himself with a bow. "Keeper of sideways moments and lost luminescence. You've excellent timing, child, the moon's in the house of mending." As Tansy helped the badger polish a viewing lens the size of a soup plate, he explained the well wasn't a well at all, but a temporalis fissure, a fold between moments. "Long ago, fire sprites lit these woods," he murmured. But frightened villagers built lanterns to replace them, wounding the old pact between flame and forest. Deep below, the gathered lantern lights pulsed in distress. Through the lens, Tansy glimpsed fragmented memories. A sapling's first sunrise, a fox kit's startled laughter, the village founder shaking hands with a glowing creature made of crackling twigs. "The sprite's memories are fading," Thistledown sighed. "Without them, your lanterns will gutter forever by winter solstice." Dawn found them in the badger's burrow library, shelves carved between tree roots and lined with crystallized dewdrops containing historical scents. Tansy sneezed twice. 1776 smelled strongly of burnt toast, while Nettle organized acorn caps of herbal tea. "We need something that carries both human warmth and wild light," Tansy mused, watching steam rise from her cup. Her mittened finger traced the knit stitches of her scarf, each loop a tiny vessel. Like Nana's stories. She sat upright, scattering chestnut shells. "She says every stitch holds a memory. What if we—" The plan unfolded like a map in firelight. For 3 days and nights, the village buzzed with gentle industry. Children braided garlands of dried marigolds, while elders sang ballads into hollow gourds. Bakers kneaded cinnamon into bread shaped like owls and hedgehogs. When the preparations were complete, the entire populace gathered at the well under Thistledown's direction, each person holding an item infused with personal history. A midwife's first blanket, a fisherman's luck-knotted net, Tansy's own scarf now interwoven with Nettle's quills. As the 8th bell chimed, lantern flames rose once more, but this time the villagers offered their memory vessels in unison. Golden threads wove through embroidered hopes and whispered lullabies, becoming a bridge between past and present. From the well emerged flickering forms with eyes like banked hearths, their crackling speech translating through the offered memories. "You kept our light but forgot our names. We kept your warmth but feared your flames. Let thread be twine and song be spark, to mend the stitch torn in the dark." The fire sprites and lantern flames merged into constellations above the square. Where they touched ground, new plants sprouted, moonfire vines whose blossoms glowed amber at dusk and silver at dawn, their roots knitting the earth's hidden fractures. Now, when Willowmere's children press ears to the sentinel oak, they hear faint laughter like leaves rustling. Nettle, who gained a rather distinguished waistcoat from the event, can often be found lecturing young hedgehogs on the importance of emergency raisins. And if lanterns occasionally flicker in patterns that look suspiciously like badgers dancing, well, that's simply how stories weave themselves into the world's great tapestry, one mended stitch at a time. Story 10. In a village hugged by amber hills and crowned with perpetual autumn leaves, there lived a girl named Thalia, whose hands trembled at the thought of change. She brushed her hair the same way each dawn, walked the same cobblestone path to the moss-capped well every afternoon, and whispered the same wish to the stars each night: let things stay as they are. Her heart clung to routines like ivy to stone, finding comfort in the rhythm of sameness. Yet the world around her hummed a different tune, a melody of shifting seasons and whispered transformations, even in their eternally autumnal valley. Thalia's dearest companion was an ancient maple tree at the edge of the village, its branches cradling a treehouse she'd built plank by plank over the years. Its leaves, gilded and russet, never fell, until one crisp evening they did. She stood breathless as the first leaf spiraled to her feet, its edges curling like a sleeping child. Panic fluttered in her chest. "No," she pleaded, pressing the leaf back onto its branch. "You mustn't let go." But by morning the tree stood skeletal against a plum-colored sky, its treasure of leaves carpeting the ground in a crackling mosaic. That night, as Thalia mourned in her treehouse, a sound wove through the wind. A silver fox sat beneath the bare branches, tail flicking like liquid moonlight. "Little keeper of constants," it said, voice like a brook over smooth stones, "you've mistaken stillness for strength. Come see what your tree remembers." When the fox turned toward the forbidden stretch of forest where shadows danced too fluidly to be trees, Thalia hesitated, then followed. The woods unfolded in layers of magic. Ferns glowed cobalt where the fox's paws brushed them, and trees bent their trunks into archways as if greeting an old friend. They arrived at a clearing where the air shimmered like heat over a candle, and there stood the maple, not barren, but ablaze with spring's tender green. Thalia reached for a leaf, only to watch the scene ripple. Summer leaves unfurled, thick and emerald, then autumn's gold, winter's bare elegance, and back again in a breath. "This is the grove of becoming," said the fox. "Here all living things dance their truest rhythm. Your tree's roots drink from these soils." A figure emerged from the maple's trunk, a woman woven from bark and starlight, her hair cascading willow branches. "Child," spoke the guardian of roots, "you've loved me best as amber and ochre, but to forbid my winter rest is to silence half my song." She pressed a hand to Thalia's chest, and suddenly, Thalia was the seed, aching to split her shell. She was the sapling bending in storms, learning suppleness. She was the mature tree letting acorns fall, though it hurt to watch them roll away. When she returned to herself, tears patterned her cheeks like morning dew. "I didn't understand," she whispered. The guardian smiled. "Understanding grows best in the soil of experience. Tend to the grove a while and listen." Days melted into weeks as Thalia learned the grove's language. She helped badgers shed their winter-heavy coats, singing to them as the fox taught her, songs that loosened old fur like petals ready to fall. She guided maple seeds in their spiral dances earthward, though her throat tightened each time. One twilight, as she pressed a palm to a trembling sapling, its fear of growing tall thrumming through her veins, she found herself humming, "Little one, your fear is the soil where courage blooms. Feel it, then rise." The words startled her. They weren't the fox's wisdom, nor the guardian's, they were her own. When the first frost painted the village, the fox led her home. Thalia's maple stood bare but radiant, hoarfrost jeweling its branches. She climbed not to her treehouse, but sat cross-legged beneath the tree, back against its trunk. The wind carried a leaf, not autumn's work, but a single spring-green bud unfurling midair. It landed in her lap, fragile and fearless. "You're changing," came a voice. Milo, the village baker's son, stood holding a basket of cinnamon buns, his apron dusted with flour. He'd often left treats in her treehouse when she forgot meals during her vigil over the leaves. "I'm trying not to mind it," Thalia admitted, surprised at her own honesty. Milo sat beside her, warmth radiating from him like a hearth. "Mrs. Nettle's cherry blossoms fell early this year. She's been cross as two sticks about it." He nodded toward the grumpy herbalist's cottage, where indeed the blossom-laden tree now stood half bare. "Maybe she needs someone to teach her about." He twirled a finger at the frost-gilded grove. "Whatever magic you've been learning." Thalia's laugh startled a nearby sparrow into flight. "I'm hardly a teacher." But that night, as she left a pot of resilient wintergreen herbs on Mrs. Nettle's stoop with a note, "Some losses make room for new gains," she wondered. Winter deepened. Thalia still visited her maple daily, but now she came with tools, not to preserve but to nurture. She mulched its roots with the compost of last year's leaves, whispering thanks for their service. When villagers came seeking solace for their own fears of change, a blacksmith's apprentice dreading his master's retirement, a grandmother unsettled by her hand's new tremor, Thalia listened, then shared stories from the grove. Not as lessons, but as gifts, the sapling that grew strongest after bending, the stream that carved new paths when ice dammed its flow. On the spring equinox, the guardian appeared in Thalia's dreams. "It's time," she murmured. Thalia knew. She walked to the village square where neighbors gathered, fretting over melted ice cellars and lambing seasons come too soon. Clearing her throat, she began, "Have I told you about the fox who feared its own shadow?" As she spoke, something bloomed, not just the listener's relieved laughter, but along her maple's branches. Buds swelled ruby red, then burst into leaves not of autumn gold, but spring's tender green. Seasons, it seemed, had finally found their balance. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the village where trees bloomed 2 seasons at once, autumn's fire and spring's hope intertwined. They'd meet a woman with bark-smudged hands and a fox-shaped brooch, who served spiced cider and stories in equal measure. "Change," she'd say, watching children leap into leaf piles, "is just life's way of breathing. You needn't fear it, only remember to breathe with it." And in the grove of becoming, if you're very quiet, you might hear the guardians whisper to the fox, "See how her roots have grown, they touch mine now." To which the fox would flick its moonlit tail and purr, "All the best stories do." Story 11. In the velvet hush of twilight, where fireflies scribbled golden secrets across the thickening air, there existed a woodland older than the first human whisper. Here, beneath a cathedral canopy of maple and oak, lived a prickly hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even on the driest mornings. His home nestled between the roots of an ancient cedar known as elder birch, whose bark bore constellations of lichen that glowed faintly blue when the moon waxed full. The forest thrived on an unspoken rhythm, spring's first crocus unfurling precisely as the ice cracked in the silver stream, summer's honeysuckle blooming when the starflowers closed their eyes, autumn's leaf fall beginning the moment the last blackberry ripened. This balance was guarded by the guardian tree, an enormous hawthorn at the forest's heart, whose branches cradled 4 crystalline orbs representing the seasons. But one crisp evening, as Thistle nibbled elderberry tart at the edge of Mossbell Clearing, he noticed the air tasted metallic, like a storm without rain. The guardian tree's winter orb had developed a hairline crack, leaking silvery frost into the autumn air. "Elder birch," Thistle whispered, pressing his paw to the cedar's weathered trunk, "the swallows are building nests upside down, and the trout are swimming in circles." The tree's voice emerged as a creaking hum, felt more than heard. "The season's loom has dropped a thread. Seek the weavers, but remember, little needle, mending requires different hands. Thus began Thistle's journey beneath a peculiar half-moon that cast shadows in the shape of question marks. He first visited Bramble, a mole whose velvet nose could smell decaying harmony 3 hills away. "The earth song is off-key," Bramble murmured, claws tracing vibrations in the soil. "The winter roots grow restless without their crystal's lullaby." Together they gathered acorn caps filled with midnight, due to anoint the cracked orb. Their path next wound to Sorrel, a fox whose coat held autumn's entire palette. She taught them to collect 7 types of falling leaves: crimson maple, butterscotch elm, burgundy dogwood, each whispering a memory of cyclical endings as they drifted downward. "Change without closure is just loss," Sorrel said gently, weaving the leaves into a makeshift bandage with her brush-like tail. When an early blizzard nearly buried them near Frostfern Hollow, it was Wren who saved them, a snow-haired owl whose feathers mimicked shifting clouds. "The weather's knitting itself backwards," she hooted, fanning her wings to part the snow. "We need summer's breath to counter this." From her talons swung a honeycomb lantern, its hexagonal cells holding captured sunlight from the year's longest day. The final challenge came at the guardian tree itself, where the fractured orb pulsed erratically. Thistle's quills bristled as mismatched seasons collided: cherry blossoms freezing mid-fall, icicles blooming into roses, a sunbeam solidifying like amber. "Now," squeaked Bramble, pouring dew into the crack. Sorrel pressed her leafy compress while Wren shattered the honeycomb, releasing liquid gold to seal the breach. Thistle, remembering Elder Birch's advice, did what hedgehogs do best: he curled into a living knot, his quills channeling the forest's collective hope into a single concentrated spark. With a sound like 100 thawing rivers, the orb healed. Seasons snapped back into their proper order, but softer now, edges blurred with newfound compassion. Winter's orb, once clear as ice, now held a swirl of autumn russet and spring green at its core. The forest exhaled. In the aftermath, as the first true snow fell like powdered starlight, the creatures gathered in Mossbell Clearing. Elder Birch's roots had pushed up tables of fragrant cedar wood, laden with hazelnut truffles and cinnamon-steamed milk. Wren recited an epic poem about resilient roots, Bramble composed a dirt drum symphony, and Sorrel danced flames into shapes of legendary heroes. Thistle, nibbling a snowflake-speckled blackberry, realized the true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the quiet certainty of creatures who knew their part in the tapestry. Years later, when a young rabbit would panic over unseasonal frost, Thistle would lead her to the guardian tree. "See how winter's orb embraces those autumn leaves," he'd say, whiskers twitching. "The mending left it stronger, our cracks let others light in." And high above, Elder Birch would hum a lullaby older than time, while the fireflies wrote new stories in the dark. Story 12. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Tansy who could find anything anyone lost, except her own courage. Her hands knew the language of search, fingers tracing patterns in the air like dowsing rods, leading her to misplaced spectacles and vanished thimbles. But when clouds bruised the sky and wind rattled the shutters, Tansy would curl beneath her patchwork quilt, certain the world held too many shadows for her small heart to bear. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting old widow Hemsley's runaway knitting needles, Tansy stumbled upon a curious depression in the moss behind the mill. There lay a teapot no larger than her palm, its porcelain body cracked like a spider's web, painted with forget-me-nots that glimmered even in the weak sunlight. As she brushed dew from its surface, the spout exhaled a ribbon of steam smelling of cinnamon and freshly turned book pages. "Well now," clinked a voice like china tapping china. "Only took you 9 decades to stumble here, little searcher." Tansy nearly dropped the teapot. A plump hedgehog with spectacles made of acorn caps waddled from the ferns, squinting up at her. "Mr. Bramblethorn, memory keeper, at your service, though I'd have preferred you brought biscuits." Thus began Tansy's education in the Teapot of Thresholds, a vessel that could brew not tea, but memories. Each crack represented a century of recollections stewed within it, Mr. Bramblethorn explained as they sat cross-legged on the moss. "Pour starlight through the handle at midnight, whisper a wish into the steam, and it'll show you a memory that wants finding. But mind the cracks, child, some memories bite." Tansy's first test came when Granny Marin's hands began forgetting how to braid her hair. The old woman would pause mid-plait, fingers hovering like confused moths, eyes clouded as winter windows. "The memory moths have nibbled her threads," Mr. Bramblethorn tutted, pawing through the teapot steam which now showed Granny Marin as a girl, burying a silver locket beneath the willow tree. "Fetch that trinket, and we'll weave the memory back whole." The journey to the willow required passing through the hollows, a place where lost things pooled like rainwater. Tansy's breath hitched at the edge of that twilit valley, where umbrellas roosted in trees like giant bats and single gloves crawled mournfully through the ferns. A figure emerged from the gloom, a tall youth with hair like tarnished copper and a coat sewn from maps. "Wanderer," he introduced himself, offering a hand adorned with compasses. "I guide what's misplaced when the stars consent." Together they navigated the sighing hollows, Wanderer humming a tune that made the path unspool like ribbon. At the willow, roots nodded into a puzzle box. Tansy's fingers danced instinctively, tracing the solution written in whorls of bark. The locket emerged, warm as a just-snuffed candle, engraved with a melody. "Play that on your reed flute," Mr. Bramblethorn advised back home. As the notes floated into the teapot steam, the memory unfolded, young Granny Marin hiding the locket to protect it from floodwaters, the song her mother hummed while sewing. When Tansy pressed the locket into Granny's palms, the old woman's eyes cleared like dawn breaking. "Why, it's the lullaby lily," she breathed, resuming the braid with steady hands. "Sang this when your mother was born, little sparrow." But the teapot's cracks widened that night, leaking memories that pooled on the floor, a sobbing bride, a soldier's last letter, a child's burnt birthday cake. "It's failing," Mr. Bramblethorn fretted as porcelain flakes drifted like snow. "Memories need tending, not trapping. You must help them rest." The true challenge arrived with the first frost. A shadow seeped from the teapot's largest crack, the forgotten king, a memory so bitter it had curdled into a specter. Crowned in tarnished hourglasses, he swept through the village draining color from quilts and laughter from children's voices. "All will fade," he intoned, ice forming in his footprints. "Why cling to what cannot last?" Tansy stood shivering in the square, clutching the teapot. Courage, she realized, wasn't the absence of fear. It was love holding hands with fear and walking anyway. With Wanderer's coat billowing navigational constellations and Mr. Bramblethorn reciting mnemonics like battle hymns, she brewed the most dangerous memory of all, the forgotten king's own. The steam revealed not a tyrant, but a lonely prince painting stars on his bedroom ceiling while his father waged wars below. "You don't have to be their anger," Tansy whispered. The specter froze as memory melted into him, the smell of turpentine, the ache of untouched toys, the first time he'd mixed cobalt and silver to capture the Milky Way. "Oh," the forgotten king sighed, his icy armor becoming a boy's smock smeared with paint. "I'd forgotten, I made something beautiful once." As he dissolved into stardust, villagers emerged blinking into the restored dawn. They brought memories to the teapot, not to trap but to share. The baker contributed the scent of his first loaf, the blacksmith the clang of his father's anvil. Tansy poured them into the brook where memories rippled outward, becoming part of the village's heartbeat. When the teapot finally crumbled, Its shards sank into the earth and sprouted into porcelain flowers that chimmeled in the wind. Mr. Bramblethorn retired inside a particularly plump peony. Wanderer continued his eternal trek with a new star stitched into his coat, and Tansy discovered courage had been growing in her all along, watered by shared stories and the understanding that even broken things hold beauty. Now when storms rattle the shutters, Tansy curls not with fear, but with Granny Marin's locket humming against her chest. Outside, memory lilies glow softly, reminding all who pass that what we cherish never truly fades. It simply changes form and continues. Story 13. In the velvet-hued valley where Twilight lingered like a contented cat, there existed a village where Teapot sang lullabies when boiled and fireflies threaded themselves into curtains after dark. It was here, between the cobblestone paths polished by centuries of clogs and the thatched roof sprouting rosemary shingles, that the troubles began on a morning veiled in peculiar mist, a mist that left silver coins of dew clinging to windowsills, each drop containing a tiny, swirling galaxy. The first sign came when the baker awoke to find her cherrywood rolling pin replaced by a branch of living crystal, its facets humming with the faint melody of a music box. By noon, 3 more villagers discovered similar swaps. A blacksmith's hammer turned to polished moonstone, a gardener's shears transformed into blades of woven light, and old Mrs. Nettleby's woolen socks replaced by pairs of cloud-soft moths that fluttered contentedly around her ankles. The town square buzzed with theories, a prankish wind sprite, a spell gone awry at the Wizards' Academy across the river. But 12-year-old Mira, whose patched cloak held pockets of sunflower seeds and curiosity, noticed what others overlooked. Every swapped object had been left near a cluster of lavender, its purple blooms dusted with iridescent pollen no one could name. That evening, as chimney smoke braided itself into the indigo sky, Mira tucked a sprig of lavender into her braid and set out with her lantern, a patient old thing shaped like a dandelion puff, its light rippling gold across the cobblestones. She'd scarcely reached the edge of the whispering woods when a voice like rustling parchment spoke from the shadows. "You're tracking starlight thieves, little one. Best wear thicker socks." There, beneath a hawthorn tree whose branches cradled nests of slumbering glowworms, sat a badger in a waistcoat the color of thunderclouds. His spectacles glinted as he patted the moss beside him. "Bramble's the name, and before you ask, no, I didn't steal the trinkets, but I know why the lavender's weeping." As Bramble explained, the woods had once been tended by the glasshares, tiny creatures who mended cracked hourglasses and untangled night's nightmares, their bodies spun from dawn frost and their hearts forged in volcanoes. "They've been gone 300 years, he muttered, adjusting his spectacles. "Or so we thought, their magic leaves traces, like honey left in sunlight." He pointed a claw at the iridescent pollen on Mira's lavender. "That's not pollen, it's wishes, old, forgotten ones." Together they followed trails of glimmering dust to a forgotten grove where the trees grew in spirals and the air tasted of lemon cake. Here they found the source, a burrow hidden beneath roots of a grandfather oak, its entrance twinkling with thousands of tiny crystals. Inside, Mira's breath caught. The walls pulsed with stolen objects, not just the villagers' items, but relics from eras past. A pirate's compass dripping stardust, a queen's lost hairpin blooming with ice flowers. And there, flitting between treasures, were the glasshairs themselves, no taller than acorns, their translucent bodies shimmering like soap bubbles as they hummed a mournful tune. "They're hoarding," Bramble whispered. "But not from greed. Listen." The creature's song, when Mira pressed her ear to a honeycomb-shaped stone, became a lament. "Mend the broken, guard the frail, hide what's precious, we prevail. But oh, the hearts we've left behind when duty made us blind." Piece by piece, the mystery unraveled. Long ago, the glasshairs had sworn to protect fragile magic by sealing it away. But in their zeal, they'd grown isolated, forgetting that joy shared is magic multiplied. The stolen items. An attempt to protect what they thought was neglected, the baker's rolling pin used daily, the gardener's shears loved but worn. Their return had been delayed by fear, their crystalline forms too brittle to face the world above. Mira's solution came softly, as solutions often do when wrapped in empathy. From her pockets she scattered sunflower seeds into the burrow, not as barter but as gift. "You've cared for us so long," she murmured. "Let us care for you too." One by one villagers left offerings at the grove, a pot of honeyed chamomile tea, a cloak patched with velvet scraps, a music box playing the tune of rain on tin roofs. And slowly the glasshairs emerged, their forms growing sturdy as they absorbed the warmth of shared kindness. The objects were returned, not just the recent ones, but heirlooms long mourned, each accompanied by a new crystal bloom that sang when touched. As for the glasshairs, they took up residence in the village clock tower, where they now mend toys and polish dreams, their laughter tinkling like wind chimes. On the night of the resolution, as Mira sat with Bramble under a sky quilted with stars, the badger produced 2 tiny crystal cups filled with elderberry cordial. "To unexpected friends," he rumbled, "and to remembering that most thieves are just lonely hearts with clumsy hands. And if you walk through the village today, you'll see lavender bushes glittering with perpetual dew, each drop a miniature galaxy, and every galaxy humming the gentle tune of second chances." Story 14. In the quiet village of Hearthspire, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Marisol, with hair the color of storm clouds and eyes that noticed things others missed. Her story began on an amber afternoon when autumn leaves scuttled like copper coins across the path to Widow Holloway's curiosity shop, a place smelling of bergamot oil and forgotten birthdays, where Marisol discovered the thimble of threaded hours. It sat unassuming in a drawer of mismatched buttons, this silver thimble etched with tiny hourglasses that trickled actual sand when held too light. The shopkeeper's tabby cat, who later turned out to speak 7 languages, though he preferred Morse code, batted it toward her with a wink. When Marisol slipped it onto her finger, the world bloomed with golden threads, shimmering strands connecting everything from the baker's rolling pin to the blacksmith's anvil, each humming with memories of every hand that had ever touched them. "Most see objects," purred the cat, tapping out a message in falling cinnamon sticks. "You're seeing stories." Her journey unfolded like origami. The thimble revealed a frayed crimson thread, leading into the woods the same vibrant red as the yarn her grandmother used before vanishing last midwinter. Guided by a compass owl named Horatio who read maps in tree rings, and a river nymph made of tea steam called Mistress Oolong, Marisol learned to mend broken threads. A cracked milk jug sang of reuniting separated twins. A rusted weather vane whispered directions to a buried apology from 1823. The true test came at Frostfang Hollow, where a glacier of frozen time had trapped her grandmother mid-knit. "The threads here are too tangled," warned Mistress Oolong, her jasmine-scented form swirling anxiously. "Pull wrong, and you'll unravel more than yarn." Marisol sat for 3 days and nights, listening. The ice wasn't malice, merely loneliness made crystalline. Using the thimble, she wove a lullaby from loom clicks and ticking clocks, her needles clicking not with force but invitation. When the glacier finally sighed into 1,000 butterflies, grandmother's hands completed their stitch, not a scarf, but a bridge of woolen light between then and now. As seasons turned, the thimble's magic faded into ordinary silver, its purpose served. Yet Marisol's shelves still display a quilt stitched from found threads, baker's flour sack cotton-hugging fisherman's net twine, schoolyard chalk strings dancing with midnight rain. Visitors feel warmer wrapped in it, though none can say why. In the square where the curiosity shop once stood, there's now a bench with 2 knitting baskets. If you sit at twilight, you might hear a contented purr beneath your feet or catch steam forming shapes like helpful hands. The villagers have grown careful with their mending, gentle with their stories. And in the first snowfall each year, every chimney and hearth spire exhales smoke in the exact shape of a thimble, glowing golden against the winter dark. Story 15. The Amber Locket and the Guardian of Seasons. Beneath a sky quilted with twilight clouds, where fireflies danced like embers from a distant hearth, there lay a village cradled by ancient oaks. In this village lived a girl named Layla, whose laughter carried the melody of wind chimes and whose eyes held the curiosity of starlight. She spent her days collecting acorn caps and tracing animal tracks in the muddy banks of Willow Creek, but her nights were filled with restless wonder. For years she dreamed of the forest beyond the meadow, a place adults whispered about in tones of reverence and warning. They called it the Valewood, where the trees hummed secrets and the air shimmered with unseen magic. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a squirrel with fur the color of burnt caramel, Leela stumbled upon a glade she'd never seen. Moss draped the stones like velvet cloaks, and a brook sang a lullaby as it curled around roots older than memory. There, nestled in a cradle of ferns, glinted a small amber locket shaped like a maple leaf. Its surface pulsed faintly, as if breathing. When Leela brushed her thumb over its carved ridges, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a voice, soft as dandelion fluff, whispered, "Find the keepers." The locket became her compass. Each night its glow intensified, casting honeyed light across her bedroom walls. By dawn's first blush, it cooled again, leaving her clutching a mystery she couldn't ignore. On the third day she packed a satchel with blackberry jam sandwiches, a woolen scarf, and her father's old spyglass, then followed the locket's pull into the Valewood. The trees welcomed her. Birch trunks leaned close, their papery bark rustling tales of forgotten storms. Sunlight filtered through canopies in liquid gold pools, and the scent of pine resin and damp earth wrapped around her like a quilt. Hours slipped by, marked only by the locket's rhythmic pulse, until she reached a clearing where the rules of the world seemed to unravel. 4 stone arches stood in a circle, each overgrown with vines that bloomed out of season. One dripped with icicles and frosted roses, another bore ripe peaches glazed in summer dew, the third blazed with crimson maples, and the last trembled under a snowfall of cherry blossoms. At the center knelt a creature unlike any Leela had imagined, a fox with fur like autumn leaves, its tail a flickering flame. It regarded her with eyes like molten copper. "You've come to mend the seasons," it said, its voice a crackle of hearth fire. Leela's breath hitched. "Mend them." The fox, Ember as it introduced itself, explained that the Valewood was a bridge between realms, tended by 4 guardians who balanced the turning year. But the winter guardian had vanished, and without her, the seasons bled into chaos. Spring flowers wilted under misplaced frost, harvests ripened too soon and rotted. The locket, Ember revealed, was a fragment of the Tree of Hours, a relic that could temporarily still the unraveling magic. "The keepers dwell in their seasonal sanctuaries," Ember said. "We must convince them to share their essence with the locket, or the balance will shatter." Their first journey took them through the summer arch, where heat rippled like a living thing. Palm fronds clattered in a salty breeze, and the air tasted of sun-warmed coral. They found the summer guardian waist-deep in a turquoise lagoon, her hair a cascade of sea foam, skin bronzed and gleaming. She laughed when they pleaded for help. "Why should I surrender my warmth to fix winter's absence?" she mused, plucking a starfruit from the water. "Let the world burn bright a little longer." But Leela noticed the guardian's smile didn't reach her eyes. Coral reefs beyond the shore were bleached bone-white, and fish gasped in shallow pools. "Your realm suffers too," Leela said gently. "If the seasons break, even summer will drown." The guardian stilled. For a long moment, only the weep of distant gulls filled the air. Then, with a sigh, she pressed a hand to the locket. Amber brightened, and a single drop of liquid sunlight swirled inside. Autumn's realm was next, a twilight wood where trees shed rubies and topaz. The guardian here was a stag with antlers like gnarled oak branches, his coat stitched with falling leaves. He refused their request outright. Winter's disappearance is no loss, he rumbled. Let the cold sleep forever, my time is one of plenty. But Leela spied the truth. Without winter's rest, the soil beneath his hooves had turned to dust, and saplings withered before taking root. You can't feast forever, she said, kneeling to touch the parched earth. Even autumn needs to sleep. The stag snorted, sending a swirl of crimson leaves skyward, but when Ember nuzzled his foreleg, he relented. A flick of his antler sent a whirlwind of amber and gold into the locket. Spring's sanctuary was a valley choked with unchecked growth. Vines strangled stone towers, and blossoms burst forth only to crumple under their own weight. The spring guardian, a girl with mossy hair and daisies sprouting from her fingertips, sobbed into a thicket of thorns. I've tried to stop it, she wept. But without winter's quiet, the green cannot breathe. She gave her essence freely, a dewdrop that smelled of rain-soaked soil. Winter's realm was a ruin. The arch led them to a glacier split by jagged fissures, its once proud palace now a skeletal heap of ice. No trace of the guardian remained, only a silver scarf snagged on a frost-rimed thorn. Leela's breath plumed in the air as she peered into the locket's depths. 3 essences swirled, sunlight, harvest, rain, but the 4th chamber gaped empty. We need something of hers, Ember said, nosing the scarf. A memory, a wish. Leela closed her eyes. The locket's warmth spread through her mittens as she whispered, "Show me where she is." The world dissolved. She stood in a memory, a moonlit grove where the winter guardian, a woman with hair like snowfall and eyes like frozen lakes, argued with a shadowy figure. You would abandon your duty, the figure hissed, its form shifting like storm clouds. The seasons are a prison. Join me and we'll let chaos reign. The guardian lifted her chin. Balance is not bondage. Ice crystallized at her feet, but the shadow lashed out, and she vanished in a whirl of sleet. Leela gasped. The memory shattered, leaving her clutching the scarf. She's trapped, she told Ember. The shadow, it's holding her somewhere. The fox's flame tail dimmed. The hollows of echoes, a place where lost things linger, but no living soul has ever returned. Leela fastened the scarf around her neck. We have to try. The hollows were a labyrinth of mirrors, each reflecting a fractured piece of time, forgotten birthdays, broken promises, laughter swallowed by distance. Their footsteps echoed as if walking through a cathedral of ghosts. The shadow found them quickly, a shapeless smudge that blotted out the light. Foolish child, it crooned. You'll fade here like all the rest. But Leela clutched the locket. You're afraid of balance, she realized. Because chaos can't exist if people work together. The shadow recoiled. Ember lunged, his flame tail flaring bright, and in that momentary glare, Leela spied a glint of ice deep within the maze. They ran, the shadow howling at their heels, until they found the winter guardian suspended in a diamond of ice, her hand outstretched as if reaching for dawn. Leela pressed the locket to the diamond. Sunlight, harvest, and rain surged forth, melting the prison. The guardian stumbled free, her breath a frost-kissed whisper. You remembered what I forgot. Together, they returned to the stone arches. The keepers gathered, their essences merging into the locket until it blazed like a miniature sun. Winter raised her arms, and the first true snowflakes of the year spiraled down, gentle, measured, kind. The bleeding seasons stilled. At dawn, Leela stood at the edge of the Valewood, the locket now dormant around her neck. Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll stay?" she asked, throat tight. "The forest needs its guardian," he said softly. "But look." He nodded to the meadow, where a young fox with russet fur and ordinary, unmagical eyes peered at her from the ferns. It bounded away, paused, and glanced back as if waiting. Years later, villagers would speak of Leela's wisdom, how she predicted storms by the scent of the wind or coaxed crops from stubborn soil. She never told them of the keepers or the fox whose flame-tail still flickered in her dreams. But on quiet nights, when the northern lights danced, she'd visit the glade and watch the arches shimmer. And sometimes, if she listened closely, the brook's lullaby carried voices, familiar, fond, and forever woven into the turning world. Story 16. In a valley cradled between whispering mountains, there lived a young girl named Sylvie, whose footsteps left faint trails of starlight in the dew-kissed grass. Her village, Willowmere, was a place where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the river sang lullabies as it wound through fields of lavender. Yet Sylvie carried a quiet ache beneath her woolen shawl, a fear of the changes rustling through her world like autumn leaves refusing to fall. While her neighbors celebrated the turning seasons, Sylvie clung to routines as tightly as the ivy gripping the old stone mill, finding comfort in sameness. The precise angle of her pillow each night, the exact 7 berries she stirred into her morning porridge, the familiar creak of the willow branch where she read her leather-bound books. Everything shifted when the frostless winter arrived. The first sign was the absence of silver breath in the air one chilly morning, though the calendar claimed it was midwinter's eve. The hearth fires burned without crackling, their warmth thin as parchment. Most puzzling of all, the village well, which normally swirled with liquid starlight during winter, had frozen into a perfect, motionless mirror. Sylvie noticed it first while fetching water, her reflection staring back with eyes wide as the moon. "It's like the wells, waiting," she whispered to her only companion, a battered wooden fox carving she called Ember. Her fingers traced the notch in his ear, a flaw she'd come to cherish. That night, an owl with feathers like melted gold alighted on her windowsill. "Seek the grove of 4 winds," it hooted, dropping a maple key that glowed with inner fire. "What's broken cannot mend until the heart learns to bend." Before Sylvie could ask questions, the owl vanished, leaving behind a single bronze feather that hummed when she touched it. The next morning she packed a satchel of honey cakes and her warmest cloak, Ember tucked securely in her pocket. The villagers warned her about the grove, a place where time danced sideways, they said, but Sylvie felt the stilled well's silence in her bones. She had to try. Her journey began in a birch forest where the trees leaned close, their black and white trunks forming a lattice of shadows. Here she met a boy named Taran, who was repairing a bridge over a half-frozen stream. His patched coat shimmered with embroidery resembling ice crystals, and his smile held the warmth of a dozen baked apples. "You're here about the seasons, aren't you?" he asked, not looking up from weaving willow reeds into the bridge's broken rail. "The wind's been whispering your name for days." "How do I fix it?" Sylvie asked, kneeling to help hold the reeds steady. Taran's laughter bubbled like spring water. "By letting the world change you first. The grove doesn't heal what it doesn't recognize." He gestured to the repaired bridge, now strong enough to cross. "Start by trusting the path and those who walk it with you." As Sylvie ventured deeper, autumn leaves began sticking to her boots, crimson, amber, gold, each step releasing the scent of cinnamon and nostalgia. The trees here grew in spirals, their branches heavy with persimmons that glowed like miniature suns. It was in this amberlit maze that she encountered the season warden, a figure woven from root and shadow, sitting atop a toadstool ring. "Little sapling," the warden intoned, voice like rustling mulch, "why do you fear the turning?" Sylvie clutched Ember tighter. Change feels like losing pieces of myself. The warden gestured, and the persimmons above ripened, fell, and rotted in rapid succession. A seed cannot become a tree without breaking open. What you call loss is the universe making room for wings. Reaching into the decay, they pulled forth a sapling crowned with new leaves. Your well is frozen because you are child. Melt the ice within, and the waters will flow again. Dawn found Sylvie at the grove's heart, where 4 ancient trees formed a cathedral of branches. Each trunk bore a door, one blossoming, one heavy with fruit, one aflame with color, one skeletal and frosted. The maple key burned hot in her palm as she approached the winter door. Inside, cold bit her cheeks, yet the air thrummed with potential, like a held breath. Before her stood a version of herself carved from ice, pale, rigid, beautiful in its stillness. Stay, it pleaded, frost blooming where its tears fell. Here nothing aches, nothing fades. Sylvie's breath caught. How often had she built invisible walls against life's flux? Yet as she hesitated, memories flashed. Taryn's patient hands mending the bridge, the warden's decaying fruit nourishing new growth, Ember's chipped ear fitting perfectly against her thumb. I don't want to be frozen, she whispered. Pressing her palm to the ice twin's chest, she let warmth flow through her fingertips. Cracks spread like blossoming vines. I want to grow. The shattering was gentle, a symphony of tinkling shards. Where the ice self had stood now bubbled a spring, its waters cascading over stones into a pool where all 4 seasons swirled together. Sylvie knelt to drink, and the water tasted of possibility. Returning to Willowmere, she found the well overflowing with liquid starlight, its surface rippling as villagers gathered in awe. That night, as proper snowflakes drifted down, Sylvie placed Ember on her windowsill and smiled when the wooden fox winked one amber eye. Years later, when travelers asked about the girl who'd restored the seasons, the villagers would point to the willow tree by the mill. There, now grown tall and graceful, Sylvie could often be found reading, her hair streaked with autumn colors, her boots caked with spring mud, laughing as children tried to catch summer fireflies around her. And if sometimes her shadow seemed to flicker with wings of frost and flame, well, that was simply how magic grew, gentle, persistent, and always, always alive. Story 17. In the velvet hush hours between twilight and true dark, when the last honeyed rays of sun cling to the copper weather vanes of Willowmere village, the first strange occurrence unfolded. Mrs. Penwhistle's prize rose bushes, renowned across 3 counties for blooming in constellations of pearl-white flowers, began growing coins instead of thorns. Not ordinary coins, but pearlescent discs etched with constellations, warm to the touch even on crisp autumn evenings. 12-year-old Finn discovered them while delivering milk bottles, his breath making ghostly shapes in the air. They're singing, he whispered to his hedgehog companion Pippin, cupping a coin that hummed a lullaby older than the cobblestone streets. By dawn, every villager's doorstep bore a single star coin, and the old stone well at the square burbled not with water, but with liquid starlight that made lanterns burn twice as bright. The mystery deepened when elderly Mr. Thornberry's bakery, oven which had never once cooled in 40 years, went mysteriously cold. Not even magical blue fire matches from the apothecary could reignite it. It's like winter's settled in the bricks, he fretted, flour-dusted hands trembling, as villagers brought armfuls of the strange star coins to his shop, hoping their warmth might help. Enter Lila, the observant daughter of the village bookbinder, whose freckles seemed to dance when she had an idea. While others marveled at the coins, she noticed quieter oddities, the way shadows pooled too deeply under the arched bridge, how the wind chimes played backwards melodies, and that the fireflies now traced geometric patterns instead of their usual haphazard dances. It's a language, she realized one evening, sketching patterns in her notebook as Pippin snuffled at a basket of hazelnuts. The firefly's angular flight paths match the engravings on the star coins. They're trying to show us something's out of balance. Her investigation led to the edge of the whispering woods, where the air smelled of burnt sugar and pine resin. Beneath an ancient oak with bark like crumpled parchment, she found a wounded creature, a silver-furred vulpine with ears like fern fronds, its paw trapped under a fallen branch shimmering with unnatural frost. The ice burned cold enough to turn breath into crystalline dust. Steel and stardust. Leela gasped, tugging her woolen scarf tighter. That's no ordinary frost. Remembering her mother's tales, she poured milk from her flask into an acorn cap, an offering to the woodland spirits. The ground warmed beneath her knees as a dozen amber-eyed hedgehogs emerged, their quills threaded with glowing moss. Together they wove a net of living brambles around the frost, their soft chittering rising into a melody that made the ice splinter and retreat. The freed vulpine bowed deeply, its 9 tails fanning out like moonlit feathers. "You've stopped the chill from spreading further, child," it spoke in a voice like wind through sun-warmed ruins. "But the Frostweaver's touch has already seeped into your world. Seek the clock tower keeper before the ice moth swarms hatch." Guided by the vulpine's gift, a lantern powered by captured starlight Leela and Pippin journeyed to the abandoned clock tower on Hemlock Hill. Ivy choked its stone walls, but the massive brass gears inside still turned with ancient purpose. There, amidst ticking pendulums and whirring cogs, they found not the expected wise old man, but a girl their age polishing gear shafts with a chamois cloth. "I'm Tamsin, 7th keeper of the celestial chronometer," she announced, her apron pockets jangling with tools shaped like crescent moons. "You're here about the time fractures." She gestured to a massive orrery where miniature planets wobbled erratically on their axes. "Someone's been meddling with seasonal magic, those star coins, their frozen time fragments." As Tamsin explained how the village's natural rhythms were unraveling, Pippin sneezed violently, dislodging a hollow acorn from under his quills. Inside rested a scroll penned in luminous ink, detailing a recipe for temperamental tempest tea from the village's long-missing herbalist. The trio pieced together clues. 1. The star coins formed a map when arranged by humming intensity. 2. The firefly's patterns highlighted gaps in the village's protective wards. 3. Mr. Thornberry's cold oven precisely aligned with the northernmost time fracture. Their eureka moment came during the Frostweaver's second attack, a blizzard of razor-edged snowflakes descending on the village square. As others retreated, Leela noticed the star coins glowing where shadows pooled thickest. "They're not causing the imbalance," she shouted over the howling wind. "They're bandages. The village is trying to heal itself." Working feverishly, Tamsin recalibrated the chronometer using the vulpine's lantern, while Leela and Pippin placed star coins at the fractures mapped by fireflies. In the bakery's icy hearth, they discovered the source, a shard of primordial winter lodged like a splinter in reality, its presence explained by a broken promise etched in the hearthstone generations ago. The resolution came not through grand magic, but simple kindness. Mr. Thornberry recalled his grandfather's story about refusing shelter to a frostbitten traveler during the Great Blizzard of 1893. With tears melting the residual ice, he placed a fresh loaf, baked with starlight-infused water from the well, where the shard had been. The oven roared back to life as harmony restored itself in a cascade of chiming gears and birdsong. In the aftermath, Willowmere's mysteries unraveled like a well-knitted scarf. The vulpine was revealed as guardian of the seasonal threshold, the Frostweaver a manifestation of neglected guilt. Tamsin remained as clock tower keeper, her youth explained when she shyly admitted being born from a wish made on a falling star. As first frost painted the village in diamond dust, children skated on the newly frozen pond, where liquid starlight now flowed beneath the ice. Leela found Pippin curled contentedly in a nest of star coins that had transformed back into rose thorns, their song now silent. In the square, the well bubbled with cocoa instead of starlight, and Mr. Thornberry's reconciliation rolls, filled with spiced apple and honeyed apologies, became the village's newest treasure. The last surprise came at Yuletide, when every household received a tiny ice sculpture that never melted not of winter scenes, but of that moment when hands both small and old worked together to mend what was broken. And if sometimes, when the northern lights dance particularly bright, you can still hear the Starcoin's song, well, that's simply Willowmere's way of reminding us that even fractured things can be made whole again, given enough warmth and wonder. Story 18. In the velvet-hued valley between the whispering peaks, where willows trailed their fingers in crystal streams and chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, there lay the village of Thimblewick. Here cobblestones glimmered with embedded moonquartz, bakeries perpetually smelled of cinnamon-clove turnovers, and every garden gate squeaked in a different musical note when opened. Yet one autumn evening, as maple leaves began to blush gold, peculiar happenings ruffled the village's tranquility. It began with Mrs. Bramblethorn's prized silver teapot vanishing from her windowsill, steam still curling from its spout. Then old Tomkin, the cobbler, found his favorite pewter thimble missing mid-stitch, leaving a half-mended boot lopsided on his workbench. By week's end, 7 households reported disappearances, all small metal objects, all vanished between the tick and tock of a glance. 10-year-old Tansy, whose freckles seemed to rearrange themselves daily like constellations, noticed something others hadn't. "They're only taking things that have been sung to," she told her best friend Rowan by the mill pond, where they fed crusts to emerald-scaled ducks. She'd observed Mrs. Bramblethorn humming lullabies to her teapot to keep the brew warm, seen old Tomkin whistle tunes to his thimble for luck. Rowan, whose pockets always jangled with gears from broken clocks, frowned. But who'd want a bunch of chatty cutlery? The answer came twirling down on a sycamore seed the next dawn, a message from Tansy's grandfather, the starwarden who read tales in the night sky. "Seek where the clockwork crickets chirp backwards," his spidery script advised. Beneath these words, he'd drawn a hedgehog wearing a crown of keys. Guided by the clue, the children waited till the moon rose, fat and apricot-colored, then crept to the abandoned clock tower at the village edge. Its broken gears lay strewn in the meadow like fossilized flowers, but as moonlight touched the largest cog, something miraculous happened. The rusted metal sprouted legs and antennae, transforming into mechanical insects that buzzed a tinny melody in reverse. "This way," Rowan whispered as the clockwork crickets hopped westward toward Mossgrove Wood. Tansy's lantern, a firefly in a jar named Glimmer, cast pools of greenish light on a path carpeted with periwinkle petals. Soon they heard a sound like tiny hammers on anvils, rhythmic and urgent. Peering through a thicket, they discovered a clearing where 7 hedgehogs, their quills shimmering like liquid mercury, worked furiously. One spun moonquartz dust into thread, another wove it into a blanket atop a bed of stolen items. At the center lay a massive hedgehog, her breathing labored, quills dull as tarnished spoons. The smallest creature looked up, amber eyes wide. "You've come to help Mother Mooncurl," it piped in a voice like a tiny silver bell. The hedgehogs, it turned out, were starlight weavers, guardians who mended tears in the night sky. But when the elder hedgehog fell ill, her children needed conductive metals imbued with kindness, hence the sung-to objects to craft a healing cloak. "We meant to return everything," squeaked the youngest, clutching Mrs. Bramblethorn's teapot like a guilty secret. Tansy and Rowan worked till dawn. Rowan rigged a pulley from willow branches to lift the heavy teapot. Tansy convinced Glimmer to share his bioluminescence for the weaving. As the first sunbeams gilded the trees, the completed cloak settled over Mother Mooncurl. Her quills blazed anew, constellations swirling across their tips. That evening the villagers gathered in the square, marveling as the hedgehogs returned each item, now gleaming brighter than before. Old Tompkins' thimble mended boots without hands, Mrs. Bramblethorn's teapot brewed songs into its steam. Grandfather Starwarden smiled as Tansy presented him a new quill from Mother Mooncurl. For writing better clues next time, she teased. Years later, when storm clouds threatened Thimblewick's festivals, villagers would spot silvery shapes darting through the rain to weave the clouds into veils of drizzle. And if you leave a sunctu spoon on your windowsill during the harvest moon, you might still find it replaced by morning with a stardust-dusted forget-me-not, its petals shaped like tiny hedgehog noses. Story 19. In the heart of the verdant weald, where silver birches whispered secrets to the wind and moss grew thick enough to swallow footsteps whole, there existed a glade known only to its inhabitants as the circle of root and rain. Here the air hummed with the low, golden song of earth magic, and the boundary between seasons blurred like watercolors on parchment. It was in this place that a young hedgehog named Thistle first noticed the trembling in the ground, a vibration too soft for most ears, but which made her quills shiver like harp strings in a storm. The trouble began as all great troubles do in ancient woods, quietly. Spring's cherry blossoms lingered into summer's first week, their petals refusing to fall. Fireflies born in June glowed amber instead of green. The creek that ribboned through the glade ran upward at twilight, its waters climbing moonward before remembering their earthly path. Thistle observed these oddities as she collected evening dew in acorn cups, her tiny paws pausing whenever the soil trembled beneath her. The world's breathing wrong, she confided to her dearest friend, a silver-furred dormouse named Pippin, as they watched autumn-red maple leaves uncurl prematurely on an oak's branches. Their answer came not from the living but from the dead, or rather, the never-quite-died. On the night of the harvest moon, when pumpkins glowed like captive suns and the smell of roasting chestnuts sweetened the air, the trio of elder stones at the glade's center began to weep. These moss-capped monoliths, older than the oldest tree, had always exuded warmth like sun-baked clay. Now icy droplets pooled at their bases, forming patterns that resembled a language no creature could read. It was the badger matriarch, Mother Nettle, whose rheumy eyes widened in recognition. "The stones are mourning," she rasped, tracing a claw through the frost-carved symbols. "The wield's heartbeat grows faint. We've neglected the bonding song." Few remembered the bonding song. It lived in the edges of stories told by firelight, a melody woven from 4 notes, each representing a season's essence, meant to be sung when the world's balance wavered. Legend claimed it required voices from earth, air, water, and root, harmonized under the sky's open throat. Thistle's nose twitched as determination kindled in her chest. "We'll find the voices," she declared, though her spines trembled at the enormity of the task. Pippin, ever practical, began packing a satchel woven from milkweed fibers. "We'll need honey for courage," he murmured, "and cobweb bandages for the inevitable thorns." Their journey carried them through landscapes that defied reason. In the valley of floating stones, where granite boulders hovered like sleeping whales above fields of lavender, they met Kestrel, a barn owl whose left wing had been crippled by a forgotten storm. She taught them the air note by blowing through a hollow reed, creating a sound like wind through winter-bare branches. "Balance isn't stillness," Kestrel hooted as they departed, her good wing gesturing to stones that rose and fell in slow arcs. "It's the art of falling gracefully." The water note revealed itself in the cavern of dripping stars, where stalactites wept luminous blue tears into a subterranean lake. A venerable carp named Old Murk, his scales as iridescent as oil on water, surfaced to sing in a voice that bubbled like a brook's laughter. "Currents change," he intoned, his gills fluttering like parchment pages, "but the river remembers its course." Thistle stored his note in a seashell pendant that hummed against her chest, cool as a pebble smoothed by endless tides. Deeper they ventured, through the tunnel of whispering roots where the tree's memories lived. There, beneath knotted arches of oak and hawthorn, they encountered the earth note, not sung but felt. The massive paw of a stone bear, petrified mid-roar, radiated a low sea that vibrated in their molars. "The earth speaks in patience," rumbled a voice from the very walls, as lichen glowed faintly in rhythm with the sound. Pippin pressed his ear to a root thicker than his entire body, and wept silent tears at the stories it shared. Winter's first snow was painting the world in goose down when they returned to the circle of root and rain, their quest incomplete. The fire note, the spark that would weave the other elements into harmony, remained elusive. Despair loomed as the elder stones weeping turned to icy stalagmites, their mournful chill spreading through the glade. Crocuses closed their blooms. Squirrel's breath hung frozen midair. Thistle curled into a quilled ball, her nose tucked under trembling paws. "We've failed," she whispered, until a warmth like sunlight through maple syrup bloomed against her side. It was the bees. A swarm descended, their bodies shimmering like liquid topaz in the pale light. From their midst emerged the queen, a creature no larger than a hazelnut, her wings veined with gold. Without words, she led them to the heart of the frost, where a single snowdrop struggled through ice. As the queen's drones formed a living canopy above the flower, Thistle understood. The fire note wasn't flame, but the enduring warmth of community. Pressing her paws to the frozen earth, she hummed the notes they'd gathered while Pippin drummed a rhythm on a dried gourd. The bees danced. What happened next could only be seen through half-closed eyes, in that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams. The elder stones sighed, their icy tears melting into rivulets that steamed where they touched the ground. The misplaced cherry blossoms dissolved into a perfume that carried spring's promise. Maple leaves blushed proper crimson, while the creek chuckled over stones, its current finally at peace. And high above, the harvest moon, now the frost moon, shone through a halo of ice crystals, its light fracturing into rainbows that danced across the snow. When morning came, the glade brimmed with the soft industry of creatures, restoring what had been frayed. Spiders rewove gossamer tapestries torn by heedless winds. Deer etched pathways with their hooves where wildflowers might grow unimpeded. Even the stones seemed to sit straighter, their moss beards glistening with renewed vigor. Mother Nettle pressed a withered paw to Thistle's forehead, leaving a smudge of peat-scented earth. "The bonding song wasn't a spell, little one," she murmured, eyes reflecting centuries of turning seasons. "It's a reminder that we're each but a single note in the world's endless melody." Years later, when new tremors occasionally rippled through the weald, for balance is a dance, not a destination, the creatures would find Thistle dozing in her burrow, Pippin's tail curled around her like a comma in an unfinished sentence. They'd bring honeycomb sticky with summer, or a particularly perfect pine cone, and listen as the hedgehog's breathy voice recounted the tale, not of heroes, but of a cracked acorn cup that held just enough dew to begin mending the sky. And always, always, the fireflies would glow green. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like scribes recording centuries in their bark and streams hummed lullabies over polished stones, there existed a glade known as Everdawn Hollow. Here the air shimmered with the breath of forgotten spells, and the creatures who dwelled beneath fern and root lived by an ancient rhythm, a dance of giving and receiving that kept the forest's magic alive. As autumn painted the canopy in burnt umber and gold, a young hedgehog named Layla noticed something amiss. The Moonfire Festival, where fireflies lit ceremonial flames to thank the trees for their summer shade, was only days away, yet the forest's heartspring, a pool that bubbled with liquid starlight, had begun to frost over. Its waters, which normally sang as they spiraled skyward to nourish the clouds, now moved sluggishly, their melody muted. Layla's quills tingled with unease as she pressed her paw to the spring's edge, the cold bit sharper than winter's first breath. She sought counsel from Thorn, an ancient owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds and whose eyes gleamed with the patience of mountains. He perched in a hollow oak, its trunk carved with runes by long-ago winds. "The heartspring is bound to the forest wardens," he rumbled, voice like distant thunder. "Spirits of root and rain who sleep beneath the earth. If their slumber grows too deep, the seasons may unravel." Leela's nose twitched. "How do we wake them?" Thorn's beak clacked softly. "Follow the frost, where it thickens, the warden's dreams linger." Guided by the brittle glint of ice on leaves, Leela journeyed north, accompanied by Bramble, a quick-pawed fox with a tail like smoldering embers, and Fern, a solemn mole whose claws could read vibrations in the soil like poetry. They trekked past meadows where asters nodded in sepia twilight, through groves where willows wept amber tears onto mirror-still ponds. The cold grew teeth. Fern dug up a handful of earth, sniffing. "The wardens are grieving," she murmured. "Their dreams taste of loneliness." At dawn they found the source, a crystalline cavern hidden behind a waterfall frozen mid-cascade. Inside, 3 enormous figures slept atop stone biers, the wardens, their bodies woven from vines, river clay, and fossilized sunlight. Ice encased their forms, creeping upward like greedy fingers. Above them hovered a 4th spirit, small and shivering, its form a flicker of blue light. Bramble gasped. "A frost spark, but they're born only during blizzards." The frost spark whimpered, its glow dimming. Leela understood. It's lost, separated from its storm. Without the tempest that birthed it, the spark had sought warmth in the warden's magic, unaware its cold was harming them. Gently Leela unwrapped her scarf, a cobweb shawl gifted by a spider weaver, and held it toward the spark. "You don't have to be alone," she whispered. The spark hesitated, then nestled into the fibers, its chill softening. As the frost spark's icicle tears melted, the cavern shuddered. Fern pressed her paws to the ground, translating the tremors. The wardens stir, but the heartspring needs more. Bramble flicked his tail thoughtfully. Moonfire its light once kindled the stars, it could reignite the spring. They raced back, the frost spark cradled in Leela's scarf, its light guiding them through the darkening woods. Everdawn Hollow was silent when they returned, the fireflies clustering anxiously above the stagnant spring. Thorn spread his wings, addressing the assembled creatures, badgers bearing bowls of dew, rabbits with drums made of hollowed gourds, moths carrying pollen torches. "The warden's balance is ours to restore," he declared. "Let the festival begin." Drums thrummed. Fireflies swooped in spirals, weaving their golden light into a shimmering pillar. Leela stepped forward, lifting the frost spark. "Your turn," she murmured. The spark floated into the moonfire, and for a heartbeat the flames turned blue as winter's heart, then blazed white, cascading into the heartspring. The waters erupted not in ice, but in a geyser of liquid light that showered the forest in warmth. The trees sighed, their leaves flushing crimson and amber anew. Somewhere deep below, the wardens smiled in their sleep. When the last ember of moonfire faded, the frost spark bobbed joyfully above the spring, now flanked by 3 tiny orbs, earth brown, leaf green, and sky blue, the warden's gratitude made visible. "They'll watch over you," Thorn told the spark, now rosy with dawn's blush, "till your storm returns." Years later, when Leela had children of her own, prickly-pawed toddlers who tumbled over acorns, she'd bring them to the heartspring and tell of the frost spark that danced with fireflies on midwinter's eve. "Balance isn't perfection," she'd say, as the spring's song lulled them to sleep. "It's listening and holding space for what's lost." And high above, in the arms of an ancient oak, Thorn watched the forest breathe, its every sigh a hymn, its every rustle a promise, and knew the dance would endure. Story 21. In a valley cradled by ancient oaks, where mist curled like sleeping cats around tree roots, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of cinnamon sticks and eyes that held the green of new spring leaves. Her world smelled of pine resin and chimney smoke, of damp earth after afternoon rains, where fireflies painted the dusk with their drowsy gold lanterns. It was in this valley, on the eve of her 10th birthday, that Leela discovered the grove where trees whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The trouble began when the creek behind her cottage stopped singing. Its usual chatter of pebbles tumbling over smooth stones had vanished overnight, leaving only cracked mud where water striders once danced. Leela noticed it first while gathering wild mint, the silence where there should have been laughter, the stillness where currents used to twist like liquid silver. That same afternoon she found the first fallen star leaf, a translucent maple leaf glowing faintly blue, nestled between the roots of the grandmother beech tree. When she lifted it, the veins pulsed once, warm against her palm, before crumbling to ash. 3 nights later, a badger came knocking. Leela awoke to the tap-tap-tap of claws on her windowsill. Moonlight sculpted the creature's striped face into something wise and urgent. "You've seen the star leaves fading," it said in a voice like walnuts rolling in a wooden bowl. "The wield's heart weakens. Come." Her slippers sank into dew-heavy grass as she followed the badger's waddling silhouette. They passed the silent creek, climbed a slope where ferns cupped the moonlight in their fronds, and stopped before an elderberry bush humming with faint violet light. The badger sneezed twice, a sound like a twig snapping, and the branches parted, revealing a path paved with acorn caps. "Mind the 3rd step," the badger warned. Layla's breath caught as her foot sank into what seemed empty air. The world rippled like a pond's surface, and suddenly she stood in the Weald, a hidden forest where willows trailed constellations in their hair, where mushrooms bloomed into miniature cities glowing amber and sage. But the beauty was fraying. Patches of sky showed through the canopy like torn fabric, roots lifted desperately from crumbling soil, and the air carried the metallic tang of impending frost. "I'm Orland," said the badger, scratching his ear with a hind leg. "Keeper of thresholds, we need your hands." "Mine." Leela crouched to examine a sapling whose leaves were turning to glass. "Human hands," Orland grumbled. "The only ones that can hold the weaver's spindle, the last guardian." He paused, nose twitching. "Well, come." They found the spindle in a hollow log, veiled by spiderwebs that shimmered like archived memories. Its whorl was carved from moonstone, the shaft warm and living as fresh-cut hazelwood. When Leela touched it, the air filled with the scent of unraveling yarn and thunderstorms. "It spins starlight into roots," Orlin explained. "Mends the fabric between worlds, but only a mortal can wield it now." The first tier appeared near the foxglove towers, tall spires of purple blooms where fire-tailed sylphs nested. Leela watched in horror as the ground beneath the tower unraveled, threads of reality snapping like overstrained violin strings. Without thinking, she thrust the spindle into the fray. It caught the disintegrating threads, humming as her hands guided the whorl. Sweat beaded her brow as she wove, over, under, through, until the earth stitched itself back together with seams of liquid silver. "Clever fingers," said a voice like wind through barley. A fox stood watching her, his pelt the red of autumn's first maple flame, eyes bright with stolen sunlight. He dipped his head. "Taran of the sun-drawn fur, you'll need guidance, little weaver. The spindle's magic demands balance. Every thread spun drains something from your world." Leela's throat tightened. "Drains what?" Taran's tail flicked. "That's the question, isn't it?" Over the following days, Leela walked the knife's edge between healer and thief. Each mended grove came at a cost. The cottage's hearth fire dwindled to embers no matter how much wood she added. Her mother's voice grew faint, as if speaking through layers of wool, Even the sun seemed paler, like a candle struggling in its socket. "You're fraying the bonds," Taran warned as they rested beneath a hawthorn weeping amber sap. "Every stitch here weakens a thread there. The weald can't survive isolated from your world." Leela studied her hands, calloused now, glittering with residual stardust. "Then how?" The fox nipped playfully at a drifting star leaf. "Find the heart, reconnect what's been severed." Orlan disagreed when they returned to the threshold. "The heart's guarded by the thorn song," he growled. "No one's heard its music in centuries." "Then we'll make new music," Leela said, surprising herself. The journey to the wield's core took them through the chamber of echoing moss, where every footstep rippled into half-remembered melodies, and across the bridge of unspoken wishes, planks carved with the yearnings of long-dead dreamers. Taran taught her to read the language of lichen patterns. Orlan showed her how to brew tea from air-root tendrils that tasted of forgotten lullabies. When the thorn song appeared, a fortress of brambles vibrating with discordant notes, Leela understood why others turned back. The vines shrieked in minor keys, thorns dripping venom that burned holes in reality itself. But within the cacophony she detected a rhythm, 3 sharp notes, a pause, then a warble like a sob. "It's hurting," she realized. Taran's ears flattened. "The heart's been alone too long." Leela sat cross-legged before the thorns, spindle in lap. She began humming a tune her mother sang while kneading dough, a simple melody about morning rain and rising bread. The thorns lashed, slicing her cheek, but she kept singing, louder now, weaving the notes into the spindle's hum. A vine touched her shoulder. The music shifted. What emerged wasn't a battle, but a conversation, the thorn song's bitter chords blending with Leela's gentle refrain, Taran adding a counter-melody in yips and trills, Orlan's gruff baritone grounding them all. The brambles unraveled, revealing a pulsing orb of intertwined roots and starlight. "The heart recognizes its weaver," Taran murmured. Leela pressed her palms to the orb. Memories flooded her, the weald and her valley as twin saplings, roots entwined, generations of guardians maintaining the balance. The last weaver, an old man with her mother's smile, collapsing as he sealed the realms apart to protect them. "He didn't understand," she whispered. "Isolation isn't protection." The spindle blazed. Leela worked not to mend but to reconnect, spinning threads that arced across the boundary like shooting stars. In her valley the creek burst forth singing, her mother's voice carried clear from the garden, the hearth crackled with renewed vigor. In the weald, roots dug deep into refreshed soil, star leaves glowed steady as vow-bound promises, and the air sweetened with the perfume of mending. At dawn, Leela stood at the threshold, watching realms breathe as one. Orlan nudged her hand with his damp nose. "You'll forget this. Mortals always do." "No." She pocketed a single star leaf, now eternally blue. "I'll remember in the way matters, how to listen, how to mend." Taran brushed against her leg. "Visit occasionally. Bring honey cakes." The path through the elderberry sealed behind her. Years later, when Leela's own daughter found a badger sniffing at their kitchen door, the star leaf in her locket pulsed warmly, a reminder that some bonds, once woven, endure beyond memory's reach. And in the valley, if you walk where the creek's song twines with the wind's whisper, you might glimpse a foxfire glow among the trees, hear the soft clack of a spindle spinning worlds together once more. Story 22. The village of Willowmere had always been a place where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, where bakery windows glowed with cakes that hummed lullabies, and where the river currents arranged pebbles into smiling faces overnight. But one frost-kissed evening, as the first winter stars pricked through the indigo sky, the cobblestone streets began whispering secrets. 12-year-old Mira noticed it first while sweeping the apothecary steps, a trail of silver pawprints glowing faintly on the frost, leading toward the abandoned observatory atop Cedar Hill. They vanished at sunrise, only to reappear each twilight, growing longer and more frantic. By the third night, the prince spiraled around every well in the village, and the water within had turned thick with starlight, shimmering like liquid constellations when drawn. "Whatever's troubling the stars is troubling our waters," murmured old Master Thorn, the willow tree-shaped clockmaker, whose beard contained entire nests of helpful sparrows. His workshop smelled of cedar oil and patience, its walls lined with timepieces that showed the hour of wherever your loved ones were. "See how the Big Dipper trembles in the bucket, something's plucking threads from the sky's tapestry." Mira's breath made little clouds against the workshop window as she studied the starry water in her cupped hands. Tiny points of light kept swimming to the surface, forming patterns that prickled her memory. "They're not random," she realized suddenly. "It's a map, the paw prints, the star trails, they're pointing to the old windmill." The next evening found Mira and Master Thorn crunching through moonlit snowdrifts, following a compass whose needle was a sliver of falling star. The windmill's sails creaked like a giant clearing its throat, shadows pooling thick as spilled ink around its base. But as Mira lifted her lantern, a soft chittering erupted from the darkness, not menacing but musical, like wind chimes arguing politely. Out stepped three creatures no taller than her knee, their fur the blue-black of midnight, eyes like captured auroras. Tufted ears twitched above collars woven from dried moonflowers. One held a tiny sack bulging with something that pulsed gently. "Star badgers," Master Thorn exclaimed, sparrows stirring in his beard. "But they're supposed to hibernate under the northern lights this time of year." The smallest badger sneezed, and a tiny star fragment escaped its sack, zipping up to fill a gap in Orion's belt. Mira crouched slowly, extending a hand. "You're collecting stars," she breathed. "But why?" What followed was a pantomime more elaborate than any village play, badgers puffing up to mimic something large, shivering dramatically, then tenderly patting an invisible shape. It was the clockmaker who understood first. Something's hurt in their burrow, they're gathering starlight medicine. The badger's underground chamber took one's breath away, not from grandeur, but from the aching fragility of the creature curled in its center. A young mountain spirit no bigger than a sheepdog, its rocky hide cracked along the left flank, seeping slow amber light. Star fragments floated above it in a makeshift constellation, their gentle radiance slowing the seepage. "They've been stealing stars to heal it," Mira whispered, throat tight. "But the sky's unraveling." Master Thorn's pocket watch chimed softly as he examined the spirit. "Starlight's a bomb, not a cure. What this one needs." His sparrows took flight in unison, swooping to collect lichen from the walls. "Is binding moss and dawn's first sigh. Mira, child, fetch the silver bowl from my third shelf, the one that rings like December mornings." The next hours blurred into a gentle flurry, brewing a poultice that smelled of forgotten summers, the badgers dutifully fetching thawed river clay, the mountain spirit's labored breathing gradually steadying as proper healing began. Above ground, villagers gathered uncertainly as the weakened stars dimmed, until Mira raced back breathlessly. Quickly, everyone bring lanterns to the meadow. What happened next became legend in Willowmere's tea-time tales. As townsfolk arranged their lanterns in the constellation patterns Mira drew, the badgers scurried to return every stolen star fragment. The spirit, though still weak, lifted one paw, and from the meadow rose 1,000 fireflies, their light weaving with the lanterns to mend the gaps in the heavens. By spring, the mountain spirit could often be seen sunning itself on Cedar Hill, its stony hide patched with luminous moss. The star badgers took to leaving little gifts, a perfectly round pebble, a sprig of star-shaped blooms, on the apothecary's steps each full moon. And whenever the night sky felt uncertain, the villagers knew to light their lanterns facing east, where the windmill's sails now turned with every sigh of the recovering spirit, spinning starlight into the breeze. But on chill evenings when the northern lights dance particularly low, if you leave a bowl of honeyed milk by your hearth, you might just hear a chorus of chittering thank yous drift down the chimney, and find your dreams full of gently glowing paw prints, mapping out tomorrow's kindnesses. Story 23. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Veil. In a village cradled by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like silver ribbons, lived a quiet girl with eyes like storm clouds and hair the color of walnut shells. Clara's days were spent tending her grandmother's garden, where sunflowers bowed like courtiers and rosemary perfumed the air. But her nights belonged to the stars. She'd lie in the meadow beyond the orchard, tracing constellations with her finger, wondering if the heavens ever wondered about her too. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted from the trees, Clara discovered something peculiar beneath the gnarled roots of the hollow oak. A locket no larger than an acorn glinted in the twilight. Its surface swirled with patterns like frost on glass, and when she brushed her thumb across it, a faint hum resonated, a sound that reminded her of bees in clover or a mother's lullaby. "How curious," she whispered. The locket sprang open. Inside, no portrait gazed back, only a tiny, living storm. Miniature clouds churned, sparking with lightning the color of lilacs. A warm breeze, smelling of distant rain, kissed her cheeks. Before she could marvel further, a voice like rustling parchment spoke from the shadows. "Ah, you found it." Clara turned. Perched on a mossy stone was a fox, not red nor silver, but a shifting hue between twilight and smoke. Its eyes gleamed like twin harvest moons. "Found what?" she asked, clutching the locket. "The tempest's heart," said the fox, tail flicking. "Though most call it trouble, you may call me Ember." Thus began a tale woven with three secrets: a locket holding the breath of storms, a fox who collected lost songs, and a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, a place forgotten by maps and memory. Chapter 1. The Language of Rain. Ember led Clara through thickets where fireflies pulsed in Morse code, past brooks that hummed in harmonics. By dawn they reached a cliffside veiled in mist. Below, nestled like a jewel in velvet, lay the moonlit veil. "Home," said Ember, whiskers twitching. "Or what's left of it." The valley was dying. Willows drooped, leaves crumbling to ash. The river ran thin and silent. At its heart stood a spring once said to birth shooting stars, now reduced to a puddle beneath a cracked stone arch. "The spring of solace," Ember murmured. Its waters fed every root and wing in the vale, but the storm stopped coming, without rain. Clara felt the locket pulse against her chest. "Can't the tempest's heart help?" "If only," sighed a new voice. From the wilting reeds emerged a creature akin to a heron, though its feathers shimmered like oil on water. "The heart contains the last storms, but only a storm singer can awaken them, and they've been gone for centuries." The heron, introduced as Ripple, bowed its serpentine neck. "We'd hoped the locket might call one. Instead, it called you." Clara's cheeks burned. "I'm no singer. I can't even hold a tune." Ember's laugh was a crackle of dry leaves. "Storm singers don't use voices, little sapling. They listen." That night, as indigo shadows swallowed the veil, Clara sat by the dying spring. The locket storm swirled restlessly. Remembering Ember's words, she closed her eyes and listened. Wind carried whispers. The poplar's sigh as sap slowed in its veins. A sparrow's nestling, begging for one more worm. The riverbed's cracked mud lament. And beneath it all, a deeper ache. The veil itself breathing shallowly. Clara's tears fell into the spring. The locket flared. A single raindrop struck her nose. Chapter 2. The Symphony of Broken Things. You felt the rain. Ripple trilled next morning. But why only a drop? Ember nosed a withered berry. The heart responds to empathy, but to reignite storms, Clara must heal the veil's fractures, starting with the clockwork grove. The grove, explained Ripple, was where time tangled like yarn. Ancient beings called thistle clocks, living sundials with bodies of petrified wood and gears of amber, once tended it. But since the drought, their mechanisms had rusted mid-tick. Without them, said Ember, days snap like dropped threads. Sunrise arrives before midnight. Apple blossoms wilt as they bloom. Chaos seeps in. The journey east took them through a copse where trees grew in spirals, their trunks marked with glyphs that rearranged themselves as Clara passed. At the grove's edge they found the first thistle clock, a magnificent creature with cedar bark skin, its amber gears frozen at the 11th hour. How do we fix them? Clara asked. Ripple preened a feather. Each clock is wounded by a memory. Find what it cherished most. Clara approached the thistle clock. Up close she noticed carvings on its chest, a flock of geese flying through a star field. Placing her palm on the image, she focused. A memory blossomed. A younger thistle clock, cradling a fledgling nightingale with a broken wing. Hush, little metronome, it rumbled, voice like a landslide in slow motion. With each gentle touch, the bird's feathers realigned. When it flew away, the clock had smiled, a creaking, glorious sound. The gear twitched. A single tick echoed through the grove. Ember's ears pricked. You're harmonizing with its rhythm. Find the next. By moonrise, Clara had revived 6 thistle clocks, each requiring her to inhabit their memories, carrying a dewdrop across a desert, composing a duet with a thunderclap, teaching a mountain to skip stones. With each healed clock, the air grew crisper, the stars brighter. As the final gear word to life, the grove exhaled. Time settled into its proper stream, smooth as honey. Remarkable, said Ripple. You've not just mended them, you've made them whole. Clara stared at her hands. It's like when I touch their memories, I'm not just seeing, I'm remembering for them. Ember's tail brushed her ankle. The heart's doing, storms aren't just rain, sapling, they're stories waiting to be told. Chapter 3. The Bridge of Breath and Bone. The Vale's revival was fragile. Though the thistle clocks hummed, the spring remained parched. The storms must reach the source, said Ripple, pointing north where auroras danced above a mountain split by a glowing fissure. There lies the skywell, cradle of all winds, but the bridge. The bridge of sighs once arched gorgeously over the serpent's spine chasm. Now it lay in ruins, its singing stones scattered. Only a wind weaver can rebuild it, said Ember. They're born from the laughter of cliffs and the patience of glaciers, all perished in the drought. Clara knelt, touching a fallen stone. It chimed softly, a lonely note. The locket storm pulsed in sympathy. Maybe we don't need a wind weaver, she said. Maybe we need a choir. Gathering stones, she arranged them in a semicircle. Each chimed a different pitch. Ember cocked his head. What's your aim, sapling? The bridge didn't just carry people, it carried songs, if we can't sing its melody. Ripple fluttered to a stone. I know the area, Mother used to sing it. Clearing her throat, she warbled a note like sunlight through icicles. One stone levitated. Ember yipped in delight. My turn. His contribution was a earthy growl, all raspberry thorns and pine resin. Another stone rose. Clara closed her eyes, letting the locket storm fill her. When she sang, it wasn't with her voice, but with the crash of tides, the whisper of willow fronds, the creak of oak branches cradling nests. Stone after stone soared into place, humming with layered harmonies. As the final note hung in the air, the bridge glowed, a crescent moon of sound and stone. Ripple danced midair. You conducted the wind itself. Crossing the bridge felt like walking through a hymn. Clara's hair lifted, not just from altitude, but from the joy of the stones. Chapter 4. The Skywell's Silent Song. The Skywell was a cavern where stalactites dripped liquid light. At its center hung a sphere of water, suspended without vessel, the first rain waiting to fall. But its surface was still as death. The rain must be awakened, said Ember. But how? Clara approached, locket blazing. The sphere reflected her face, then others, a thistle clock's gentle hands, Ripple's mother soaring, Ember as a kit chasing his tail. It's showing connections, she realized. The threads between us. Placing both hands on the sphere, she let memories flood forth. Ripple sharing her last berry with a starving field mouse. Ember howling lullabies to a trembling fawn. Herself, age 7, bandaging a sparrow's wing. The rain shivered. More, cried Ripple. Clara delved deeper. A farmer carrying his neighbor's harvest. Roots sharing nutrients with a sickly sapling. Waves smoothing jagged rocks into gems. The sphere erupted. Rain fell, not just water, but liquid stardust. It soaked Clara's hair, mended Ripple's chipped beak, turned Ember's fur to living flame. Down the mountain it raced, reviving the vale in technicolor. Willows sprouted emerald, the river surged in opal waves, and the spring of solace bubbled anew. Yet Clara noticed something stranger. Her skin glowed faintly, the locket storm now calm. You've become the bridge, said Ember softly. Human and storm singer both. Epilogue, the dance of roots and rain. Seasons turned. Clara split her days between village and vale, tending both gardens with equal care. The locket remained, though its storm had dispersed into the Skywell, its true home. One midsummer eve, as fireflies performed their waltz, Clara found Ember and Ripple by the spring. It's time, said the fox. The vale needs a guardian. She smiled. It has 3. Ripple nuzzled her cheek. We'll visit whenever the wind smells of lavender or peaches or yesterday's sunshine, Clara finished. They parted not with tears, but with a promise woven into the land itself, that kindness, once planted, grows in circles without end. Back home, Clara resumed stargazing. But now, when constellations blinked, she swore they winked back. And in her garden, sunflowers bloomed with centers like miniature storms, singing rain songs to anyone who listened. For in learning to heal a world, she discovered magic needs no locket. It simply needs a heart that beats in tempo with the earth. Story 24. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed like ancient scribes recording secrets, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle. His quills were the color of storm clouds, and his paws left tiny star-shaped prints in the moss. Each evening, as amber light filtered through the canopy, he'd curl beneath a toadstool and listen to the forest's heartbeat, the creak of bark, the sigh of ferns, the distant chime of dew droplets falling into velvet-lined pools. But one autumn the woods fell silent. The leaves clung too long to their branches, their fiery hues dulling to ash. The air grew heavy with the scent of stalled time, and the creature's nightly lullabies faded into uneasy whispers. Thistle noticed it first in the bramble hollow, where the oldest badger in the forest, a silver-muzzled sage named Bramble, kept watch over the seasoned stones, 4 luminous orbs nestled in a cradle of roots. They pulsed with the rhythms of spring's growth, summer's warmth, autumn's release, and winter's rest. Now the autumn stone flickered weakly, its golden light dimming like a guttering candle. "The balance is fraying," Bramble murmured, tracing a claw over the stone's cracked surface. "Without it the seasons will unravel, and the woods will forget how to breathe." Determined to help, Thistle embarked on a moonlit quest, guided by the counsel of a flame-furred fox named Sorrel, whose laughter once sparked campfires. Together they trekked to the Glimmerfin, a marsh where willows wept liquid starlight and air shimmered with dragonflies. There, beneath a bridge of woven reeds, dwelled the marsh keepers, 3 broad-backed turtles with shells etched in constellations. "The stones weaken because the forest song is fading," croaked the eldest turtle, her voice like water over pebbles. "You must rekindle the melody hidden in the everwood tree, where the first acorn took root." The journey deepened as frost began to bite, a false winter creeping too soon. Thistle and Sorrel climbed slopes where maple leaves burned crimson, their edges rimed with ice. They met a stag named Rowan, his antlers twined with ivy, who carried stories in his marrow. "The everwood's roots drink from the well of memory," he told them, breath clouding in the air. "But its branches are guarded by the windweavers. Listen carefully, they speak in riddles woven from breezes." At dawn they reached the everwood, a colossal oak whose trunk glowed like petrified moonlight. High in its branches, translucent sprites with wings of gauzy mist spiraled and dipped, their voices a chorus of hummingbird wings and distant thunder. "To mend what's broken," they sang, "you must give what cannot be held." Thistle's heart sank. How could a hedgehog grasp something as fleeting as a memory or a breath? But Sorrel nuzzled his quills, her eyes gleaming. "The forest doesn't need grand gestures. It needs us, our attention, our care." Remembering Bramble's tales, Thistle gathered fallen leaves, each veined with the history of storms and sunrises. Sorrel collected dewdrops from spiderwebs, while Rowan offered a tuft of his fur, soft as thistle down. Together they wove a nest at the everwood's base, embedding their gifts into its fibers. As the last leaf settled, the tree shuddered. Roots surged upward, cradling a luminous seed that burst into 1,000 fireflies, each carrying a fragment of the forest's forgotten song. The creak of saplings stretching toward the sun, the babble of newborn streams, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under a shared sky. The fireflies swept through the woods like a living river, their light mending the autumn stone's cracks. Leaves finally spiraled downward in a dance of copper and gold, and the first true snowflakes kissed the earth, gentle as moth wings. In the bramble hollow, Bramble nodded, relief softening his weary face. "You reminded the woods that its strength lies not in one guardian, but in every leaf, every paw print, every whispered dream." That night, as creatures gathered beneath a sky embroidered with stars, Thistle curled into his toadstool, Sorrel's tail draped over him like a rust-colored quilt. The season stones hummed softly, their rhythms syncing with the forest's restored breath. And if you walked through the whispering woods in autumn, you might still hear the echoes of their journey, the crunch of leaves remembering how to fall, the sigh of roots cradling secrets, and the gentle certainty that no season lasts forever, but each returns in its time, cradled by the hands of those who listen. Story 25. The Amber Lantern. In a village hugged by whispering pines and crowned with mountains that touch the clouds, there lived a soft-spoken boy named Finn. His hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching ferns and fox prints in his notebook, his eyes the color of storm clouds gathering at dusk. Each evening he'd sit by his window watching fireflies stitch constellations above the meadow, sensing, though he couldn't say why, that the world hummed with secrets just beyond his reach. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the path of a silver-throated brook, Finn stumbled upon something half-buried in amber leaves, a lantern. Not ordinary, this. Its glass panels swirled with veins of gold, as if someone had captured sunlight mid-dance. When he brushed off the dirt, the metal base warmed beneath his fingers, etched with symbols like unfurling ferns. That night under a waxing moon, the lantern lit itself with a buttery glow, painting the walls of Finn's attic room with moving shadows. A stag leaping, owls waltzing, trees bowing in an invisible wind. "It's a map," he whispered, realizing the shadows weren't random. They pointed northwest, toward the oldest part of the forest. The journey began at dawn, mist clinging to Finn's boots as he followed the lantern's guidance. It swung gently from his grip, casting light that seemed to push against the gloom, revealing cobweb bridges between birch trees and mushrooms glowing faintly cobalt. By midday he reached a granite wall draped in ivy, where the lantern's beam pooled on a single leaf. When he touched it, the ivy sighed and parted, unveiling a tunnel fragrant with damp earth and rosemary. The hidden world beyond stole his breath. Sunlight filtered through canopies of jade and topaz, dappling pools where fish with translucent fins swam alongside fallen stars. Trees bore fruits like gemstones, ruby pomegranates, peridot figs, and the air thrummed with the low, sweet song of the earth itself. Yet something felt frayed. Petals on the luminous moonflowers trembled too violently, the brooks bubbled in erratic rhythms. A voice chimed behind him. "You've come to mend it, then." Finn turned to find a girl perched on a root, her skin bark brown, hair a cascade of lichen, and eyes like molten honey. She hopped down, leaves rustling in her wake. "I'm Sorrel, keeper of roots, well, trying to keep them." She nodded at the lantern. "That's been missing for 300 years. "Mend what?" Finn asked. Sorrel plucked a withered leaf from the ground. It crumbled to ash. "The heartwood's dying. The lantern chooses who can help." Her gaze softened. "You feel it, don't you, the stutter in the wind, the way the light shivers?" He did. It made his chest ache, like hearing a wounded bird's cry. The heartwood stood at the valley's center, a tree so vast its roots formed catacombs, its trunk wide as a castle tower. But its branches, once heavy with leaves that sang in chorus, were skeletal, and its bark wept rivulets of silvery sap. Sorrel explained that the tree's roots drank from 7 sacred springs, each guarded by a creature. But the springs are poisoned now. The guardians forgot their purpose. Forgot. They grew lonely, turned bitter. To heal the springs, someone must remind them of kindness. She touched the lantern. "This holds memories of the forest's joy. Show them." Finn's throat tightened. "Why me?" Sorrel smiled. "You noticed the sorrow no one else did. That's the first step, isn't it?" The first guardian dwelled in a cavern behind a waterfall, scales iridescent as oil on water, body coiled around a spring choked with black algae. A water dragon, though no bigger than a wolf, her voice a hiss. "Leave, thief, you'll not take my treasure." Finn knelt, lantern raised. The glass bloomed with light, projecting images. The dragon as a hatchling, splashing in the spring while otters nuzzled her, an old fisherwoman tossing her tidbits, children giggling as she danced in the spray. The dragon froze. I'd forgotten the laughter. Her spines lowered. The algae grows when I brood. It needs music to clear. Tentatively, Finn hummed the lullaby his mother sang when storms rattled their roof. The dragon joined in with a deep, vibrating purr. The algae dissolved, the spring bubbling clear. "Thank you," she murmured, pressing a scale into his palm, "for helping me remember." Days blurred into weeks. Finn met a moth-winged bear who'd hoarded light until her spring became a void. "Show me the stars again," she pleaded. A stone tortoise whose grief had petrified the water. "My friend the heron, she flew away," he rumbled. A fox made of smoke who'd extinguished her fire out of fear. "Will it hurt others?" she asked, trembling. Each time, the lantern's memories bridged the gap between loneliness and connection, despair and hope. Finn changed too. His sketches filled with creatures only he'd seen, his steps surer on tangled paths. He learned to listen, not just with ears, but with his pulse, his breath. Sorrel walked beside him, teaching him the language of budding twigs and the stories rivers carve into stone. "You're weaving yourself into the forest's song," she said once, as they shared blackberries sweet as forgiveness. "Not many humans do that." The final spring lay in a crater atop the highest peak, guarded by a creature of crackling lightning and shattered glass, a storm hound. Below, the heartwood's crown groaned, its last leaves clinging like orphans. "I know what you want," the hound boomed, electricity arcing from its mane. "You'll fail, everyone does." The lantern's light flickered weakly here, the storm's rage dimming it. Finn's hands shook, but he stepped forward. "You've been hurt." Lies. A bolt seared the ground at his feet. "You were the guardian of courage," Finn pressed, heart hammering. "But courage without rest is just fear, isn't it?" He opened his notebook, flipping to a sketch of the hound curled asleep under summer stars, the spring beside it mirror smooth. "You don't have to be angry, it's okay to be tired." The hound's snarl wavered. The lantern flared, showing its own memory, the hound as a pup, chasing sunbeams with a badger cub, both tumbling into the spring in a splash of giggles. A whine escaped the creature. I lost them, the others, the loneliness burned. Finn, though trembling, reached out. "Let someone help." The storm stilled. As the last spring flowed clean, the heartwood shuddered. New branches surged skyward, leaves unfurling in emerald spirals, their song a cascade of flutes and wind chimes. Sorrel whooped, spinning Finn in a dance as the forest erupted in celebration, fireflies spelling gratitude in ancient runes, wolves harmonizing with crickets, rivers kicking up diamond spray. At dawn, Finn stood at the tunnel's entrance, lantern dimmed. Sorrel pressed her forehead to his. "You'll always find your way back," she said, slipping a seed into his pocket. "Plant it where your heart rests." Years later, a tree unlike any other grows behind Finn's cottage, its bark shimmering faintly, roots deep as forever. Children gather under its boughs, breathless, as he recounts tales of dragons who sing and storms that learn to quiet. The lantern hangs from his porch, lit on nights when the world feels too heavy, its light a reminder, even the deepest wounds heal when tended by gentle hands. And if sometimes in the rustle of leaves Finn hears Sorrel's laugh, well, that's a story for another night. Story 26. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lost Stars. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual snow, there lay a village where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails into the twilight. The villagers knew the forest bordering their homes as the Whispering Woods, not for any malice in its voice, but because its leaves murmured secrets to those who lingered beneath their dappled shade. It was here, at the edge of enchantment, that a girl named Marisol lived with her grandmother, a weaver whose tapestries seemed to shimmer with threads of starlight. Marisol had always been drawn to the woods. While other children chased fireflies in the meadows, she would sit beneath the ancient oaks, listening to the wind stories. Her grandmother warned her never to wander beyond the glowing brook that marked the forest's heart. "The deeper woods remember old magic," she'd say, tracing the edge of a tapestry that depicted a lantern floating among constellations. "And old magic has a way of finding those who seek it." One autumn evening, as the horizon blushed like a ripened peach, Marisol found a peculiar stone by the brook. It was no larger than her palm, milky white and warm to the touch, with veins of silver that pulsed faintly. When she held it up, the setting sun ignited something within it, a tiny, swirling galaxy. That night, under a quilt patched from her grandmother's old dresses, Marisol dreamt of a lantern floating in a clearing, its light casting shadows that danced like ink in water. the stone began to change her. Flowers bloomed in Marisol's footsteps when she walked through the garden. Mice brought her acorn caps filled with dew. And one mist-laced morning, as she knelt by the brook, a fox emerged from the woods, not the red-furred kind that stole chickens, but a creature with fur like polished obsidian and eyes that held the green glow of foxfire. "You found the starseed," the fox said, its voice a rustle of dry leaves. "It chooses few. Fewer still follow where it leads." Marisol's breath caught, but her fear melted like frost in sunlight. There was a kindness in the fox's gaze, a quiet understanding. "Where does it lead?" she asked. "To what was lost," the fox replied. "The lantern of lost stars lies hidden in the wood's deepest grove. Long ago it lit the path between worlds, but its light dimmed when humans forgot the way. The starseed is a fragment of its power. It calls you to rekindle what's been extinguished." The fox, whose name was Kale, as Marisol soon learned, became her guide. They ventured past the glowing brook, where the water sang in a language of ripples and reflections. The trees here grew taller, their bark etched with symbols that shimmered when touched. Kale explained that the woods were a bridge between realms, a place where time folded like cloth and memories took root as wildflowers. But the deeper they went, the more the air thickened with unease. Trees stood skeletal, their branches clawing at a sky choked by smoke like mist. "The shadow murk," Kale murmured. "It feeds on forgotten things, lost hopes, abandoned dreams. Where the lantern's light has faded, the murk grows bold." Their first trial came at the Mirror Marsh. The ground here was a puzzle of unstable islands floating on water black as spilled ink. Pale lilies glowed faintly, their petals brittle as old paper. "Step only where the light touches," Kale advised, but the lilies dimmed as they approached, as if shy of living warmth. Marisol pressed the starseed to her chest. Its light swelled, gentle as dawn, and the lilies brightened in response. Yet with each step the murk writhed beneath the water, whispering doubts. "You'll fail," it hissed. "The lantern's too far. You're just a child." "Listen instead to the lilies," Kale urged. "They remember being seeds, how dark the earth felt before they bloomed." Focusing on the flower's fragile glow, Marisol found her path. When her foot slipped, the starseed's light pooled on the water, holding her weight like solid ground. By the time they reached the marsh's edge, the lilies behind them had blossomed into full, radiant moons. Days blurred into nights filled with bioluminescent moths and the soft chime of wind through crystal ferns. Marisol learned to read the forest signs, a cluster of blue mushrooms pointing the way, a stream that flowed uphill when the starseed neared. She shared stories with Kale, of her grandmother's tales, of his youth running with a constellation-made stag. Their friendship became a quiet counterpoint to the growing dread of the shadow murk, which now seeped through the trees like ink and milk. At last they reached the Grove of Echoes. In its center stood the lantern, taller than Marisol, its once golden frame tarnished black. The glass was cracked, and within it hung a dying ember. Surrounding it were statues, figures frozen mid-step, faces etched with despair. "Those who tried and failed to relight it," Kale said grimly. "The murk preys on their doubt." As Marisol approached, the shadows coalesced into a shapeless figure with hollow eyes. "Why persist?" it crooned. "The world beyond these woods has no place for magic. Let it die. Let the lantern crumble." The starseed flared in Marisol's hand, but the murk laughed. "Light alone won't save you. The lantern needs a flame that cannot be stolen, a fire born of sacrifice." Marisol hesitated. Sacrifice. She thought of her grandmother's hands, knotted from years of weaving. Of Kale's laughter as he chased moonbeams. Of the villagers who'd never believed the wonders she'd seen. What could she possibly give up? Then she understood. Placing the starseed on the ground, she whispered, "It's not about giving something away. It's about sharing what's inside." Closing her eyes, she pressed her palms to the lantern's cracked surface. In her mind, she poured forth every memory that had ever lit her heart, her grandmother singing while she spun wool, the first time she'd heard the trees whisper, the warmth of Kale's trust. The starseed dissolved into 1,000 points of light, flowing into the lantern like water into parched earth. With a sound like a symphony of struck crystals, the lantern blazed to life. Its light pierced the murk, scattering it into harmless shadows. The statues shuddered, their stone skins flaking away to reveal trembling, living souls. The grove erupted in color, flowers bursting through ash, trees regaining their lives in a rush of emerald and gold. Kale nuzzled Marisol's hand. "You didn't just relight the lantern. You wove a new kind of magic, one that lives in connections, not in lonely sparks." The journey back was a procession of joy. The woods, now free of the murk, threw a celebration only nature could conjure. Fireflies spelling out gratitude in glowing script, bears offering honeycomb sweet as sunlight, and a river that carried them home on a boat made of woven reeds. When Marisol returned to her village, she found her grandmother waiting, a new tapestry half completed on her loom. It showed a girl and a fox, a lantern glowing between them. "I always wondered when you'd find your story," the old woman said, her eyes bright. Marisol never spoke of her adventure to others, but subtle changes bloomed. The village children began leaving bowls of milk for the foxes. The brook's water, once drunk, brought dreams of distant stars. And on quiet nights, if someone wandered near the whispering woods, they might glimpse a soft light bobbing in the distance, not a lantern, but something warmer, brighter, kindled from the embers of a girl's courage and a friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds. Years later, when Marisol became the weaver, her tapestries told tales no one could quite place, but everyone felt they'd known once, long ago. And sometimes, on evenings when the air smelled of snow and pine resin, a black-furred fox would sit at the forest's edge, watching the cottage lights flicker on, one by one, like stars finding their way home. Story 27. Beneath a moonlit canopy of ancient oaks, where silver moss draped like lace over gnarled branches, there existed a glade known only to those who listened with more than ears. Here the air hummed with the secret language of dandelion seeds riding twilight breezes, and foxfire mushrooms pulsed in time with the constellations above. It was in this hidden realm that a young hedgehog named Thistle first noticed the trembling in the earth, a vibration too subtle for most, but which made the bluebell caps tremble like nervous choir boys. "Grandmother Willow," Thistle whispered, her quills catching starlight as she approached the great tree whose roots cradled the forest's memory. "The spring rain's smell of burnt sugar, and the brook's song has turned minor." From the tree's hollow emerged eyes like liquid amber, followed by the feather-soft form of the eldest forest guardian. "Ah, little observer," rasped the tawny owl, her voice the sound of parchment pages turning. "The heartstone's rhythm falters. Come, the moon cicadas are hatching early." As they moved through corridors of fiddlehead ferns unfurling their emerald scrolls, the forest revealed its hidden citizens. A badger etching star charts in clay, fireflies stitching luminous tapestries between hawthorns, and a family of voles brewing acorn ink for their nightly chronicles. The air thickened with the scent of impending change, petrichor laced with wood smoke, damp earth undercut by citrus-sharp unease. At the glade's heart lay the problem, a crystalline stone veined with living light, its usual heartbeat pulse now stuttering. Autumn leaves swirled in a phantom, waltz around it though spring's honeysuckles still perfumed the air. A red squirrel named Sorrel tapped maple keys growing from the stone's base, each producing a different season's scent. "The equinox threads are tangling," he fretted, his normally vibrant tail fur dull as storm clouds. The gathering creatures soon discovered the source, a fracture in the stone no wider than a spider's thread, through which silvery essence seeped to form ghost birches that melted by dawn. Long ago, Grandmother Willow began, her talons tracing glyphs in the loam that shimmered like drowned starlight. The first roots drank starlight to weave time's tapestry, but memory fades where roots don't reach. Thus began their quiet quest. Thistle navigated by the taste of winds, carrying tales from distant biomess. A mole named Bramble read seismic poetry in bedrock layers. Luna moths carried whispers between decay and growth factions, while earthworms negotiated nutrient treaties. With each collaboration, the creatures gathered ingredients for the mending. Dawn collected dew from a spider's web, the echo of a wren's first flight, fractal patterns from frost ferns. Their journey led them through a valley where autumn perpetually lingered, a place of cinnamon-scented fogs and trees that shed amber tears. Here they met a stag crowned in living crystal, his hooves etching frost flowers with each step. The balance falters when stories go unshared, he warned, breath forming constellations that melted against their fur. From his antlers, he gifted a shard containing the laughter of forgotten glaciers. Back at the Heartstone, the creatures wove their offerings into a luminous poultice. As Grandmother Willow sang the hymn of unfolding seasons, a melody that made roots stretch and buds shiver, Thistle realized true harmony wasn't perfection, but the graceful dance of give and take. When the final note merged with the first birdsong of dawn, the stone's fracture healed with a sound like 100 maple keys turning in unison. Seasons resumed their measured waltz. Cherry blossoms snowed pink over the summer ferns, already unfurling beneath. The creatures celebrated not with raucous noise, but by weaving a communal dream, a tapestry of firefly-lit feasts where winter's silence and summer's exuberance blended like moonbeam and sunlight in a forest pool. Years later, when Thistle's own quills silvered with age, she taught a new generation to read the poetry in cracked bark and the mathematics in falling leaves. The phantom birches, now solid and strong, stood as living reminders that even broken things could become foundations for new growth. And on crisp evenings, when the northern lights danced unusually low, elder creatures and young alike would gather to hear the stones sing, their vibrations a lullaby of resilience, their light a promise that no night lasts forever. As the first snow of winter gently blanketed the glade one crystalline night, the forest slept to the rhythm of contented roots dreaming beneath the frost. Somewhere a young hare paused in her moonlit wandering, nose twitching at the rich scent of stories sleeping in the earth, ready to blossom with the coming spring. Story 28. In a village nestled between rolling amber hills and an ancient forest whose trees whispered secrets to the stars, there lived a young girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the stormy gray of twilight clouds. Her world was measured in the comfortable rhythm of sameness, the familiar creak of the third stair in her cottage, the precise number of blue wildflowers growing by the well, the way her grandmother's honey cakes always emerged from the oven at the exact moment the clock tower chimed 3. But this autumn, as crimson leaves began pirouetting to the earth, a restlessness stirred in the forest and in Leela's heart. The trouble began when the maple tree outside her window, the one that had blazed scarlet every October since her birth, shivered its leaves into gold instead. Lena traced the unfamiliar gilded edges with trembling fingers, her chest tight as a coiled spring. "It's wrong," she whispered to her shadow that evening, watching it stretch across her quilted bedspread. "Everything's changing where it shouldn't." Her grandmother, a woman whose wrinkles mapped decades of laughter, noticed the way Leela began counting steps to the schoolhouse again, 12, always 12, and how she lingered by the well-murmuring numbers to the flowers. "The forest breathes differently this year," the old woman said one morning, stirring cinnamon into steaming milk. She pressed the clay mug into Leela's hands, warmth bleeding through the cracks. "Perhaps it wishes to show you something." Layla's protest dissolved like sugar in tea when she discovered the first enchanted leaf 2 days later. It lay nestled in her boot, a heart-shaped thing glowing faintly periwinkle, its veins pulsing like liquid starlight. When her breath hitched in surprise, the leaf darkened to indigo. "It's mirroring you," breathed Micah, the blacksmith's son, peering over her shoulder. His apron smelled of forge smoke and apricot tarts. "Old tales say the forest grows such leaves when someone's heart is unsteady." That night, Leela placed the leaf beneath her pillow, where it hummed a lullaby only her bones could hear. She dreamed of a silver fox with eyes like molten amber, leading her down a path where trees shed leaves of violet and tangerine, each crunch underfoot releasing chords of a forgotten song. When she woke, 3 more glowing leaves sat on her windowsill, arranged in a perfect triangle. The forest called to her now in waking hours, a low, resonant vibration beneath her soles as she gathered firewood. On the day the village stream reversed its flow, bubbling westward instead of east, Leela tucked the singing leaves into her satchel and crossed the moss-eaten stone bridge into the trees. Autumn's perfume enveloped her, wood smoke and damp earth, overripe blackberries and the crisp tang of impending frost. Her trembling fingers brushed a birch trunk, and the bark rippled like water, revealing a door. No taller than her shoulder, its oak planks etched with vines that seemed to writhe in the corner of her vision. The silver fox from her dreams lay curled before it, tail flicking. "You've been counting the wrong things, little one," it said, voice like wind through willow fronds. Where its paw touched the ground, frost blossomed into crystalline ferns. Leela's leaf collection flared in her satchel, crimson, then gold, then a frightened azure. "I don't like changes," she admitted, knees sinking into cool moss. "They feel like losing." The fox's laugh rang like icicles chiming. "What if they're finding?" It nudged the door open with its muzzle, revealing a grove where seasons danced in unison. Cherry trees shed pink snow onto fiery maples, while snowdrops peered through carpets of autumn saffron. "This is the grove of between," the fox murmured, "where what was and what will be hold hands." Over weeks that smelled of pine resin and hearth cakes, the fox, who Leela secretly called Frost, taught her to read the forest's new language. They tracked shadows that bloomed into ephemeral flowers, drank from springs where water tasted of memories not yet made. One brittle twilight, as Leela struggled to weave a crown of ever-shifting ivy, the leaves kept turning to moths. Frost placed a paw on her racing heart. "You're trying to catch the wind in a net," it chided gently. "Some changes aren't meant to be tamed." The crisis came when winter's first true frost iced the village. Leela woke to find her enchanted leaves dull and brittle, their light snuffed out. Panic clawing her throat, she fled to the grove of between, only to find its trees skeletal, the air thick with silence. Frost lay motionless beneath the cherry tree now, its fur dull as tarnished silver. "It's my fault," Leela wept, cradling the fox's limp form. Her tears fell onto Frost's chest, blooming into tiny ice flowers. "I held on too tight. I didn't understand." A familiar cinnamon-scented voice interrupted. "Understanding comes late sometimes." Leela turned to see her grandmother kneeling beside her, wool skirts pooling in the snow. How had she found the grove? The old woman's gnarled hand covered Leela's. "When my mother crossed the veiled bridge," she said softly, "I tried to keep her garden unchanged for years. But roses that never bloom or wilt, ah, child, they become ghosts of themselves." As dawn blushed the horizon, Leela did something brave. She placed Frost beneath the cherry tree and sang the lullaby the leaves had taught her, all the verses, even the ones that tasted of goodbye. The grove shuddered. Ice cracked. And from the frost where her tears had fallen rose a new creature, an owl with feathers like polished moonlight, Frost's amber eyes glowing in its face. "You needed a guide for colder skies," the owl hooted, brushing her cheek with velvet wings. Where it soared, winter's grip softened. Snowflakes spiraled into blooming patterns, bare branches glittered with temporary stars. Leela laughed through tears as the owl led her home, past the village where children now marveled at ice that sculpted itself into swallow shapes, where her grandmother's hearth blazed with blue firewood. That night Leela placed the last enchanted leaf, now clear as glacial ice, on her windowsill. Outside, the maple tree stood silver bare, its branches cradling a nest of starlight and spider silk. She no longer counted steps to the schoolhouse. The wildflowers by the well, she noticed, had begun growing in spirals. Years later, travelers would speak of the woman who dwelled between forest and village, her cottage door always open. Some claimed she taught lost souls to read the language of changing seasons. Others swore she conversed with an owl made of winter's breath. But the children knew the truth. They'd seen her hair streaked with silver like first frost, watched her scatter leaves that bloomed into fireflies when touched by moonlight. On the eve of her grandmother's passing, Leila carried the old woman to the grove of between. Together they sipped tea that tasted of memory and possibility, watching cherry blossoms melt into snowflakes. "You've grown roots in the in-between places," her grandmother murmured, smile crinkling eyes that still held summer's warmth. When morning came, Leela returned alone, a single ice flower blooming in her palm. She planted it by the maple tree, where it grew into a sapling with leaves that shimmered between seasons. Some days they whispered, some days they sang, but they always, always danced. Story 29. The old clock tower struck 9 hollow notes across the village of Wickerfall when Juniper first noticed the peculiar stain on her bedroom ceiling. Not the tea-colored watermark that had lingered there since last spring's storm, but a new mark shaped like a swirling galaxy, its edges shimmering faintly even in the dimming evening light. As she lay in her patchwork quilt nest, the 12-year-old traced the celestial pattern with her finger, noticing how the stardust speckles drifted downward like lazy fireflies. One silvery particle landed on her nose. It tasted of burnt sugar and forgotten birthdays. That night the ceiling stain dripped. Not water, but liquid starlight that pooled on her wooden floorboards and hardened into a tiny pewter key. Juniper sat cross-legged before it, her cinnamon-brown braids catching the moonglow as she examined the key's bow intricately carved with phases of the moon and a single word etched along its teeth, "Tilda remember Tilda." The clock tower chimed 10, and with each resonant bong, the key grew warmer in her palm until it nearly glowed. Under her bed. The hum came from under her bed. Juniper hadn't cleaned beneath there since the first snows, yet when she brushed aside dust bunnies and misplaced mittens, her fingers found cold metal. The trunk emerged like a reluctant memory grandmother's forgotten hope chest, its rusted latch shaped like a raven's claw. When the moon key slipped into the lock with a satisfied click, the lid exhaled centuries of stories in a cinnamon-scented sigh. Inside lay no linens nor heirlooms, but a miniature city crafted from folded newspaper and thimble-sized bells. As Juniper leaned closer, tiny lights blinked awake in paper windows, a cobblestone street unfurled like a stretching cat, and the distant sound of a harmonica drifted up from the inked streets. A folded note fluttered to her knees. "Tilda for the keeper who remembers. Wind the clock at moon's repose. Follow the bells, but mind the prose. Bring back what the shadows stole. And mend the map of a story whole, Tilda." The paper city trembled. From its central square rose a porcelain hot air balloon no larger than a soap bubble, carrying a passenger in acorn cap helmet. "About time," squeaked the mouse, adjusting goggles made from watch gears. "I've been waiting 3 generations. Quick now, the memory market closes at moondark." Thus began Juniper's descent into the newspaper metropolis, her bedroom floorboards creaking into vaulted library ceilings as she shrank to thimble height. The mouse pilot, who introduced himself as Captain Pip of the Ephemeral Express, guided her balloon over Inkai rivers where poetry fish leapt in iambic arcs. "We've been fading," he explained as they passed a tower with crumbling margins. "Someone's been stealing stories from the edges. First it was just minor characters, the baker's second cousin, the postman's childhood dog, but now whole chapters are vanishing." The market sprawled across a glowing manuscript page, its stalls cobbled from dictionary pages and smelling of worn leather bindings. Juniper's nostrils tingled with whispers of pressed flowers and ink. Vendors called out wares. Lost conclusions, freshly mislaid. Gently used character motivations, half price. Get your proper nouns here, no commons. But it was the somber figure at the market's edge who caught Juniper's eye, a girl made of newspaper clippings, her body rustling with headlines about missing pets and abandoned gardens. The paper girl extended a hand constructed from crossword puzzles. "They call me Lexi," she said, her voice a rasp of turning pages. "You feel it too, don't you, the gaps where memories should be?" As Juniper touched Lexi's newsprint fingers, a vision flashed: grandmother humming in a sunlit kitchen, pressing something small and metallic into young hands. The memory dissolved like sugar in tea. "The hollows are taking them," Lexi whispered. "They siphon stories to fuel their shadow plays. But to stop them you'll need." She pressed a vial of liquid starlight into Juniper's palm. "And remember, not all lost things want to be found." Their quest wove through chapters both dark and delightful. They rode library lifts operated by disgruntled bookworms, decoded maps hidden in sonnets, and once took refuge in a cottage built from a grandmother's recipe book. The gingerbread walls smelled of nutmeg and safety. Alongside Pip's aeronautical expertise and Lexi's ability to reshape headlines, they were joined by Wisp, a melancholy will-o'-the-wisp whose light dimmed whenever someone forgot their promises. The hollows found them in the liminal library. Not creatures, but absences, silhouettes where stories should have been. They moved like skipped heartbeats, leaching color from tapestries and melody from wind chimes. The strongest hollow wore grandmother's face. "Give up, keeper," it hissed with grandmother's voice, but none of her warmth. "Why cling to dusty tales? Let shadows rewrite your narrative." Juniper's hand tightened around the starlight vial. She thought of bedtime stories whispered through feverish nights, of secrets baked into birthday cakes, of laughter trapped between diary pages. Stories aren't just words, she realized aloud. They're the spaces between. Instead of throwing the starlight, she uncorked the vial and drank. Memories flooded her tongue, not just her own, but every story the hollows had stolen. A symphony of first steps and last goodbyes, of jam-stained apologies and firefly summers. The hollows recoiled as Juniper began to sing a lullaby grandmother had left in the spaces between verses. Lexi joined in with newspaper rustling countermelody, Pip drummed a rhythm on his acorn cap, and Wisp pulsed like a metronome. One by one, the hollows dissolved into the stories they'd consumed. The grandmother-shaped shadow softened, became translucent, and finally dissipated into a shower of forgotten buttons and pressed wildflowers. Dawn found Juniper back in her bedroom, the hope chest now containing a perfect scale model of Wickerfall complete, with a tiny clock tower whose hands turned backward. Lexi's crossword fingers protruded from the chest's keyhole, waving goodbye. "Whenever stories feel too heavy," came Pip's muffled voice from within, "just add tea." Under her pillow, Juniper found a new key, this one forged from morning frost and dandelion fluff. The ceiling stain had transformed into a constellation map, its stars pulsing gently in time with Wickerfall's breathing. Downstairs, the smell of grandmother's cinnamon rolls wafted up, though no one had used that oven in years. That night and every night after, Juniper left her window open. Sometimes she'd wake to find new constellations sketched in cookie crumbs on her desk, or hear the distant toot of a porcelain balloon sailing through apple-scented clouds. The village librarian noted with approval how Juniper now shelved books not by genre, but by the emotional resonance of their spines. And in the deepest hour of night, if you pressed your ear to the hope chest, you might hear the rustle of a paper girl dancing, the pop of a corn kernel turning into a story seed, or the soft chime of memories growing wings. Story 30. The air hummed with the gentle cheer-up of twilight insects as 2 escape pods sank through the lavender clouds of Luminara 7, their metallic hulls glinting like fallen stars. In the first pod, a quivering mass of russet fur pressed 3-fingered paws against the viewing port, round amber eyes reflecting the swirling patterns of the alien sky. In the second, faceted limbs clicked nervously against control panels as a being of living crystal watched the same landscape rise to meet them, prismatic light dancing across its geometric form with every anxious movement. They crashed half a mile apart in a valley where the grass grew in concentric rings of silver and sage, their pods hissing steam into air that smelled of burnt honey and ozone. The furry creature emerged first, tufted ears flat against its skull, as it sniffed at feather-leafed ferns glowing faintly blue. Soft, it trilled in its native tongue, surprised when the vegetation didn't recoil from its touch like the carnivorous foliage back home on Grumara Prime. The crystalline being materialized minutes later near a brook, singing with liquid that sparkled like liquid topaz. It extended a tapered limb, light fracturing into rainbows as it dipped into the current. Non-corrosive, it chimed to itself in harmonic tones, relief vibrating through its translucent body. Across the stream, something rustled. Their first meeting happened beneath a tree whose branches wept strands of living light. The Groomeran froze mid-bite into a succulent purple fruit, juice dripping down its cream-colored muzzle. The crystalline entity flared defensive gold, sharp angles contracting into protective planes. For 3 heartbeats, the only movement was the slow swirl of bioluminescent pollen between them. Hungry. The Groomeran finally offered, extending the fruit with a paw that still trembled slightly. Its voice sounded like wind through willow reeds. The crystalline being tilted, facets shifting to muted turquoise. Consumption unnecessary, it resonated, though the musical notes carried a questioning lilt. Thus began the dance of mismatched survivalists. Over the next 4 planetary rotations, measured by the Groomeran's compulsive tracking of the triple moons, the pair orbited each other like shy comets. The furry engineer, whom we'll call Tova, built a shelter from fallen light branches and pod debris, chattering ceaselessly about thermal regulators and signal boosters. The crystalline geologist Zer mapped mineral deposits with precise sonic pulses, occasionally pausing to watch Tova's ears flop with enthusiasm. Their first true collaboration came during the diamond rainstorm. It's just weather. Tova had yelped when the first crystalline droplets began pinging off their makeshift roof. But as the downpour intensified, Zer grabbed the Groomeran's scruff with surprising gentleness, hauling them both into a freshly dug burrow mere seconds before a hailstone the size of a hoverbike shattered their shelter. In the earthy darkness, Tova's bioluminescent markings pulsed erratically. You saved me. Zer's facets dimmed. Preservation instinct. But the harmonic undertones suggested something more. When they emerged, the valley had transformed. Every surface glittered with frozen fractals, the air tasting sharply of mint and static. Together they discovered the storm had exposed a vein of cobalt ore beneath a nearby hill, exactly what's needed to repair their communication array. But how to mine it? Zer's light patterns flickered with frustration until Tova produced a salvaged laser cutter, eyes crinkling with mischief. The rhythm of their days became a symphony of mismatched talents. Tova learned to read Zer's emotional spectrum, azure flickers for concentration, warm amber for amusement, soft violet for concern. Zer discovered that Tova's fur puffed up when excited, and that leaving smooth river stones near their sleeping nook elicited a purring warble. Their breakthrough came during the great mislocation. I said the hydra spanner. Tova huffed, ears twitching as Zer handed them a photonic resonator for the third time. Auditory receptors interpret your vocal vibrations as. Never mind. The groomeran grabbed Zer's angular hand, placing it against their own throat. Feel the vibrations, hydrospanner. Zer's crystal grew warm. This unit's tactile sensors detect variation in subharmonic frequencies. Light burst across their form in epiphany. Your species modulates meaning through pitch. From then on, conversations flowed like the glowing stream, Tova singing words with exaggerated tonal lifts, Zer matching each note with precisely calibrated vibrations. They named the constellations together, Tova describing groomeran legends of the Weaver Star, while Zer calculated its exact spectral classification. The night everything changed smelled of electric snow and impending dawn. They'd nearly reconstructed Zer's transmitter when a groundquake split the valley. Tova plunged into a newly formed crevasse, saved only by Zer's quick lunge, a move that cracked their primary facet. Don't be dense. Tova scolded through tears as they applied organic sealant from the med kit. You could have shattered. Risk assessment indicated 89% survival probability. Zer chimed softly, light pulsing in time with Tova's hiccuping breaths. You're terrible at math, the groomeran sniffed, carefully smoothing the adhesive over the fracture. When the repaired transmitter finally whirred to life, bathing them in its pale blue glow, neither moved toward it. Tova's ear twitched toward the ongoing stream symphony. Zer's prismatic shadow fell across a patch of night-blooming star lilies. My colony ship departs the Cygnus belt in 17 rotations, Zer hummed, casual as discussing mineral hardness scales. Tova nibbled a claw. There's a groomeran trading outpost 2 sectors over. They always need mechanics. The silence that followed was filled with the whispers of 6 moons rising. On their final morning, they traded gifts beside the now familiar light tree. Tova pressed a capsule filled with bioluminescent pollen into Zer's tapered hand. For remembering colors, they murmured. Zer reciprocated with a perfect diamond formed during the great storm, its heart holding a single strand of groomeran fur suspended in crystal. For remembering softness, they harmonized. As their respective rescue ships descended like silver leaves, Tova suddenly thumped their forehead. We never named the stream. Zer's laughter rang like wind chimes. Designation, friendship's first word. Years later, when Tova's engineering rig docked at the crystalline cities of Zer's homeworld, they'd find a certain valley preserved as a galactic heritage site. Park benches, groomeran-sized, sat beside mineral gardens, prismatically optimized, and stargazers of all species marveled at the plaque bearing 2 sets of handprints, one fuzzy, one faceted, under the words. Here grew the understanding that the universe's strongest bonds are forged not by sameness, but by the patient translation of light into song and song into light. And if visitors lingered past twilight, they might glimpse 2 figures walking the luminous shore, one leaving faint pawprints in the diamond dust, the other scattering rainbows across the triple moonlight, still debating the best name for that chattering little stream. Story 31. On the crystalline moon of Luminara, where the skies shimmered perpetual lavender and the rivers flowed with liquid starlight, there existed a meadow cradled between 2 silver mountains. Here the air hummed with the gentle song of bioluminescent moths, their wings painting brushstrokes of cobalt and amber across the twilight. It was in this valley of whispering ferns that two beings, who should never have met, found their paths knotted together by the curious threads of fate. The first was a small creature from the forest planet of Merwood, her body covered in velvety indigo fur that changed hue with her emotions. Tessa, for that was the name her moss-keeper grandmother had given her, possessed 6 nimble fingers on each hand, perfect for weaving starlight into the dream nets her people used to catch nightmares. Her eyes, wide and luminous as twin harvest moons, now stared in terror at the smoking metal pod that had crashed through the canopy, scattering leaves that chimed like broken wind chimes as they fell. From the wreckage emerged a being of gleaming bronze scales, his 4 amber eyes blinking in staggered unison. Kael'zen of the Draconian Belt had never intended to land here. His navigation array had been damaged during the meteor shower near Kepler's Gap. When his primary eye focused on the trembling Merwoodian, he instinctively raised his plasmacaster, the weapon's hum harmonizing oddly with the droning of the nectar bees nearby. "Identify yourself," he rasped, his translator implant converting the clicks and growls of his native tongue into galactic common. A drop of blue-black blood fell from his injured shoulder, sizzling where it struck a phosphorescent mushroom cap. Tessa's fur flushed pale violet with fear as she pressed her back against a tree trunk pulsing with slow, golden light. "I tend the dream groves," she stammered, her voice like wind through willow reeds. "You're bleeding the wrong color." The Draconian's secondary eyes swiveled to examine his wound. "My circulatory fluid contains ferrocite particles. It's supposed to burn like supernova residue when exposed to air." His knees buckled, scales scraping against the bark of a memory tree as he slid down. The scent of ionized metal mixed with the meadow's aroma of honey dusk blooms. For 7 heartbeats, the only sounds were the gurgle of the nearby starstream and the creaking of Kael'zen's cooling armor. Then Tessa's fur deepened to worried mauve as she noticed the unnatural angle of the warrior's left leg talon. Her people's teachings whispered in her mind, when roots entangle, they share strength. "Your leg," she said softly, edging forward with hands raised to show empty palms. "Our healers use resonance moss for fractures. May I?" Kael'zen's frill flared defensively, but pain blurred his threat assessment protocols. "Your medicinal practices are undoubtedly primitive," he grumbled, yet lowered his weapon arm. As Tessa gathered clumps of the singing moss, its emerald filaments vibrating at bone-knitting frequencies, she noticed the Draconian's uninjured hands moving in precise patterns across a holographic display projected from his wrist guard. "What are you doing?" she asked, applying the moss with fingers that glowed faintly pink, her people's natural healing energy. "Calculating repair timelines," Kael'zen muttered. "Without a functioning quantum core, my ship's regeneration matrix will require 17.3 cycles to..." "You mean days?" "Days," the Draconian spat the organic-centric measurement like a curse. "Your planet's erratic rotation makes temporal calculations intolerably vague. My people measure time in absolute entropy gradients." Tessa's ear tufts twitched as she tied a strip of silk bark around the moss poultice. "We Merwoodians say time is measured in heartbeats and moonrises." She gestured to the western ridge where 3 small moons began ascending in celestial procession. "Tonight is the dance of the weeping moons, when our dream nets become strong enough to hold even the sorrows of stardust." Kael'zen opened his primary mouth to deliver a scathing remark about primitive superstitions, but found himself instead watching the way the moonlight refracted through Tessa's fur. It reminded him uncomfortably of the prism fields back home on Draconis Beta, where young cadets were taught to bend light into weapons. The next morning brought the first test of their reluctant partnership. While Kael'zen insisted on working through the night, Draconians require only 43 minutes of neural recalibration per cycle. Tessa awoke to find her new companion knee-deep in the starstream, scales dulled by dried energon fluid. Your ship's energy core, she called from the bank, nibbling on a sunrise berry that burst into cinnamon-scented vapor when bitten. Is it like the glowing stones in our memory trees? It's a Class 7 singularity drive, Kael'zen snapped, then hesitated. The Merwoodian's innocent question had unexpectedly aligned with his earlier calculations. Though your analogy is not entirely inaccurate, the core requires rare particles to reignite. Tessa's paw pads left faint bioluminescent prints on the stones as she approached. The elder trees sometimes swallow star metal fragments. We use harmony songs to coax them out. Her ear tufts drooped as Kael'zen's frill vibrated with derisive laughter. You expect me to sing to vegetation? It's not just singing, Tessa huffed, her fur sparking indigo irritation. It's about resonance. Everything vibrates: the trees, the stones, even your broken ship. The Draconian's secondary eyes narrowed. For all its apparent mysticism, the statement aligned disturbingly close to quantum harmonic theory. He stared at the cracked remains of his drive core, then at the stubborn Merwoodian whose fur now shimmered defiant sapphire. Explain this, resonance. What followed was a day of comical miscommunication. Kael'zen's attempts to optimize Tessa's harmony songs with sonic amplifiers nearly shattered the memory tree's roots. Tessa's well-meaning suggestion to ask politely for the star metal fragments resulted in Kael'zen delivering the most mechanically precise demand ever uttered to Flora. Yet as twin suns dipped below the silver peaks, something miraculous happened. Tessa, humming a melody that made the air taste of burnt sugar and nostalgia, placed her glowing palms against a tree trunk. Kael'zen, recalling equations about vibrational harmonics, adjusted his scanner to match her frequency. The ancient wood groaned open, revealing glittering ore that pulsed in time with their combined rhythms. Fascinating, the Draconian breathed, his usually clipped tones softened by wonder. Your primitive technique, it appears to have merit. Tessa's responding laughter rang like wind chimes made of ice. Your merit needs watering, you're smiling all crooked. Draconians don't smile, Kael'zen said automatically, though his facial scales had indeed formed an unfamiliar arrangement. The days that followed wove their differences into unexpected strengths. When crystalline spiders spun webs that threatened to cocoon the ship, Tessa distracted the creatures with woven light illusions, while Kael'zen calculated the exact frequency to shatter the webs without harming the ecosystem. During the meteor storm that lit the sky with emerald fire, Kael'zen's force field generator protected them both, though he claimed it was merely efficient resource allocation. One evening, as they worked on realigning the ship's photon sails, Tessa noticed Kael'zen's primary eyes lingering on the Merwoodian constellation patterns. "Do your people have stories for the stars?" she asked, repairing a damaged conduit with vines that grew stronger when sung to. "We have navigation charts," Kael'zen said, then paused. "Though my brood sister once named a particularly troublesome asteroid the thief of patience." Tessa's delighted chirp made several nearby duskblooms bloom prematurely. "That's practically a story, tell me." And so, beneath the triple moons, the Draconian warrior found himself recounting tales of asteroid mines and comet chases, stories he hadn't realized he carried. In return, Tessa shared legends of the dream weavers, her six-fingered hands painting light pictures in the air. The crisis came during the final repair phase. As Kael'zen initiated the drive core's restart sequence, the unstable energy pulse attracted a void wraith, a shadow creature drawn to emotional turmoil. "Stay back." Kael'zen barked, firing his plasma caster at the swirling darkness that smelled of burnt hair and forgotten promises. "It feeds on fear." Tessa stood frozen, fur bleached white with terror. The wraith's whispers echoed her deepest dread: alone, always alone, no one stays. Then a scaled hand gripped her shoulder. Focus, Mirwoodian, your resonance nonsense, can you harmonize with this? Through the terror, Tessa grasped his meaning. As Kale's End provided a stabilizing frequency from his ship systems, she sang not a song of light, but of quiet moments, shared meals of electric blueberries, arguments about timekeeping, the way moonlight caught on bronze scales. The wraith recoiled, its form unraveling in the face of this alien harmony. When the last shadow dissolved, Tessa found herself supported by Kale Zen's uninjured arm. Your people's stories, he said gruffly, are not entirely impractical. On the morning of departure, the meadow wore frost made of frozen starlight. Tessa pressed a dream net into Kale Zen's clawed hand, this one woven with memories of lavender skies and unexpected laughter. For when your stars feel too cold, she said. The draconian placed in her paws a perfectly carved scale, its surface etched with celestial coordinates. Should you require efficient assistance? As the repaired ship rose on wings of shimmering plasma, two beings from different corners of the cosmos understood without words the truth they'd learned. That friendship, like starlight, persists across impossible distances, bending but never breaking through the gravity of shared moments. And in the years that followed, whether measured in heartbeats or entropy gradients, the memory tree that had witnessed their meeting grew a new golden vein in its trunk, pulsing in time with the harmony songs of distant stars. Story 32. The Star-Threaded Valley. Beneath the triple moons of the planet Luminara, where the air smelled of frost and stardust, a small transport pod hissed to a halt in a valley threaded with rivers of glowing blue moss. Inside, a creature no taller than a sapling trembled, her six-fingered paws pressed against the cracked glass of the cockpit. Zara, a furred engineer from the forest moon of Vinara, had never meant to crash land here. Her whiskers twitched as she inventoried her losses, a fractured thruster coil, a dead communicator, and a cargo hold full of singing seed pods now scattered across an alien wilderness. But the worst of it was the cold, a deep, gnawing chill that seeped through her amber fur, foreign to her sun-drenched home. She didn't notice the watcher in the shadows. Perched on a ledge of iridescent stone, Kale blinked his prismatic eyes, a mosaic of shifting colors, and tilted his head. His body, crystalline and translucent, refracted the moonlight into delicate rainbows across the valley floor. To Zara, he might have looked like a statue, but Kale was very much alive, a being of the Luminaran cliffs, born of mineral and ancient groundwater. He had never seen a creature so soft. Her fur rippled like grass in a breeze, her round ears swiveling at every sound. When she stepped out of the pod, her breath clouding the air, Kale's curiosity overrode his caution. A low, melodic hum vibrated from his chest, a sound Luminarans used to greet the dawn. Zara froze. The hum echoed through the valley, resonating in her bones, and she stumbled backward, a high-pitched warble escaping her throat. On Vinara, deep tones meant predators. Kale stilled. His kind communicated through resonance, their emotions conveyed in frequencies. This creature's fear was a shrill, discordant sting. He retreated, his crystalline facets dimming in confusion. The next morning, Zara ventured out, her breath hitching as she navigated the slippery moss. She needed to find her lost thruster coil, the only hope of repairing her pod. But the valley was a labyrinth. Towers of jagged amethyst rock loomed like frozen lightning, and the rivers of moss pulsed faintly, as if breathing. When she heard the hum again, softer this time, she spun, clutching a makeshift wrench from her tool belt. Kale stood 10 paces away, his form glowing faintly in the dawn light. Slowly, he extended a shimmering hand, palm up. In it lay a silver component, her thruster coil. You found it. Zara's ears lifted. She reached out, but Kale withdrew, the coil clasped to his chest. His hum deepened, a question. I need that, she said, voice quavering. please." He tilted his head, then pointed to the coil, then to the distant cliffs, where plumes of geothermal steam billowed into the sky. Zara frowned. "You want me to follow?" Kale's facets brightened. He began to glide across the moss, pausing to ensure she followed. The journey was a symphony of miscommunication. Kale hummed to warn her of unstable ground. Zara flinched each time. When she offered him a singing seed pod as thanks, he recoiled. Its high-pitched melody pained him. By midday, frustration hung between them like a storm cloud. But necessity bound them. Zara needed the coil. Kale, it seemed, needed her. They reached the cliffs as the second moon rose. Kale stopped at the mouth of a cave where the air shimmered with heat. Inside, Zara gasped. A geothermal vent roared at the cave's heart, its energy harnessed by an intricate network of crystalline pipes, all fractured, leaking steam. "You're home," she whispered. Kale nodded. He placed the thruster coil in her paws, then pointed to the broken pipes. Zara understood. Her engineering skills could mend his home. His knowledge of the valley could help her survive. A bargain, fragile but hopeful. That night, as Zara welded the pipes with her plasma torch, Kale watched, fascinated. He brought her globes of water that tasted like minerals, and she shared dried fruit from Vinara, which he held up to the light, marveling at its texture. Slowly, they learned. Zara discovered that Kale's hums eased when she worked, a sign of trust. Kale realized her whiskers drooped when she was tired, and he began stacking warm stones near her sleeping nook. One evening, as Zara explained her mission, delivering the seeds to a colony starving after a supernova, Kale reached out. His crystalline finger hovered above her paw, then tapped it gently. An image flickered in her mind, a starfield, a path through an asteroid belt. "You know a safer route." Zara breathed. He hummed in affirmation, and for the first time, she didn't flinch. The storm struck on their third week. Electromagnetic winds howled down from the peaks, scrambling Zara's tools and tearing at Kale's fragile form. They huddled in the cave, the vent's heat fading as the pipes clogged with debris. "I'll fix it," Zara said, her fur matted with ice. "But I need to reach the vent's core." Kale trilled in alarm. The core was a maze of narrow tunnels. But Zara was small, agile. She wriggled into the passage, her paws raw from climbing, while Kale stood guard, his body shielding the entrance from the battering winds. When she emerged, triumphant, Kale's hum was so resonant it shook loose the ice from the ceiling. He helped her dress her scrapes with luminescent algae, his touch careful, almost tender. On the eve of her departure, they stood beneath the triple moons. Zara's pod hummed with life, the thruster coil glowing faintly. She'd left Kale a gift, a tiny generator, crafted from spare parts to stabilize his vents. Kale approached holding something, a shard of his own crystal, strung on a cord of woven moss. He placed it around her neck. The shard pulsed faintly, syncing with his vibrations. "So I'll always hear you," Zara murmured, understanding. He hummed a new melody, one that didn't hurt her ears. A farewell and a promise. Years later, in a starport cafe on the edge of the galaxy, a Vinaran engineer sipped luminescent tea, a crystal shard glowing at her throat. Across from her, a Luminaran scholar tapped a data pad, prismatic eyes crinkling in a smile. On the table between them lay a hologram, a valley threaded with blue moss, two figures, one crystalline, one furred, standing side by side. "You know," Zara said, her ears twitching fondly, "he taught me that friendship isn't about speaking the same language." Kale hummed in agreement, the sound warm as a hearth. Outside, the stars burned steady, countless and kind, weaving their light through the dark. Story 33. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled roots cradled the earth's oldest secrets, there existed a glade where moonbeams took shape as silver hairs and morning mist curled into the forms of sleeping dragons. Here, where the air hummed with the quiet music of growing things, lived a young fox named Sorrel whose russet coat held flecks of gold like captured sunlight. Her days were spent tracing the dappled paths of the forest, learning the language of creaking branches and the scent stories left in rain-damp soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Sorrel watched amber leaves pirouette to the forest floor, she noticed something amiss. The usually vibrant mosses around Whispering Brook had dulled to ashen gray, and the brook itself ran silent, its cheerful babble smothered under a thin skin of ice. High above, the constellation of the Stag, which normally shone with the steady glow of celestial approval, flickered uncertainly. A cold deeper than winter's touch seeped into the clearing, leaving delicate frost patterns that glittered with unnatural sharpness. Guided by memories of her grandmother's tales, Sorrel ventured to the hollow of Alden, an ancient box turtle whose shell bore maps of forgotten migrations. His home smelled of damp clay and wisdom, the walls lined with feather collections and jars of preserved starlight. "Ah," he murmured, peering at her through spectacles made of crystallized sap, "the frost without season has come again." He explained how the world turned on an axis of invisible threads, roots conversing with rivers, worms composing symphonies for the soil, and how a disharmony in one chord could still the entire song. "The spring heart," he rasped, "the living crystal that pulses beneath the elder rowan, grows weak. It must be rekindled before the unmaking cold takes root." Their journey carried them through landscapes that defied reason. A grove where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling miniature storms, a meadow where fireflies wove tapestries of ephemeral light. They were joined by Thistle, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops, and Lyra, a barn owl whose feathers held the soft gray of twilight compromise. Together they navigated the bridge of falling petals, each step releasing the scent of memory's fresh-cut hay, a mother's lullaby, the first taste of summer blackberries, until they reached the rowan's clearing. The spring heart lay exposed between the tree's roots, a geode the size of a rabbit's nest. Its usual prismatic glow had dimmed to a sullen flicker, the ice around it spreading crystalline fractals that whispered of endings. Alden sighed, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. "The heart remembers only winter now. To wake it, we must remind it of other seasons." What followed was a symphony of small kindnesses. Thistle rolled in a patch of last summer's clover, collecting pollen until she became a living bouquet. Lyra fanned the crystal with wings carrying the musk of approaching rain. Sorrel pressed her nose to the stone and breathed the forest stories, the chuckle of brooks unfreezing, the pop of fern fronds uncurling, the wet earth promise of seeds splitting open. Alden placed a withered paw on the geode and hummed a tune older than his shell, a melody that smelled of sun-warmed stone and tasted like the metallic tang before a thunderstorm. Slowly, like dawn creeping across frost, the spring heart began to pulse. First a timid green, then a confident gold, its light burning away the unnatural ice. The clearing filled with the scent of crushed mint and the sound 100 makes when released from tension. As warmth radiated outward, the travelers witnessed magic mending the world. Frozen spiderwebs became dewdrop necklaces, gray moss plumped into emerald velvet, and the brook's silenced song burst forth in a giggle of meltwater. In the days that followed, the forest wore its recovery like a crown. Sorrel discovered new understanding in the tilt of a leaf's edge, the particular bend of a blade of grass weighed down by rain. She often visited Alden's Hollow, where the old turtle taught her to read the stories written in lichen patterns and the secret names of shadows. The frost without season became another thread in the tapestry of tales told at dusk, its resolution a testament to quiet courage and the mathematics of mercy. On nights when the wind carries the scent of distant snow, the creatures gather at the elder rowan. They watch the spring heart's glow paint the dark in liquid gold, and in its light they see the truth written in every root and rivulet, that the world's heartbeat is kept not by grand gestures, but by countless small hands holding the fragile balance between then and now, here and there, alone and together. And as the stag constellation burns steady overhead, the forest breathes a living, pulsing thing, content in its temporary forever. Story 34. In the amber-hued village of Moss Grove, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, the troubles began on an October afternoon crisp as a fresh-picked apple. Mrs. Pinwheel's prize-winning marmalade jars started vanishing from her pantry shelves. Not breaking, not spilling, simply disappearing between blinks. By twilight, 3 more mysteries bloomed like night-blooming moonflowers. The blacksmith's anvil floated gently to his rooftop, every copper weather vane in the square began pointing steadfastly southeast, and the millpond's water turned as thick and sweet as clover honey. 12-year-old Thalia noticed the patterns first, her cheeks still dusted with flour from helping roll out Mrs. Pinwheel's cinnamon star cookies. "It's not random," she insisted to her best friend Milo, whose pockets jingled with gears from his latest clockwork invention. They sat beneath the ancient story oak, its gnarled roots cradling a hollow where generations had left notes wrapped in birch bark. The missing jars were all sealed with wax the color of sunset. The weather vanes point toward Larkspur Hill, and taste this. She dipped a twig into the mill pond, the golden liquid clinging like liquid amber. "It's not honey, it's tree sap." Their investigation began at dawn's first blush, guided by 3 clues. A single iridescent scale caught on Mrs. Pinwheel's window latch, the faint scent of burnt sugar lingering near the floating anvil, and a trail of tiny sap droplets leading toward the whispering forest. The children packed a basket of gingerbread and starlight mint tea, their breath making ghosts in the chill air as they followed the glimmering trail. Deep in the wood where ferns unfurled like emerald trumpets, they found the cottage. Not a cottage of walls and roofs, but one grown from living hawthorn, its branches braided into archways hung with chimes made of frozen dew. On the mossy doorstep sat a tortoiseshell cat, knitting a scarf that changed colors with each purr. "You're earlier than expected," the cat remarked without looking up, needles clicking like crickets. "He's been waiting, of course. Time loops oddly in the thistle patches." He turned out to be Mr. Bramble, a retired starlight shepherd whose beard housed entire ecosystems of fireflies. His workshop smelled of dandelion clocks and forgotten birthdays, shelves cluttered with hourglasses measuring tides of laughter and jars of preserved comets. "Ah, the sap stirrer's awake," he murmured, studying the scale Thalia presented. It shimmered between his fingers like oil on water. "Haven't seen one of these in 80 turnings of the Maple Keys. Small dragon, barely bigger than a teapot. Feasts on wishes left in tree knots, or did, before the great forgetting." As Mr. Bramble explained, sap-stirra dragons were caretakers of woodland memories, their breath-turning bark into living storybooks. But if one's gone rogue, turning pond water to sap and hoarding shiny things. His fireflies dimmed. "Means it's sick, feverish, lashing out like a thorn in the paw." The cure required 3 things: a compass spun from spider silk, a song made of silent letters, and a memory sweet enough to overpower the dragon's bitterness. Thalia gathered the first by befriending a web weaver in the story oak, offering a blueberry in exchange for gossamer threads. Milo crafted the second using his wind-up music box, removing the chime teeth so only the spaces between notes sang. The third ingredient came from Mrs. Pinwheel herself, who pressed a jar of peach preserves into their hands. "For my wedding breakfast," she whispered, eyes misty. "Sweetest day of my life." Dusk painted the forest in violet and secrets when they found the dragon's nest, a hollow log veiled in weeping willow tendrils. The creature was indeed no larger than a teapot, its scales dull as tarnished cutlery, surrounded by pilfered treasures. marmalade jars glittering like captured suns, a dozen copper nails, and the missing chapter from the library's oldest bestiary. Its breath came in wheezes that made the air taste of oversteeped regret. Thalia placed the peach preserves at the nest's edge. Milo wound the silent music box. As the dragon sniffed, curious, Bramble's spider silk compass rose into the air, its needle spinning wildly before pointing to the exact spot between Thalia's collarbones where her childhood courage lived. What happened next unfolded in the language of firefly semaphore and roots dreaming underground. The dragon sneezed, a sound like a shaken tambourine, and from its nostrils bloomed a dozen soap bubbles showing memories. A fawn's first step preserved in oak sap, the exact shade of blue from last year's maypole ribbon, Mrs. Pinwheel's long-forgotten lullaby to her infant son. With each bubble popped by the cat's careful claws, she tagged along, claiming boredom. The sap stirrer's scales brightened until it gleamed like mercury under moonlight. The resolution came softly, as all best endings do. The marmalade jars reappeared in Mrs. Pinwheel's pantry, now filled with preserves that tasted faintly of contentment. The millpond's water returned with bonus tadpoles that glowed like living paradots. And in the village square a new weather vane appeared, a dragon curled around a peach pit, spinning gently to point not north or south, but always toward the kindest heart nearby. That winter, when the first snow fell in stitches across Moss Grove's quilted hills, villagers often spotted a certain tortoiseshell cat leading a shimmering little dragon to particularly interesting tree knots. And if sometimes, while mending socks by the fire, a townsfolk would suddenly remember the exact feel of their grandmother's hands shaping dough, or the forgotten scent of a childhood blanket, well, that's simply how stories breathe when kindness tends them. As for Thalia and Milo, they took to leaving honey cakes in the story Oak's Hollow, though they never stayed to watch the shimmering snout that emerged at twilight. Some mysteries, they agreed while sipping mugs of star anise cocoa, are best appreciated as faint giggles in the periphery, gentle reminders that wonder grows brightest when watered with quiet attention. And in Moss Grove, where chimney smoke still curled into contented cat shapes, that was more than enough. Story 35. The village of Willowmere had always been a place where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats, where bread fresh from the oven sang a crusty tune, and where the river glimmered with fish that wore scales like liquid rainbows. Yet one autumn evening, as maple leaves began stitching golden thread through the forest canopy, the townsfolk noticed their beloved clock tower had stopped ticking precisely at moonrise. More curious still, each morning revealed new constellations of tiny holes punched through the thatched roofs, not a single possession stolen, but every home now framed a perfect view of the stars through these mysterious perforations. 12-year-old Mira noticed the patterns first. While helping old Mrs. Bramble knead dough in her cottage's flour-dusted kitchen, she observed 7 roof holes aligned like the Big Dipper above the spice shelf. "It's as if someone's making star maps in our ceilings," she murmured, watching moondust sift through the holes to dance with cinnamon-scented air. That very night she took her father's brass telescope to the village square, its cobblestones still warm from the day's sun, and began charting the perforations against the real night sky. Her discovery came with the first frost. The roof holes didn't match current constellations, but those from centuries past celestial patterns last seen when Willowmere's founders built their first homes from river reeds and starlight. The next morning brought another mystery. Every garden gate swung open despite locked latches, and in the dewy grass lay trails of shimmering footprints no larger than acorn caps. Mira packed a satchel with ginger biscuits and a thermos of chamomile tea before dawn, following the faintly glowing tracks past the mill pond, where willows dipped their silver-green hair. The trail led to a copse of ancient hawthorns, their branches heavy with berries like droplets of blood. Here the air hummed with a sound between bee-swarm and distant church bells. Beneath the largest tree sat a creature no taller than a soup pot, its fur the blue-black of midnight skies, with ears that tapered into delicate points. It was stitching something with a needle made of moonlight, humming as silver thread flowed from its paws like liquid stardust. "You're the Stitcher from the old tales." Mira breathed, remembering her grandmother's stories of a being who darned cloud tears and repaired frayed rainbows. The creature blinked eyes like captured auroras, its needle pausing mid-stitch. "And you're the child who's been following my star trails," it replied, voice like wind through a harp strings. "The heavens are unraveling, little one, can't you feel it?" As if in answer, a shooting star streaked across the morning sky, highly irregular at this hour. The Stitcher held up its half-finished work, a tapestry showing Willowmere's rooftops connected by threads of light. "Every century I must reweave the bonds between your world and the sky's reflection below it, but the loom of ours." It gestured sadly to the hollow hawthorn trunk, where spiderwebs hung where golden threads should glow. "The spindle's been stolen. Without it, stars will fall through these roof holes like sand through fingers." Mira's breath formed worried clouds in the crisp air. "Who took it?" "Not who, but what." The Stitcher pointed northwest, where Mist Spire Mountain's peak pierced the clouds. "The spindle of ours rests in the heart of that mountain, cooled by glacial breath. But the ice has grown jealous, hoarding time's flow to preserve itself. We must remind winter's heart that even frost needs the warmth of moments passing." Their journey began with a train ride on the 717 steamliner, its polished cars pulled by a grandfather clock engine that chuffed cinnamon-scented smoke. Ticketmaster Owl, his spectacles balanced on a beak as curved as a crescent moon, punched their tickets with a satisfied hoot. As the train climbed through hills where autumn leaves burned like ember carpets, Mira practiced the Stitcher's lessons on reading time currents, invisible rivers dictating how moments flowed. "There." She pointed to a frozen waterfall cascading down Miss Spire's face, its ice glinting sharp as broken mirrors. "The time currents are stuck in eddies around that ice." The Stitcher nodded approval. "Now, find us a path warmed by memory." Mira closed her eyes, recalling her mother's laugh echoing through their sunlit kitchen, the way firelight danced on her father's storytelling hands. When she opened them, a faint golden path shimmered up the mountainside, the thermal draft of happy memories. They followed it to a cave mouth exhaling frost flowers, where icicles chimed like glass wind chimes. Inside, the cavern's walls pulsed with trapped auroras. At its center stood the spindle of hours, a crystalline column spinning threads of gold, silver, and bronze encased in ice that sang a mournful lullaby. The Stitcher sighed. "The glacier's heart fears melting, so it cages time itself, but frozen moments grow bitter without the flow of new ones." As if provoked, the ice creaked and groaned, forming jagged guardians that advanced like frost-coated sentinels. Mira's mittened hand found the thermos in her satchel. "Stitcher, what if we share warmth?" Together they poured steaming chamomile tea into the ice's fissures. Where droplets fell, the glacier's song softened from a dirge to a wistful melody. Mira pressed her palms against the freezing surface and whispered, "Don't you miss spring's first robin? The taste of sunlight on new grass. Even beautiful things must change to stay precious." The ice wept diamond tears. With a sound like 1,000 snowflakes sighing, it released the spindle. The Stitcher's paws flew as it rethreaded the loom of hours, temporal threads weaving through space until every village roof hole aligned with reborn constellations. Returning home, Mira found Willowmere transformed. The clock tower now chimed with notes that smelled like freshly cut apples, its face displaying not numbers but scenes from the town's fondest memories. Through every thatched roof, new stars blinked awake ones that hummed lullabies only children could hear. The Stitcher gifted her a cloak woven from twilight before departing, its pockets always warm and slightly sticky with residual stardust. Years later, when frost patterns bloomed on windows and the northern lights danced particularly close, villagers would see a woman walking the hills in a twilight cloak, accompanied by a small blue-black shadow stitching repairs to the fabric of dusk. Children whispered that if you left ginger biscuits by your chimney, you might wake to find a forgotten constellation mended above your bed and in your heart, the quiet certainty that no hour is ever truly lost, only waiting to be rewoven into something new. On especially clear nights, when the spindle's hum resonates through mountain roots and starfish-shaped snowflakes catch in your lashes, you can still hear the loom of hours singing not of endings, but of endless, gentle beginnings. Story 36. In the velvet shadows of the elderwood, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver between the trees, a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first sign of imbalance. Her quills tingled as she nibbled twilight berries by the brook, the water's usual melody now discordant, a high, thin whistle where there should have been laughter. Across the current, willow leaves withered mid-sway, their emerald tips bleeding to ashen gray. Thistle's nose twitched, catching not the familiar perfume of damp soil and honeysuckle, but something metallic, like a storm refusing to break. That night the Stargazer Council convened in the hollow oak's upper chambers. Elder Hollow, an owl whose feathers held the patina of centuries, perched on a root-twined podium. "The season threads are fraying," he rumbled, voice like wind through a canyon. Fireflies pulsed in worried constellations around him as creatures gathered, badgers with earth-caked paws, moths trailing pollen-dusted wings, foxes whose breath smelled of sun-warmed meadows. The heart tree's roots no longer sing to the stars. Without its song, autumn cannot wake spring gently, nor summer bid winter to rest. Thistle pressed her paw to the oak's inner wall. The usual thrum of sap song had dulled to a faltering pulse. She remembered her grandmother's tales, how the heart tree's roots cradled memories of every fallen leaf and melted snowflake, how its branches wove sunlight into seasons. But now frost crowned its April blossoms, and the air above its canopy shimmered with false auroras, ghostly greens that tasted of unripe persimmons when inhaled. A rabbit named Bramble, fur the color of storm-cloud shadows, thumped his hind leg. The brook sprites say their waters run thick and slow, like syrup in winter. My kits can't drink it. Murmurs rippled through the council. A mole spoke of tunnels flooding with unseasonal rain. A deer described mushrooms growing in perfect geometric spirals, their gills whispering nonsense rhymes. Elder Hollow extended one wing, revealing a map etched in bioluminescent lichen. The threads must be rewoven where they frayed. 3 guardians await at the boundaries, the stone of thawing tears in the northern crags, the ember orchid blooming in the southern lava fields, and the windloom where eastern gales comb clouds into rain. But the path, his amber eyes found thistles, requires one who listens deeper than ears allow. Thistle's chest tightened. She was no hero, her claws were meant for digging up truffles, not questing. Yet when she closed her eyes, the dying willow's rasp echoed in her bones, and she knew. Dawn painted the forest in marmalade streaks as Thistle departed. Bramble joined her, pockets bulging with dandelion clocks for telling time where shadows lie. A fox kit named Sorrel followed, her tail aflame in the gloom, carrying a lantern made from a hollowed acorn filled with glowworms. "They'll dim if danger nears," she explained, though her voice quavered. The northern crags loomed by midday, granite fangs biting the sky. Thistle's paws ached from climbing when they found the stone of thawing tears, a crystalline spire weeping rivulets that froze midair, forming delicate ice sculptures of long-extinct creatures. "It mourns," realized Bramble, watching a frozen saber-toothed tiger melt and reform endlessly. Thistle pressed her nose to the stone, inhaling memories of glaciers retreating, rivers being born. "You've cried enough," she whispered. The hedgehog began to hum, a lullaby her mother sang when frost bit too keenly. Bramble added a thumping rhythm, sorrel a harmony like sunlight through icicles. Slowly the tears softened into a clear stream that pooled at their feet, reflecting not their faces, but the heart tree in bloom. The stone sighed. A shard broke loose, a teardrop-shaped crystal, warm as a just-hatched egg. Southward, the air grew thick with the scent of burnt caramel. Lava fields sprawled like a dragon's hoard, obsidian waves frozen mid-roll. At their center grew the ember orchid, petals flickering between crimson and gold. Its dying, sorrel whimpered. Indeed, the flower stem sagged, its fire dimming. Roots need more than heat, murmured a voice like grinding tectonic plates. A salamander emerged, scales blackened, eyes two smoldering coals. The orchid feeds on stories of growth, of deserts blooming, of seeds surviving fire. We've had none since the threads frayed. Thistle unrolled a leaf scroll from her pack, a history of elderwood written in beetle ink. The great blaze of 1323, she read aloud. When flames consumed the pines, the myconid spores awoke, spinning char into fertile soil. The orchid brightened as she continued. Bramble added tales of phoenix feathers found in ashes. Sorrel sang of candles lit from volcano sparks. With each story, the orchid blazed brighter, until its pollen coated their fur in glittering phosphorescence. It gifted them a single ember seed that hummed with contained wildfire. The journey east stole days. Strange magic warped the woods, trees walked on creaking roots, shadows detached and swam through the air like eels. At the windloom, a colossal spiderweb strung between mountain peaks, they found chaos. Threads meant to weave zephyrs into breezes lay tangled, cyclones struggled in the silk like trapped birds. The loom's keeper, a spider named Argent, hung exhausted from a single strand. The winds refused their patterns, she sighed. North fights south, east drowns west. Thistle studied the discord. The answer came not from elders' tales, but observation. How bumblebees stabilized flight by clinging to clover stems, how truffles grew symmetrical only when left undisturbed. They need a rhythm, she realized. Sorrel's lantern provided a steady pulse of light. Bramble drummed acorn caps. Thistle danced, her quills combing through threads as Argent had taught. Slowly the winds stilled, learning harmony. The restored loom gifted them a skein of fog thread, cool and weightless. Winter's teeth were gnashing at the heart tree when they returned. Its trunk had split, oozing sap-black blood. Elder Hollow lay weakly beneath it, feathers dull. The threads, he rasped. Thistle placed the crystal tear where roots met soil. Bramble planted the ember seed. Sorrel wove the fog thread through brittle branches. For 3 heartbeats, nothing. Then the tear melted, its water spiraling down to awaken dormant mycelium networks. The seed erupted into flames that didn't burn, melting unseasonal frost. Fog thread became morning mist, coaxing buds from wood. The tree shuddered, its fissures knitting with a sound like pages turning in a vast library. Seasons cascaded properly then, gentle rain kissed by summer's last warmth, leaves blushing autumn gold even as spring shoots peeked beneath them. The brook's song regained its melody, willow leaves greening mid-fall. In the hollow oak that evening, Thistle trembled as Elder Hollow bowed to her. "You've reminded us," he said, "that balance isn't perfection, it's the courage to mend what's broken together." Years later, when kits begged for the tale, Thistle showed them the heart tree's new scar, a spiral where bark had healed, humming with the harmony of rain, fire, and wind. "The forest remembers," she'd say, as fireflies painted the dark in liquid gold. "Listen closely, and you'll hear its heartbeat in yours. And if you wander Elderwood at dawn, you might glimpse them, Thistle teaching tadpoles to read ripples, Bramble composing ballads with crickets, Sorrel kindling campfires for lost fireflies. The air smells of peat and possibility, and every rustling leaf seems to whisper, here, in the mending, is where magic grows." Story 37. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sunlight kissed the treetops goodnight, there existed a village woven into the roots of an ancient oak forest. The air here always carried whispers of cinnamon and wood smoke, and the cobblestone paths glimmered with flecks of mica that caught the moonlight like scattered stardust. It was in this place of whispering leaves and crackling hearths that a flaxen-haired girl named Leela discovered the first thread of an extraordinary tale, though she didn't know it yet, tucked inside a moth-eaten quilt at her grandmother's attic window. Leela's fingers trembled as she unfolded the fabric, releasing a shower of dried lavender petals that pirouetted to the floor. There, nestled in the quilt's center like a frozen dewdrop, was a crescent moon pendant no larger than a hazelnut. Its silver surface swirled with patterns resembling tree roots and constellations, warm to the touch even in the attic's chill. When she fastened it around her neck, the world shifted, a subtle realignment like a key finding its lock. Outside the warped glass pane, the forest now pulsed with faint gold veins beneath its bark, and fireflies traced glowing sentences in the air that Leela could almost, but not quite, read. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment behind her, "is not meant for little girls who poke through old trunks." Leela spun to find Mrs. Bramble, the village's oldest resident, leaning on a cane carved with owl faces. Her eyes, one clouded milky white, the other the rich brown of forest soil, narrowed at the pendant. "Though I suppose if it's chosen you, there's no helping it. Come, child, the wending wood has secrets to share before the thorn moon rises." Thus began Leela's descent, or perhaps ascent, into the hidden layers of her world. Mrs. Bramble led her past the village's edge where the real forest began, the trees thickening until their canopies stitched together into a living cathedral. As night deepened, the pendant grew warmer against Leela's skin. When they reached a brook singing over mossy stones, the old woman pressed a gnarled hand to the girl's chest where the crescent lay. "This is a tighter's mark," she murmured. "Shows the threads between worlds, but mind the balance, pull too hard on one thread and others unravel." The lesson was interrupted by a whimper that wasn't quite animal. From the ferns emerged a creature that made Leela's breath catch, a fox whose fur shimmered like embers in a dying fire, one foreleg cradled awkwardly against its chest. But its eyes were all wrong for a fox. Too large, too vividly green, and filled with an intelligence that prickled the back of Leela's neck. "Well now," Mrs. Bramble chuckled, "seems you've got a guide whether you want one or not." She nudged Leela forward. The fox recoiled, then stilled as the girl knelt, pendant glowing faintly. Up close the injury was clearer, a nasty gash along its shoulder, oozing silvery fluid that smelled of pine resin and something metallic. Without thinking, Leela pressed her palm over the wound. The pendant flared, and where her fingers touched, the fox's fur rippled like water, knitting together until only a faint scar remained. The fox stared at her. Then it sneezed, a surprisingly delicate sound, and spoke. "You're either exceptionally brave or colossally dim, human child." Its voice was higher than expected, with a musical lilt. "But as you've mended my vessel, I suppose we're bound. Call me Ember." He shook himself, scattering glowing sparks from his tail. "Now come along. The willow spires won't wait forever, and you'll need proper shoes." What followed was a journey through landscapes that folded like origami. Ember led them through a waterfall that parted like bead curtains into a cavern glittering with bioluminescent fungi, across meadows where flowers chimed in the wind, and over bridges woven from living vines that arched between towering trees. Leela learned that Ember was a lumenling, a spirit of light who'd taken fox form to walk the material world. His injury, he reluctantly admitted, came from a clash with shadows that shouldn't be moving on their own. The heart of their quest revealed itself in the willow spires, a grove of trees so massive their trunks could have housed cathedrals, bark etched with glowing runes. Here, suspended between branches like dewdrops on a spiderweb, floated thousands of crystalline orbs pulsing with inner light. Memory vaults, Ember explained, ears flat. Every lumenling's essence returns here after their time abroad, or it should. His tail gestured at the alarming number of darkened orbs, webs of black veins crawling across their surfaces. Something's poisoning the wellspring, if it dies. He didn't need to finish. The air itself felt thinner here, the colors leaching from flowers as they watched. Leela's pendant throbbed in time with the dying orbs. When she touched the nearest corrupted sphere, visions erupted, a shadow seeping up from forest roots, tendrils choking light, a great tree at the world's core weeping amber sap. She gasped, recoiling. It's like the forest is bleeding. Clever child, rumbled a new voice. The ground quivered as an enormous badger emerged from between the trees, her fur striped moonlight white and coal black. I am Thistle, keeper of the deep roots. The blight begins below, where the first tree's roots drink from poisoned waters. But no lumenling can walk those paths anymore. The darkness consumes our light. Her obsidian claws clenched. Yet perhaps a human, anchored by flesh and spirit both. The descent into the root tunnels was less a journey than an unraveling. Thistle's claws tore through clay and stone, revealing passages that smelled of wet earth and ancient secrets. The deeper they went, the heavier the air became, thick with the coppery tang of something wrong. Leela's pendant glowed like a miniature star, pushing back against shadows that squirmed and hissed at its light. Ember, now trembling but determined, stayed pressed against her legs. When they reached the underground river, Leela understood. The water, meant to run clear as liquid diamond, swirled with inkai tendrils. Upstream, the massive roots of the first tree pulsed faintly, their usual gold now sickly green. But it was the creature curled around the roots that froze Leela's blood, a thing of shifting darkness, with too many eyes and a maw that laked smoke. It crooned, a sound that vibrated in their bones. SS Soft thinks you'll make good kindling. What happened next was a blur of instinct and borrowed courage. As the shadow lunged, Leela grabbed a glowing root tendril, pouring every ounce of the pendant's warmth into it. Light exploded, ricocheting off the cavern walls. The creature howled, retreating, but not before its claws raked across Ember's flank. The lumenling collapsed, his form flickering like a guttering candle. No. Leela pressed her hands to the wound, pendant blazing. But where before her touch had healed, now the darkness spread. Thistle nosed the fading lumenling, grief in her obsidian eyes. The taint's too deep, without the wellspring's pure light. Leela's tears fell on Ember's fur, sizzling where they met the corruption. She startled, her pendant was heating again, but differently. Not defensive, but guiding. With sudden clarity, she tore the crescent from her neck, pressing it to Ember's chest. Take it, take the light. The transformation was blinding. Ember's body dissolved into 1,000 fireflies, their glow shifting from orange to pure white. They swirled around Leela, and in their collective hum she heard his voice, clearer now, unburdened by physical form. The first tree, its heart still beats. Help it remember. What Leela did next, historians would later debate. Some say she sang. Others insist she danced. But those present, if one counts a badger and a swarm of sentient fireflies as witnesses, agree she simply spoke. Spoke to the great tree as one might comfort a frightened child, hands pressed to its scarred bark, pendantless but radiant with borrowed starlight. As she whispered, the roots began to pulse in time with her words. The poisoned river sparked with gold, shadows retreating with shrieks that dissolved into birdsong. Above ground, the willow spires erupted in dawn colors as every corrupted orb blazed back to life. And Ember reformed not as fox or firefly, but as a boy with hair like autumn leaves and eyes that held the green of deep forests. When he laughed, the sound made bluebells bloom out of season. Their return to the village was quieter. Mrs. Bramble met them at the forest's edge, nodding as though she'd expected nothing less. "Tiger's marks always find their way home," she said, eyeing the now dull pendant in Leila's hand. "But seems you've outgrown toys, eh?" Leila smiled, watching Ember, now in human guise, chase a squirrel that chattered insults at him. The forest breathed around them, whole and humming. That night, as the village slept, she placed the pendant back in its quilt and closed the attic window. But sometimes, when the moon hangs low and the wind smells of distant adventures, those with sharp eyes might spot a girl and a leaf-haired boy running where the world's thin, laughter trailing behind them like comet dust. And in the willow spires a new orb glows, brighter than the others, with a core that shifts between gold and warm human brown. The villagers whisper of it sometimes over cider and honey cakes. They call it the guardian's heart. But Leila, stirring her cocoa by the fire, simply calls it a reminder that even the deepest shadows are no match for a little light and the courage to share it. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly. Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us. Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the whispering woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Leela hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to leave." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Story 70? Story 71. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Clara's favorite kind of magic. In the village of Wrenhaven, where maple trees wore crowns of crimson and gold, she tended her garden with hands that knew the language of roots and rain. Her cottage, nestled between a brook that hummed lullabies and an old oak with bark like wrinkled parchment, brimmed with dried herbs, jars of honeyed light, and shelves bowed under the weight of books about stars and soil. Yet for all her love of the familiar, the rustle of fallen leaves, the scent of cinnamon clinging to woolen blankets, Clara carried a quiet fear coiled beneath her ribs, winter's approach. The first frost always made her breath hitch, her fingers tightening around her copper watering can as if she could stall the turning of the world. One evening, as violet twilight pooled in the valleys, Clara noticed something peculiar. The last of her sunflowers, usually stubborn sentinels holding summer's memory, had begun to shimmer at their edges, petals glinting like frosted glass. When she reached to touch one, a shiver raced up her arm, and the bloom crumbled into 1,000 tiny crystals, scattering like stars across the soil. That night dreams came in fragments, a voice like wind through bare branches, a path of silver lichen glowing in moonlight, and a figure with eyes like thawing rivers. She woke with her quilt tangled around her legs, and the scent of pine needles sharp in the air. "Nana," Clara murmured later that morning, stirring honey into her tea as her grandmother kneaded dough by the hearth, "do you think the garden minds the cold?" Nana's hands, flecked with flour and age spots, never paused. "Gardens sleep, child, they don't mind, they trust. A seed buried in snow is just a story waiting for the right page." Her chuckle was a crackle of hearth fire. "But you're not asking about the marigolds, are you?" Clara traced the rim of her cup. Outside, the first snowflakes had begun to spiral down, settling on fence posts and frosted thyme. "Everything changes, even when I don't want it to." Ah. Nana dusted her palms, leaving ghostly handprints on her apron. "There's a tale about the Frost Whisper Grove, a place where the trees grow upside down, roots cradling icicles like chandeliers. They say if you listen close, the ice sings about what's lost and what's yet to bloom." She pressed a warm roll into Clara's hands. "Might be worth a wander, for a girl who's forgetting how to see beauty in bare branches." The journey began at the stone bridge, where Clara had once skipped pebbles with childhood friends. Now alone she followed the lichens' silver trail, her boots crunching through brittle ferns. By dusk the woods deepened, shadows stretching into shapes that felt neither friendly nor foul. Just as doubt gnawed at her resolve, a flicker of movement darted ahead, a fox with fur like polished charcoal, its eyes twin embers. It trotted just beyond reach, pausing when she paused, until the trees thinned and the air turned sharp with the scent of frozen sap. And there it was, Frost Whisper Grove. Trees arched like cathedral ribs, their roots twisting skyward, each tendril sheathed in ice that refracted the moonlight into prism pools on the snow. Clara's breath hung in crystalline clouds as she stepped beneath the canopy. A sound hummed beneath the silence, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. The ice was singing. "Little gardener," the grove seemed to whisper, You collect colors like treasures, yet fear the season that strips them bare. What if emptiness is not an end, but a canvas? Clara's mittens brushed a root, and the ice beneath her palm flared blue. Images bloomed, her sunflower dissolving into stardust, Nana's hands shaping bread from flour and patience, the fox watching her with knowing eyes. A tear slid down her cheek, freezing before it reached her chin. I don't know how to let go, she admitted. The fox, suddenly beside her, nudged her knee. Up close its fur shimmered with threads of silver, and around its neck hung a tiny vial filled with liquid twilight. Perhaps, it said in a voice like wind unspooling from a jar, you needn't let go, only reshape. It dipped its head, the vial glowing faintly. I am Ember, keeper of thresholds. You've brought something for the grove, haven't you? Clara blinked. Brought I only. Her fingers slipped into her pocket, finding a crumpled sunflower petal she'd saved from the shattered bloom. It glowed faintly, matching the vial's light. Ember's tail swished. Ah, a fragment seeking its mosaic, place it there. The fox nodded toward a hollow in the largest tree, where ice had formed a bowl. As Clara laid the petal inside, the grove's song swelled. The ice writhed, knitting itself into a delicate stem, the petal unfolding into a blossom of crystalline hoarfrost. But this was no fragile thing. It pulsed with light, casting kaleidoscope patterns that danced over Clara's face. Winter isn't theft, Ember murmured. It's the world pausing to dream. You've been clutching autumn like a closed fist. Try opening your palm. Weeks later, the village children gathered around Clara's garden, mittens clapping as she demonstrated the magic Nana had taught her. Where once there'd been sunflowers, now ice sculptures glimmered, not cold but alive, their petals chiming softly in the wind. Clara wore a new cloak, stitched from fabric dyed with twilight and lined with fox fur, a gift from Ember, delivered via a mysteriously unlatched window. Nana, sipping cider by the hearth, smiled as Clara burst in, cheeks apple red and eyes bright. The grove's song, it wasn't about clinging or forgetting. It was about making space. Nana tugged her into a chair, tucking a quilt around her. Funny how the things we resist carve the hollows where wonder fits. That night, Clara lit a candle and opened her journal. Dear Ember, she wrote, the ink glinting with frost dust, today I planted icicle roses that bloom when the north wind blows. They're not replacements for sunflowers. They're cousins. Yes, thank you for the turnip stew recipe you left in the shed. Nana says it's unconventional, but ate 2 bowls. Outside, snow fell steady and soft, wrapping Wrenhaven in a quilt of stillness. Somewhere in the woods, a fox trotted past trees wearing winter like a crown, its laughter a ripple of bells in the dark. And in a cottage between brook and oak, a gardener who'd once feared the cold now hummed along with the silence, learning the lyrics as she went. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 79. Story 80. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the Enchanted Wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the Enchanted Wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Isla's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 88. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values: kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes: the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter: vanilla. Honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. "Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats. They shed prophecies, and you're not ready for those." The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical. An owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. "Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes." The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Once upon a twilight softened by the sigh of departing sunbeams, there lived a curious child named Juniper, whose pockets were always full of wildflower seeds and questions. One evening, as they scattered marigold petals into the brook behind their cottage, they noticed something peculiar. The water had begun flowing upward, carrying golden leaves toward the crown of the nearby whisperwood. With a heart lighter than dandelion fluff, Juniper followed this inverted stream into the trees, where the air hummed with the scent of sugared pine and possibilities. The forest deepened into a cathedral of amber light, where willows dipped their branches into pools of liquid starlight. Here the rules of elsewhere seemed gently unraveled. Caterpillars wore tiny cloaks woven from rainbows, stones chuckled when skipped across water, and the path beneath Juniper's feet shifted like a contented cat, guiding them toward an arched bridge made of interlocking maple keys. Across it lay the Glimmerhold, a valley where twilight never faded, and the hills rolled like the back of a sleeping dragon blanketed in bioluminescent moss. Juniper's first friend came in the form of a hedgehog named Mallow, whose quills glowed like bottled moonlight. Mallow had been tasked with counting dewdrops on a spiderweb tapestry, but the dew kept transforming into tiny pearls and rolling away. "They're meant to spell tomorrow's weather," Mallow sighed, squinting at a runaway pearl dissolving into mist. Juniper knelt, cupping their hands beneath the web. Perhaps they're not for counting, they mused, blowing gently. The pearls leaped into the air, forming a constellation that shimmered briefly before spelling gentle rains at dawn. Mallow clapped their tiny paws, offering Juniper a whistle carved from a sunflower stem. For the bramble maze, they said ominously, vanishing into a thicket. The maze revealed itself an hour later, a towering wall of blackberry vines throbbing with ripe fruit. Each turn brought strange wonders, a fountain where fish composed music by leaping through lily-pad chimes, a grove of trees that grew knitted scarves instead of leaves, and a particularly polite thundercloud offering to water a patch of thirsty violets. Yet the thorns grew denser, and the path began to breathe, narrowing whenever Juniper hesitated. Remembering the whistle, they blew 3 notes. The vines unfurled like yawning cats, revealing a circular clearing where a creature unlike any other waited, a starlight stag, his antlers holding entire galaxies in their branches, his hooves barely touching the earth. "You've journeyed kindly," the stag murmured, his voice like wind through ripe wheat. "But the Glimmerhold tests not just cleverness but courage. Will you climb?" He nodded to a staircase woven from dandelion clocks spiraling up into the indigo sky. Juniper's hands trembled, yet they stepped forward, each fluffy seed head buoying them higher. The wind tugged playfully, trying to steal a giggle, or perhaps a gasp, as the earth dwindled to a quilt of emerald and gold far below. At the final step they found not a peak, but a door, a simple thing of birchwood and hinges made offern fronds. Beyond lay the heartspring, a spring bubbling with liquid starlight, tended by creatures of water and light who danced ripples into being. Yet the spring was dimming, its glow choked by thick, creeping vines of shadow. The Glimmerhold forgets its own stories, sighed an otter with a coat like melted silver. Without them the light fades. Juniper knelt, sifting through the spring's memories, a century of laughter, a millennium of friendships, the quiet bravery of small creatures facing long nights. One by one they plucked seeds from their pockets, planting each memory in the damp soil. Wildflowers erupted in explosions of color, their petals drinking the shadows until the spring blazed anew. When Juniper returned home via a slide made of apple blossoms, they found their cottage unchanged, save for a new vine curling over the doorframe, heavy with starlit berries. They understood then that courage wasn't a roaring fire, but the quiet act of stepping into the unknown with pockets full of seeds and a heart ready to listen. Years later, when neighbors asked why fireflies nested in Juniper's hair or why their garden bloomed in impossible colors, they'd simply smile and offer a sun-warmed berry. "The world's wider than our footsteps," they'd say. "But kinder, too, if you remember to whistle." And if children sometimes followed inverted streams into the whisperwood, well, that was a story the Glimmerhold hummed to itself on dewy mornings, grateful for curious hearts who knew how to replant the light. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Layla's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery, and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good. We'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed. Snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in Twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. and with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born." Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. "But," Fendrel cautioned, "this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond." Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. "How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance?" Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. "By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive." Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. "So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues." "Exactly," Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. "And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts." As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge, using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. Every journey worth taking has its trials. Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding. Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryads spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of Twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the Dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The Dryads and sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the whispering woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. The velveteen dusk had just begun to paint lavender streaks across the sky when young Tobias discovered the music box in the attic rafters. Its oak carvings glimmered with dust motes dancing in the sunset's amber light, showing scenes of frolicking otters along a river bank. But when his thumb brushed the tarnished latch, the room filled not with melody, but with the crisp scent of pine needles and the distant laughter of rushing water. "That's odd," Tobias whispered to his shadow stretching across the floorboards. The family attic smelled of mothballs and aged paper, not evergreen forests. Yet as he lifted the lid fully, his woolen socks suddenly sank into cool moss. Before him stretched a moonlit river where the attic wall should have been, silver fish leaping in arcs that left trails of bioluminescent bubbles. A throaty chuckle made him spin. Perched atop a stack of leather-bound journals sat a portly marmot in a waistcoat woven from dandelion fluff. "Took you long enough," the creature said, polishing spectacles made of ice crystals. 7 years this portal's been waiting behind the holiday decorations. I nearly ate all my emergency acorns. Thus began Tobias's understanding that the world contained more wonders than his 10-year-old eyes had imagined. The marmot, who introduced himself as Professor Thistlewick of the Between Places Guild, explained that certain objects became memory anchors, vessels storing fragments of lost realms. This music box contained the last echo of the Glimmerbrook Valley, a place where seasons flowed backwards and kindness took physical form as floating orbs of saffron light. But why me? Tobias asked, watching a family of translucent deer drink from the river, now winding between towers of old board games and steamer trunks. Thistlewick adjusted his icy spectacles. "Because you hum when you're curious, the valley responds to that sort of sincerity, now then." He produced a parchment map that smelled of burnt sugar. "We've precisely 3 nights before the alignment ends and this portal closes forever. Plenty of time to find the valley's heartstone and the marmot's nose twitched. "Apologies, fell asleep mid-sentence last Tuesday, still catching up. Yes, and prevent the sorrow moths from dissolving its magic into wistful daydreams." Their expedition began with Tobias learning to walk on liquid moonlight tip, imagine your toes are paintbrushes, and how to collect drinkable starlight in walnut shells. They met a heron maid of folded newspaper who recited forgotten recipes, and a pebble-sized elephant who demonstrated how rainbows sound when unraveled. Yet beneath the wonder hummed a melancholy thread patches of the valley, where colors bled away like wet watercolors, leaving monochrome emptiness where the sorrow moths had fed. On the second dusk, as they camped beneath a tree bearing lantern-like pears that glowed with inner light, Thistlewick explained the challenge. The heartstone isn't a gem, but a moment, specifically the instant someone chooses hope when despair seems easier. Find that memory, and the valley renews. Tobias stirred their campfire, burning cinnamon sticks that crackled in harmonies with a stick. But how do you search for a moment? By understanding what drowns it. The marmot's usually twitchy tail went still. Tomorrow we reach the moth's nest, dawn revealed the valley's wounded heart. A cathedral of weeping willows stood leafless and gray, their branches draped with cocoons shimmering like oil on water. The air tasted of unshed tears. Between the trees floated the sorrow moth's creatures of exquisite beauty, with wings mirroring viewers' happiest memories, yet whose touch left frostbite on the soul. Standard tactics won't work here, Thistlewick murmured, paw gripping Tobias's sleeve. Anger fuels them, fear nourishes them, but they've never learned to digest. He glanced meaningfully at the boy's hands. Tobias looked down. Clutched in his fingers was the music box, now warm to the touch. He'd been unconsciously winding it as they traveled. Understanding bloomed like the valley's dawn chorus flowers. They don't know songs, he breathed. The first moth descended in a spiral of reflected memories. Tobias's 6th birthday party, his grandmother's hands kneading dough, the summer afternoon he'd nursed a fallen starling back to flight. Its beauty ached. Tobias closed his eyes and hummed. Not the complex melodies of the music box, but the simple tune he'd invented while watching soap bubbles as a child, a warble of pure, unguarded joy. The moth froze. Its wings flickered. "They are mirrors," Thistlewick urged softly. "Show them what they've forgotten to reflect." One by one, Tobias gathered their odd caravan. The newspaper heron beat its wings in rhythm. The tiny elephant trumpeted rainbow scales. Thistlewick drummed a hollow log with maple seed drumsticks. Together they played the valley's forgotten heartbeat, not perfect harmonies, but the messy, vibrant music of living things trying their best. The cocoons began to glow. As the last note faded, the moth's wings darkened into velvety indigo scattered with starlight specks. Where they alighted, color seeped back into the world, grass blades regaining their emerald vibrato, river rocks shimmering like scattered opals. And there, beneath the central willow, materialized the heartstone, a frozen dewdrop containing the image of a young girl long ago, another anchor-chooser, sharing her last biscuit with a starving fox. When Tobias placed the dewdrop against the music box's mechanism, the entire valley exhaled. Seasons rippled outward, autumn leaves burning to green flames, snowbanks blooming into dandelion clocks. The portal behind them stabilized into an archway of intertwined roots. "It'll need occasional tuning," Thistlewick said as they stood again in the attic, now permanently scented with fresh rainfall. He adjusted his dandelion waistcoat. "Say every full moon, I'll bring the acorn cakes." As weeks turned to months, Tobias's quiet life gained gentle magic. Mornings might find otters made of cinnamon steam helping stir breakfast oatmeal, or his little sister's tears transformed into fireflies before they could fall. The music box became village legend, though only children and kind-eyed elders ever saw its true nature. On the eve of his 11th birthday, Tobias found a new carving on the box's lid. A boy in marmot standing back to back with arms outstretched, conducting an orchestra of seasons. That night, as the first snow quilted the world in silence, he placed the music box on his windowsill. Its ever-changing song now featuring a certain tiny elephant's triumphant toot, wove through the dreams of every sleeping creature within 7 hills. And in the attic rafters, if one knew to listen, there remained the soft rustle of a marmot's snores echoing from a sun-dappled realm between heartbeats, where lost wonders go to be remembered. In a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a young bookbinder named Sylvie, whose hands could mend torn pages, but whose heart feared torn routines. Each morning she traced the same path through the cobblestone square, past the baker's cinnamon-scented chimney, under the clock tower's bronze chimes, into her workshop where leather-bound volumes sighed like old friends. Change came softly that autumn, not with a storm but with a single maple leaf that fluttered persistently against her window pane, its edges glowing like molten copper even in moonlight. The leaf led her eyes to what she tried not to see, the ivy on her workshop walls curling inward protectively, the inkwells drying up overnight, the faint tremor in her fingers when she tried to glue a spine. "It's just the season shifting," insisted her neighbor, a retired cartographer named Oren, who now grew luminous mushrooms in teacups. But Sylvie noticed how the village children's laughter now carried a silvery echo, how shadows pooled differently under the willow trees, how the world seemed to hold its breath between one moment and the next. One twilight, as Sylvie organized her dwindling stock of parchment, a book fell from her highest shelf, a volume she didn't recognize, bound in cloth that shifted from moss green to dawn pink depending on the angle. Its pages unfolded into a map of their valley, but not as it was. Here, the river branched into spirals, the forest formed concentric circles, and where her workshop stood bloomed a great tree with roots like woven thread. A pressed maple leaf marked the northern woods, its veins pulsing faintly. "Ah," said Oren the next morning, tracing the map's contours with a mushroom-stained finger. "The veil of unspooling, they say whatever you carry too tightly, regrets, fears, even talents, gets unraveled there so you can weave it back wiser." He poured her mint-steeped tea that swirled itself into constellations. "But you'd need a guide who remembers both tangling and untangling." The guide arrived at sundown, a fox with fur like ember smoke, one ear tipped with white. It pawed gently at her bootlace until she followed, past the last lantern's glow into woods, where ferns unfurled guidance in bioluminescent curls. The air tasted of elderflower and possibility. Yet with each step, Sylvie's worries crystallized, her father's unfinished manuscripts gathering dust in her attic, the way customers increasingly sought printed books over hand-bound ones, the terrifying freedom of blank pages. In a clearing where trees formed a cathedral arch, the fox halted. Moonlight pooled in a stone basin filled with liquid starlight, or perhaps it was the other way around. "Drink," came a voice neither male nor female, older than the hills and as fresh as new sap. Sylvie realized the fox's shadow now held the shape of a woman spinning thread. "Taste what you've been afraid to swallow." The starlight water carried shocking warmth, not burning, but like sunlight held tenderly in palms. Visions flickered, her father laughing as she inked her first clumsy letters, the comforting weight of a bone folder smoothing paper, the hidden thrill she'd felt at 12 when rebinding a water-damaged novel into something wholly new. But layered beneath were darker threads, sleepless nights fearing irrelevance, resentment toward bustling printers, grief for pages no longer touched with reverence. When Sylvie opened tear-damp eyes, the clearing had transformed. The stone basin now overflowed with ribbons of every hue, no, not ribbons, but book bindings, silk, leather, even woven strands of dandelion fluff. The foxwoman gestured to a loom made of birch branches. "What will you make from the unraveled?" Her first weave was clumsy, all tight knots and clashing colors. The loom rejected it, the threads snapped, falling as autumn leaves. The second attempt tried too hard to recreate what she'd lost, a perfect mirror of her old workshop. It crumbled like overcooked gingerbread. The fox watched patiently as twilight deepened into a velvety purple, fireflies blinking like scattered punctuation marks. On the third try, Sylvie let her hands remember instead of her mind. She wove the silk of spiderwebs taught by her mother, the resilience of oak bark paper from her apprenticeship days, threads spun from the luminous mushrooms Oren grew. When she reached for the fear, the cold dread of obsolescence, she found it had softened into something pliable, almost sweet, like beeswax waiting to seal a letter. The loom hummed approval as the tapestry grew, not a recreation, but an evolution. There were spaces left open for unknown futures, patterns that changed when viewed from different angles, a central panel that glowed gently, awaiting new stories. Dawn found Sylvie back in her workshop, but nothing was quite the same. The ivy had retreated to reveal walls embedded with smooth river stones that glinted like hidden secrets. Her tools had rearranged themselves, a jar of iridescent beetle wing veneers beside the traditional marbled papers, a new shelf holding empty volumes bound in bark and starlight-infused resin. Outside, Oren stood admiring a mushroom spiral that perfectly mimicked the map's concentric forest. He offered her a steaming cup. Chaga and lavender, for boldness softened by grace, I think. As weeks passed, the village discovered subtle shifts. Children found storybooks where the endings changed to match their hopes. Gardeners traded vegetables for handcrafted journals to document sprouting miracles. And Sylvie's workshop became a crossroads, for elders wanting their memories bound in scented cedar, for artists experimenting with animated pop-up pages, even for the maple tree that shed leaves inscribed with gentle riddles. On the first snowfall, the fox returned, accompanied by a young apprentice printer nervous about his craft's soulless reputation. Sylvie served him rosehip tea and spoke of how press type could dance with hand-drawn illuminations. Outside, their mingled laughter sent up a puff of breath that crystallized into temporary constellations, a fleeting masterpiece like all living stories. The brook continued its lullaby, the pines their whispering. But now, when the wind turned, you could hear the rustle of pages being tenderly turned, and the soft, contented sigh of a world learning to hold its stories both loosely and lovingly. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Bootprints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a winter melon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice-dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore inked blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the starfall glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. "Ah," it sighed, "songs need not be finished to be true, only felt." From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost. Brambles snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things. It's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways. Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. The petal weaver? How fascinating. But why would this spirit visit our village? Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all. Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver. With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night, they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom.